7 days' time, also assuring that there won't be any new appointments to the existing Waqf boards.
Indeed, Suesha, and the big development is also that the Chief Justice of India has said that it is agreed that parties shall identify petitions which will be treated as the lead case, and the other parties will be treated as applications in the lead case. There is a continuous flow of petitions even today. So the Supreme Court has now told all the parties that there is no need to file additional petitions in the Waqf case. Yesterday, the Chief Justice of India gave a very strong message that the case is now in court and the court will decide. This was in reference to the violence. Now, all the subsequent suits that have been filed in the matter is something that the Chief Justice of India has flagged that from next hearing onwards only 5 people will be considered, and rest either they have to dispose it off or come together as one party, and a nodal counsel or a core team of counsels has to be, or one person who will litigate the case on behalf of the Waqf boards, and all the challenges that they want to bring vis-a-vis the government will have to be bring. So this is some relief also coming in for the government there, because so many cases were filed together. If the process was to be followed and every matter had to be heard individually, then it would have taken a lot of time. So clearly CJI Sanjeev Gana, in an attempt to fast track the hearings, it seems that he is now trying to downsize the amount of litigants who are filing suits against the Waqf Act, and he wants to limit it to 5 and a nodal counsel to be appointed who can, on behalf of all the other parties, either dispose of or merge them together as applications, but then come and debate. Now remember, the eyes will be set on the 7-day time limit that has been given to the centre to file the reply to all the queries and questions that were raised yesterday, but the interim order has now come up to the same lines that we were breaking yesterday. The two major key points right now is the appointment of non-Muslims in the Waqf board and also the provision of Waqf by user. So in the interim, up until the next point also, there is a ban or a interim pause, so as to speak, as far the understanding of this interim order goes. The moment it comes out, we will have more clarity that there will be no further registration also under the Waqf by user provision. So at the moment, the Waqf by user provision stands in suspended animation. No coercive action will be taken, of course, in this case, but perhaps there is also a pause tentatively. We'll see on the full order when it comes out on the more additional registration on the Waqf by user provision also. So two big developments coming in from this interim order in the Supreme Court of India yesterday. There was a chance that this order could have been dictated yesterday also, but it was then postponed till 2 p.m. this afternoon, and now CJI Khanna is now live dictating this order as we are bringing our viewers the live updates and the fastest updates from inside the courtroom.
Oh yes, absolutely, and certainly the court having resorted to a more focused approach with ensuring that only 5 parties that shall be agreed upon to identify petitions, and they will lead the process forward. But Kritarth, I want to come to you on one important point, because yesterday it was about Waqf by user, about representation of non-Muslims on Waqf boards, and the powers of the collector to change the status of disputed Waqf land were the 3 points of contention, while the first 2 have more or less been addressed. Powers of the collector to change the status of disputed Waqf. So are we to believe, where the court has said that there is no change to the existing Waqf, no change in character to Waqf properties, that point has been paused at the moment?
There is no update yet. We are still tracking the developments as the interim order is still being dictated, but so far there has been no mention of the collector and the powers. And this is also something that was raised yesterday by the honorable judges who are hearing this matter, because, and the biggest aspect there is that the collector's jurisdiction is also amenable by the courts, meaning that whatever the court, whatever the collector decides in the matter of Waqf, the orders of the collector can then further be challenged in the courts of law, be it the magistrate courts or the higher courts as you go up the hierarchy of the courts, be the High Court or the Supreme Court of India, as per the new law, because under the older law, only the Waqf tribunal used to be the authority that used to adjudicate on matters related to Waqf. So now the Supreme Court has said that yesterday during the observations, if I recollect correctly, that the court orders or the orders of the collector are amenable to the court, meaning that the court can go and modify the orders of the collector if it is found to be not in alignment with the spirit of the law or whatever the law is that is established. Hence, there is no immediate pause on the powers of the collectors as far as we see in the interim order as it is being dictated right now, and likely it is possible that the collector's powers will not be under dispute, because remember, collector has a lot of powers under various laws for various sections of society in general for maintaining the law and order situation. The vast powers that a district collector otherwise also enjoys and has the responsibility of discharging its duties. So clearly no action at the moment in terms of observations in the interim order given vis-a-vis the collector clause that was being discussed yesterday, because it seems that the courts are convinced that even if the collector will act in the best interest, if there is something that has to be that is problematic or has to be litigated further upon, then obviously the respondents can go to the courts and get modifications in the order of the collector.
In fact, with that, the other argument that is being made that of the total Waqf land really in their possession, 75% of it is not even used for religious purposes. And Republic was the first channel today to also break how the first FIR has been lodged after the Waqf bill saw a clear passage in the parliament of how the complainant has claimed unlawful claim by the Waqf board again. So these sort of complaints that are also coming forth, and that is why we also heard from SC Tushar Mehta in the top court saying that there have been lakhs and lakhs of representation, villages and villages that have been taken away by Waqf, so much land, and this is a question that certainly needs assistance. So all of this will be collated in the reply that will be filed a week after.
Indeed, and there is a complete chaos in terms of the challenges that are being brought on the Waqf Amendment Act, and there are various detailed sections. But as I was largely saying yesterday as well, that the matter on which the Supreme Court of India is more keen on listening to is whether or not there is any violation of the fundamental right. The fundamental point of contention at the moment why Waqf by user is right now being brought under the ambit of discussion is because there is a possibility that yesterday Mr. Sibal was arguing in court that if Waqf by user is removed, as Dr. Singhvi also argued, then almost 4 lakh properties which are registered or not registered rather, but are treated as Waqf by user properties and claimed by the Waqf board will have no standing to remain Waqf properties, and then they will go further fall into disputes, and then that is also an encroachment, as they were trying to claim or portray, on the Waqf properties itself, which is an essential religious practice as per their interpretation of the law. So there was the fundamental point where Article 26 was triggered, and whether there was any right or any hindrance on a person's right to follow their religion and manage their religious institutions, which is why you see the order is largely speaking on the Waqf by user provision. Of course, there would have been a much more detailed order today if the government had already filed their reply vis-a-vis these queries that are being raised, but the government has asked 7 days of time, which is why up until the point that the government answers on this case, so as to ensure that there is no injustice carried out in the matter, Waqf Act, Waqf by user was put on pause. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring you more details on the latest updates coming from the Chief Justice of India's order being dictated in the Supreme Court. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we come right back after this short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
cricket fans. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Raj Simha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
That we are tracking for you continues to remain the Supreme Court of India. It's day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra. When confronted by Republic, Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me."
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
This is an open and shut case of fraud, corruption and money laundering. misusing a charitable route and the party's resources, which they've acquired like this, for their own personal gain.
BJP slams Congress amid ED action on Vadra Gandhis, says dynastic family is misusing public money for power. Biggest startup fraud exposed. Blue Smart owners siphoned off 262 crores used for personal luxury items. BJP cries foul over temple image of Karunanidhi's tomb, demands DMK's apology. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87% viewership. Arnab debates India's most watched primetime show.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started with the top story of the day that we are tracking right now. It's day 3 of questioning for Robert Vadra. As he entered ED office today in a Haryana land deal scam, he was spooked by Republic and said that keep the Republic mic away from me. That is what has been on camera, viewers. Just look at this visual. Look at this sequence when Republic tries to question him, how he gets spooked, how he tries to run away.
What took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. भैया इनको आने मत दो. इनको
सर आपको साइड हो जाइए.
इसको हटाइए. पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए. आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
What took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. भैया इनको आने मत दो. इनको
सर आपको साइड हो जाइए.
इसको हटाइए. पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए. आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? इसको हटाइए. पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए. आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? इसको हटाइए. पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
All right, now we quickly shift our focus to West Bengal, viewers, where the victims of Murshidabad violence are now at the Raj Bhavan, at the governor's house, and Republic TV is right there. We are getting those visuals. Can we just play the visuals right now? And we'll show our viewers the victims along with Shukanto Majumdar, the Union Minister, at the Raj Bhavan. And Mayuk is there. Mayuk, tell us what's happening.
Well, right now I'm standing in the Raj Bhavan of West Bengal. This used to be the Viceroy's house in Kolkata till 1901, and then the capital of India was shifted to Delhi. But this place used to be the power capital, the power center. These are the tables where several decisions, policy decisions of British India were taken, and unfortunately the British have left. Unfortunately, the country is independent now, but still Hindu refugees are coming to this Raj Bhavan. You can can see on the other hand side, I cannot enter there right now because the governor is in a meeting with the Hindu refugees. They are seated right now, and on one hand, the Hindu refugees have come solely because they are Hindus and they have been removed from their places. They have been displaced specifically by jihadis, specifically by radical elements, and these are the place where before partition, leaders used to come and decide the fate of India. But unfortunately, today in 2025 in Bengal, people are coming, leaders are coming accompanied by Hindu refugees to understand the position of Bengali refugees, Bengali Hindus in West Bengal. You can see the other press members. They are also coming right now. Governor is going to hold a press conference, and specific point. Right now, what is happening in West Bengal is not all right. The Hindu refugees, they are clearly not in a position to say that we want our land back, because they have been snatched. All their properties are gone. They are staying in refugee camps. So right now, we are going to find out what else is being discussed. They have said that a permanent BSF camp has to be there. They have said that a CRPF camp has to be there. This is the throne room. This is the throne room of Kolkata Raj Bhavan, and this is the place where a lot of policy decisions of British India were taken. This is the throne room where a lot of decisions regarding independence and partition were also taken. Unfortunately, this is the same throne room where in 2025 Hindu refugees' fate in West Bengal, Hindu refugees' fate in Hindustan will be taken. And you can see the other press members. They are also coming one by one to get the governor who is inside. Let me check what's happening inside right now.
Right, so there is my colleague Moyuk, who is reporting live from inside the Raj Bhavan, viewers. Yes, Moyuk. Yes, Moyuk.
So let me show you the place where the governor and the Hindu refugees are seated. That's the place where the Hindu refugees are seated. We are going to tell more details about it. Unfortunately, this is the famous oil painting of Shama Prasad Mukherjee, who envisioned a homeland for Hindus. Unfortunately, Shama Prasad Mukherjee's West Bengal is right now witnessing unprecedented Hindu displacement in West Bengal itself, in Hindustan itself. That's probably the most unfortunate point right now.
Right, so that is my colleague Moyuk from our Bangla joining us from Kolkata's Raj Bhavan, and the Murshidabad victims. Viewers are going to meet with the governor, C.V. Arnab Goswami, and he's all set to also address the press conference. Now, Moyuk, I want to understand from you, what are the key demands that will be raised or that have been raised by the victims of the Murshidabad violence?
Two things they have discussed. One, that there should be a CRPF camp in Murshidabad, in Malda, the worst affected villages there, Berbona and Thulian. There should be permanent CRPF camps, and most importantly, CRPF and central forces should take a proactive step. They should not depend on the state government. They should not depend on the police. Whenever this kind of an incident happens, they will be the first to respond. That is what they are demanding. They are demanding that the state government is doing nothing. In fact, many of them earlier also have demanded president's rule in Bengal. They are saying that they don't have assurances of the state government. So this is right now the situation here.
Right. Moyuk, continue to get us more inputs and tell us what's happening around, viewers. Meanwhile, we are showing you the visuals on the left side of your screens, viewers, as the victims, along with Shukanta Majumdar, met C.V. Arnab Goswami, the governor of West Bengal, after the violence. The Hindus who were forced to flee their own homes, viewers. They were forced to they are living like refugees in India, in their own state. In some of them also moving to Jharkhand, viewers. There are many of them who have taken refuge in Malda. There have been camps set up, and this is the situation right now. Republic Bangla exclusive visuals coming in right now. You can see Moyuk continues to get us more details. Moyuk, well, we see many BJP leaders like Rupa Ganguly, Shukanta Majumdar, along with C.V. Arnab Goswami meeting, and discussing. Also, the victims are very much present there. We've seen many a time, be it Sandesh Khali, be it what happened in the RG Kaur case. There have been demonstrations and there has been questions raised on Mamata Banerjee's administration, her rule, and the complicity of many of the leaders, the alleged complicity. But we see that, nothing changes. There is a lot of dissatisfaction as to what action have been taken. But right now, what is the option in front of maybe the governor or even the centre? Because one needs a very, an iron hand to deal with this situation, Moyuk. Oh, we seem to have lost the connection with Moyuk, but there you have, viewers, the visuals coming in, the delegation of the BJP at the governor's house. You can see Rupa Ganguly, you can see Shukanta Majumdar and other leaders also, and the victims of the violence in Murshidabad, viewers. At least 400 people, as BJP has also alleged, 400 people had to leave their own homes amidst the violence, and violence has not happened only in Murshidabad. Murshidabad became the epicenter of it in Bengal, but there were a lot of areas, border areas and other areas where violence has been witnessed. The central forces have been deployed, like the BSF and the CAPF, because the Calcutta High Court stepped in and said that there is no, they cannot shut their eyes to what's been happening, and it's a complete failure, viewers, basically what has been pointed out of the Mamata Banerjee administration to contain violence. And in fact, there is alleged enabling of violence by the leaders. You've seen in the open there is provocation on camera by TMC leaders, by the lawmakers, and this has been, of course, going unrelentingly. This is being a relentless provocation. Now, Murshidabad violence victims, they have no options but to flee. The Hindus of Murshidabad, the Hindus of many other locations in West Bengal are forced to flee their own homes and live like refugees. Quite remindful of what happened in the partition of Bengal, and those are the dreading memories that are now once again haunting Bengal back. You can see the little girl, that is being little child, I think, one of the victim families. He's there sitting next to CV Ananda Bose. As he speaks to him, he asking some questions, and he's speaking to the governor. He's asking some questions, and you have many other leaders also talking to them. Of course, viewers, the most affected have been the women and the children. Women and children have been so vulnerable to the violence here. And this is the plight of people of Bengal, which Mamata Banerjee and her leaders are turning away from. They're looking away. They are choosing to look away, while everybody in this country is seeing Bengal burn. And the BSF is now on duty. The CAPF is on duty. Centre continues to send in companies of the central forces to take charge of the security situation. As we speak, viewers, for all those who have tuned in, Republic TV is reporting live from Raj Bhavan in Kolkata. The victims of Murshidabad violence demanding justice. They are standing right there outside, they're inside the Raj Bhavan speaking to the governor. And there's CV Ananda Bose along with the Shukanta Majumdar also there at the Raj Bhavan. Rupa Ganguly and other members of other leaders of the BJP, and they are sharing their experiences, their demands. So try and take a listen in.
আমরা কেমন করে বাঁচবো, লোকদের দিয়েছে কাছে আর যেটি বাড়িতে ক্ষতি হয়েছে ক্ষতিপূরণ চাই।
So last time she has said that she has no faith on the future. So there should be a BSF camp, and actually with the help of the BSF they could escape from that area. The Muslim Hindus had their house, and their house was totally destroyed in front of us. One significant line she has said, in front of the police. The temple was vandalized. Mandir bana hojilo to police. The temple was vandalized in front of the police. In front of the police, they set fire to the house. It was urinated in the temple. Those so and later case. Yesterday they came directly from Malda Bishopnagar camp to Kolkata, and now yesterday they met the DG police, and DG police without the presence of us, DG police listened to them, but they were not satisfied. Even we are not. So this is the situation, sir.
हम सब आपके साथ हैं.
All right, we continue to report on that story, viewers. Now we quickly shift our focus to Tamil Nadu. Now, a replica of a temple atop M. Karunanidhi's memorial at the Marina Beach in Chennai stirred up a political storm in Tamil Nadu, with the BJP accusing the ruling DMK of insulting Hindu sentiments. They're sharing a picture on social media of the memorial decorated with a replica of the Srivilliputtur temple Gopuram on social media. Tamil Nadu BJP Vice President Narayan Tirupati has called for its immediate removal, slamming the DMK. Shada joins us live on the broadcast from Chennai. Viewers, now temple, there is of course what we see BJP is alleging is that temple replica on atop a tomb is a sheer insult, and now there is a big row over it. The temple image now. What are you picking up from both the camps? What does the DMK has to say about it? What is the idea behind such an image?
Well, Sheikh Baba today, before presenting his grant at the State Assembly, went to Kalaiya Karunanidhi's memorial to seek the blessings of the late leader. However, the floral design put on the Karunanidhi's memorial irked the BJP leaders, and also a few people who are on Twitter keep stating that it hurts the sentiments of the Hindu people. BJP leaders Narayan Tirupati, former President K. Annamalai, and the current President Nayanar Nagendran took to X to state that it was not only hurting the Hindu sentiments, but shows how DMK portraying their distrust against temples and deities. They've now gone a step ahead of their professional step and put a temple tower on top of a memorial. The BJP is seeking the removal of the temple tower picture right from the memorial immediately, and is also asking the HRNC Minister Shekhar Babu to immediately seek forgiveness for this particular issue. However, though BJP has been continuously talking about this, the DMK is yet to react to this issue. However, ADMK is also against this issue, but they have not openly spoken about this yet.
Thank you so much, Shraddha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Now, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. Asad Owaisi has now given a statement on the Supreme Court order on the Waqf Amendment Act, saying that he believes the whole act is as unconstitutional. Waqf by user cannot be deleted. Waqf Act is unconstitutional. That's what he has basically said, that Waqf by user cannot be deleted. And he said that he opposed each and every amendment in the parliament. Owaisi's statement coming in on the Supreme Court order on Waqf. Let's listen in to Asauddin Owaisi.
Supreme Court has said that the Central Waqf Council and the State Waqf Boards will not be constituted. Waqf by user cannot be deleted. Now, there are other provisions also which we as a party have come to the Honorable Supreme Court that calling it unconstitutional. As you know very well that during the deliberations of the Joint Working Committee, I have given a Dyson report opposing all the amendments that were proposed by the government. And during the debate in the parliament on the consideration or passing of that bill, I have opposed each and every amendment. I have called it unconstitutional. I still call this law as unconstitutional, as violating the fundamental rights of Article 14, 15, 25, 26 and 29. So our legal battle will continue to ensure that this act, against this act will continue.
All right, so that was Asauddin Owaisi speaking on what happened in the Supreme Court over the Waqf Act. Remember, properties declared as Waqf by user or a court will not be denotified. That is what the Supreme Court has proposed. That is the development, and Asaduddin Owaisi continues to maintain, of course, and argue in court that the Waqf Act is unconstitutional. Now, continuing with the mobilization of relief materials and humanitarian aid to Myanmar under Operation Brahma, India has extended more assistance to the quake-ravaged country. India led the global efforts in standing up for Myanmar and rushing emergency relief and medical supplies after the devastating 7.7 magnitude earthquake on the 28th of March. The quake claimed more than 5,000 lives while wreaking heavy damage to public infrastructure. Here's a report.
Global first responder to the Myanmar earthquake, India continues to stand with the ravaged nation. In the latest, Delhi has scrambled a fresh tranche of relief materials to quake-hit Myanmar. As part of the latest relief tranche, India has dispatched 20 prefabricated offices weighing approximately 50 tons each, which will be used as temporary offices of various ministries in Myanmar. A 200-bed field hospital put together by India has provided treatment to 2,519 patients over the past couple of weeks. A devastating 7.7 magnitude earthquake wrecked vast swathes of Myanmar on March 28, claiming more than 5,000 lives. Reinforcing its emerging status as the global first responder and a friend in need, India launched Operation Brahma to help its South Asian neighbor rise from the ruins. As part of assistance under Operation Brahma, India has so far mobilized essential medicines, food grain, ready-to-eat meals, tents, blankets and medical shelters to the quake-ravaged country.
After hearing about Republic TV's Positive Influencer program, I had shared this video with Republic, which was about my mental health and self-growth podcast called Slow Down with Astha. India is facing a mental health epidemic like never before, and more people are struggling to find the right tools and resources to help themselves or their loved ones. The aim of my content is to break the stigma about these various mental health illnesses by spreading awareness and sharing insights from experts in this field. I am truly hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of mental and emotional health, and together create a lasting impact on the mental and emotional well-being of the people of India.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
After hearing about Republic TV's Positive Influencer program, I had shared this video with Republic, which was about my mental health and self-growth podcast called Slow Down with Astha. India is facing a mental health epidemic like never before, and more people are struggling to find the right tools and resources to help themselves or their loved ones. The aim of my content is to break the stigma about these various mental health illnesses by spreading awareness and sharing insights from experts in this field. I am truly hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of mental and emotional health, and together create a lasting impact on the mental and emotional well-being of the people of India.
मैंने रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुना तो मुझे लगा कि एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है कि मैं अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मैंने रिपब्लिक को 2 वीडियो भेजे, जिसमें एक वीडियो वॉक थ्रू का था जो ओखला की गड्ढों से बड़ी सड़कों के ऊपर था, वहीं दूसरा वीडियो एक न्यूज़ एंकरिंग का सैंपल था। इन वीडियो के पीछे मेरी सोच यही थी कि मैं अपने आसपास की जो भी चीज़ें हैं उन्हें एक नए नज़रिए से लोगों को दिखा सकूं और कुछ काम की बात उन लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि मैं रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर बनूंगी और एक जिम्मेदार सिटीजन जर्नलिस्ट की तरह समाज की सही और सच्ची तस्वीरें लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूंगी, क्योंकि बदलाव वहीं से शुरू होता है जहां एक आम इंसान अपनी बात कहने की हिम्मत रखता है। धन्यवाद।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मैंने रिपब्लिक पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुना तो मुझे लगा कि एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है कि मैं अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुंचा सकूं। मैंने रिपब्लिक को 2 वीडियो भेजे, जिसमें एक वीडियो वॉक थ्रू का था जो ओखला की गड्ढों से
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer Program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life कि किस तरह से हम अपने जिंदगी।
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays people are getting used to China products. So let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian art.
I hope we will be part of Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Let's bring some better changes in the livelihoods of our Indian artists.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Raksha Mishra. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we are tracking for you at 3 p.m.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
It's day Day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra. When confronted by Republic, Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me."
This is an open and shut case of fraud, corruption and money laundering. Misusing a charitable route and the party's resources which they've acquired like this for their own personal gain.
BJP slams Congress amid ED action on Vadra. Gandhi says the dynastic family is misusing public money for power. Biggest startup fraud exposed. The Blue Smart owners siphoned off 260 crore rupees used for personal luxury items. BJP cries foul over temple image on Karunanidhi's tomb, demands DMK's apology. And primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's Debate, India's most watched primetime show. And viewers, we start with breaking news coming in from Bengaluru right now. So a Bengaluru-based dog breeder known as Dog Satish spent a whopping 4.4 million, almost 50 crore rupees approximately, on a rare wolf dog named Kadabom Okame. Now, that's the visual of the dog and the owner. Making it the first of its kind, this man now faces ED action. That's the news point now. He's facing ED action for purchasing a dog worth 50 crore rupees. And in the latest, what we are learning is that the ED officials have now raided his house in JP Nagar of Bengaluru. Enforcement Directorate has detained Satish and is conducting an interrogation. There you have this man whose name is Satish. Dog Satish is there on the video you can see shared there, and you can see the dog which is allegedly worth 50 crore rupees, viewers. ED says 50 crore. All right, viewers, we have Abhishek joining us on the broadcast from Bengaluru. Abhishek, tell us more about this case, a 50 crore dog, and the ED raids this man's house.
Well, Rakshita, it is not the first time that Satish, also known as Satish Catabombs or Dog Satish, who has claimed that he has bought a couple of dogs worth crores and crores of rupees, not only from the national borders, but also from the international borders. And also, we must not forget, Rakshita, he used to make sure that his dog is introduced to the market in the most possible way, in the most latest way. He used a couple of cinema models also while he wanted to introduce the dog, and he always claimed that his dogs were worth 20 crore or 30 crore, and this time it was 50 crores. And none of the people actually had an idea of the dog actually was worth that amount. Also, Satish claimed that he would obviously take care of the dogs like kids and is not here to breed them anymore. And also, this is the first time that ED has laid a trap on Satish, and he has been detained as of now. And the ED is actually checking the documents and the financial transactions, if at all he has made any. As of now, the primary report says none of the documents for claiming 50 crores has been found. The ED officials have actually taken him into custody as of now, and they are continuing with the probe, and we are awaiting much more details from the ED's department.
Right. So what really has been found out yet? Has the ED saying that this claim was true?
As of now, there's no actual report from the ED. There's no actual claim from the ED. There's no actual information as of now from the ED. But the primary information says that ED hasn't found anything which is related to the 50 crore dog. There is no documentation. There is no proof that says that the dog is worth 50 crores. And also, they might dig into the previous purchases of dogs from Satish Catabombs, because he has not one or two but many other dogs which he has claimed to be worth more than 10 or 20 crores. And he also had previously addressed the press at various other intervals and made sure that his dogs become famous overnight. And he also had a cinematic appearance with the dog to make sure that the dog he has purchased would be in the limelight. So on the primary fact, the ED might be digging into the dog's details of whichever he has owned until now, the places where he brought those dogs from, and the financial transaction that has happened over the previous couple of years. Rakshita.
You know, Abhishek, if you really search about him, I do see articles from March where he's known to be the world's most expensive wolf dog for 50 crore rupees. So no doubt he got the limelight, he got the coverage for it in some by some media house. So thank you so much for the moment joining us there, Abhishek from Bengaluru viewers. So that's the dog, you see, who this man claims that is a 50 crore dog, the most expensive in the world.
के लिए न्यूज छापते हैं, इसलिए हम कोई बिजनेस नहीं करते हैं, तो हमें कंसेशनल रेट पे भिन्न भिन्न जो सरकारें हैं वो जमीन दे, इस प्रकार का आवेदन रखा और 1956 में नॉन कमर्शियल कंपनी के रूप में एस्टैब्लिश हुई कि हम कमर्शियल एंटिटी नहीं है। उसका नतीजा क्या रहा? उसका नतीजा यह रहा कि देश भर के, उस समय तो प्रधानमंत्री पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू थे ही, स्वाभाविक रूप से उनका एक इन्फ्लुएंस था। देश भर के सभी राज्यों ने प्राइम लोकेशंस पे एजेएल को, एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड को, क्योंकि एक नॉन कमर्शियल एंटिटी थी, उसके नाम पर उन्होंने प्राइम लैंड पे बहुत बड़े बड़े जमीन नॉमिनल रेट पे 2 रुपए 1 रुपए के दाम पे, भाव पे इन्होंने देश भर में जमीन दिया। लखनऊ के प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी पे, मुंबई के प्राइम प्रॉपर्टी पे, दिल्ली में तो आप सब देखते ही हैं, बहादुर शाह जफर रोड में सबसे बड़ी बिल्डिंग नेशनल हेराल्ड की ही है। इस प्रकार पूरे देश के हर कोने में लगभग ऐसी 100 प्रॉपर्टीज है जो नेशनल हेराल्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज है। पूरे देश में ये प्रॉपर्टीज एक्वायर की गई और ये अखबार छपने का काम चलता रहा। धीरे धीरे नेशनल हेराल्ड कोई पढ़ता नहीं था। इनका काम, नेशनल हेराल्ड की जो कंपनी थी, जो मूल कंपनी थी एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड, ये नुकसान में जाने लगा, अर्थात लॉस में जाने लगा। जब ये लॉस में जाने लगा तो लगभग 2008 में एक ऐसी परिस्थिति आई कि कागज छापना और संभव नहीं हुआ। कागज छापने का काम उन्हें 2008 में संपूर्ण रूप से बंद करना पड़ा और एक 90 करोड़ का नुकसान एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड को हुआ। 90 करोड़ का नुकसान। कैसे नुकसान हुआ? ऋण के नीचे आ गई, 90 करोड़ के ऋण के नीचे आ गई। कैसे आ गई? जो वहां पर एम्प्लॉय थे, उनकी ग्रेच्युटी है, उनको तनख्वाह देना है, वहां रिपेयर वर्क करना है, बिजली का बिल आता है, इन सब चीजों को लेकर एक 90 करोड़ के ऋण के नीचे एसोसिएटेड जर्नल आ गई। तो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल ने, उनको लगा कि हम 90 करोड़ का क्या करेंगे, कहां से लाएंगे। उस समय एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के डायरेक्टर कौन थे? मोतीलाल वोहरा जी थे। और 2008 और 2010 के आसपास लगभग 1057 स्टेक होल्डर्स थे, शेयर होल्डर्स थे। तो मोतीलाल वोहरा जी ने सोचा मैं क्या करूं, ये 90 करोड़ का तो बहुत बड़ा लोन हो गया है। तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के पास गए, एआईसीसी, ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी। तो ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी के पास जाके उन्होंने आवेदन दिया कि आप हमें 90 करोड़ का लोन दीजिए, तो मैं ये लोन जो है, जो हमारे एसोसिएटेड जर्नल पे आया है, हम चुका देंगे। तो वहां पर कौन थे कांग्रेस में? किसको बोलना पड़ेगा? कांग्रेस में सोनिया जी और राहुल जी। उस समय सोनिया जी अध्यक्षा थी और राहुल जी जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे। तो मोतीलाल जी गए और उनको बोले कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, बड़ा ही गड़बड़ हो गया है। तो सोनिया जी, राहुल जी ने कहा क्या हो गया मोतीलाल जी? ना, अरे वो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड जो दादाजी ने आरंभ किया था, उनकी कंपनी तो नहीं है, मगर आरंभ उन्होंने किया था आप लोगों के बचाव के लिए। मतलब कोई भी कांग्रेस के खिलाफ लिखता था तो आप लोग उसमें प्रोपागेंडा करते थे। अब वो 90 करोड़ के लोन में आ गया है, हम क्या करें? तो सोनिया जी और राहुल जी ने कहा अरे कोई डरने की बात नहीं है, आप कांग्रेस के ट्रेजरर के पास जाओ और कांग्रेस से 90 करोड़ का लोन ले लो और आप लेके अपना लोन चुका लो। तो मोतीलाल जी बोले अरे वाह, ये तो बड़ा अच्छा आइडिया है। तो कांग्रेस के ट्रेजरर कौन थे? कांग्रेस के ट्रेजरर भी मोतीलाल वोहरा जी थे। तो मोतीलाल वोहरा जी जो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के डायरेक्टर थे वो कांग्रेस के मोतीलाल वोहरा जो ट्रेजरर थे उनके पास गए और बोले सोनिया जी और राहुल जी ने कहा है 90 करोड़ का लोन दे दो। तो 90 करोड़ का लोन दे दिया गया। मोतीलाल वोहरा जो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के थे लेके चले गए, मगर समय के साथ वो लोन चुका नहीं पाए। और कहां से लोन चुकेगा, कोई तो नेशनल अलर्ट पढ़ता नहीं था, अखबार छपना बंद हो गया था। तो उसी समय 2010 में ये एक और कंपनी खोली गई। ये जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, कांग्रेस पार्टी के कुछ सदस्यों ने एक और कंपनी खोली। उस कंपनी का नाम था यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड। यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड, उसके 4 सदस्य थे। कौन कौन थे? सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस और मोतीलाल वोहरा। तो सोनिया जी के पास इस यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के 38% शेयर थे और हमारे राहुल बाबा के पास इसके 38% शेयर थे। अर्थात दोनों को मिलाकर यंग इंडिया लिमिटेड के कुल मिलाकर शेयर 76% के हो गए। जिसके पास 51% शेयर होता है वो मालिक होता है। ये बेचारे ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस और मोतीलाल वोहरा जी के पास 24% के शेयर थे। तो मालिक बन गए मां बेटे। सोनिया जी और राहुल जी 76% शेयर पकड़ करके, शेयर होल्डर बन करके यंग इंडिया के मालिक बन गए। अब ये यंग इंडिया एक कंपनी खुलती है तो उसमें कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है। उस कैपिटल को लेकर आपको कंपनी खोलनी पड़ती है। तो यंग इंडिया कितने की कंपनी थी? 5 लाख की कंपनी थी। 5 लाख निवेश किया गया और उस कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर से ये कंपनी खड़ा किया गया जिसका नाम था यंग इंडिया। अब 5 लाख कहां से लाए, बहुत चिंता पड़ गया सोनिया जी, राहुल जी की हम 5 लाख कहां से लाए। तो उन्होंने एक कंपनी से लोन लिया, 1 करोड़ रुपए का लोन लिया और वो कंपनी का नाम डोटेक्स इंडिया कंपनी थी। ये डोटेक्स कंपनी से लोन लिया। आप सोचिए 5 लाख रुपए के लिए 1 करोड़ का लोन लिया है। बाद में पूछताछ में मालूम पड़ा कि ये जो डोटेक्स कंपनी के मालिक हैं उन्होंने ईडी को कहा कि हमारा काम तो गोरख धंधे का था, हम तो ब्लैक मनी को व्हाइट करते थे और वही पैसा हमने राहुल जी को और सोनिया जी को 1 करोड़ और कोई कोलैटरल नहीं, ऐसे ही एक गिफ्ट के रूप में हमने लोन दे दिया। इस लोन का कोई डिटेल नहीं कि कोलैटरल दिया, कैसे दिया, ऐसे ही एक लोन दे दिया, एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग में लोन दे दी। उसमें से 5 लाख की कंपनी खोली और बच तो बहुत सारा गया, 95 लाख तो बचा हुआ है 1 करोड़ में से। तो यंग इंडिया ने एक सुझाव दिया। यंग इंडिया में मोतीलाल वोहरा जी भी थे। तो राहुल जी और सोनिया जी ने बुलाया मोतीलाल वोहरा जी कि मोतीलाल जी जरा सुनिए। तो मोतीलाल जी गए राहुल जी और सोनिया जी के पास यंग इंडिया में। तो राहुल जी और सोनिया जी ने मोतीलाल वोहरा जी को बोला कि अरे यंग इंडिया वाले मोतीलाल वोहरा जी, आप ऐसा करो, आप हमारा एक प्रपोजल लेके जरा एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के मोतीलाल वोहरा जी के पास जाओ और उनको बताओ कि आप 90 करोड़ लोन कांग्रेस पार्टी का चुका नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो आपकी जो लोन है वो हम खरीद लेंगे, यंग इंडिया खरीद लेगी, एवज में हम 50 लाख रुपए देंगे और लोन हम चुकाएंगे। तो मोतीलाल वोहरा जी जो यंग इंडिया के थे बोले वाह ये तो बड़ा अच्छा आइडिया है, मैं जाता हूं। एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के यंग जो मोतीलाल वोहरा जी हैं डायरेक्टर, उनके पास मैं जाता हूं। तो यंग इंडिया के डायरेक्टर मोतीलाल वोहरा राहुल जी और सोनिया जी के कहने के बाद उनका प्रस्ताव लेके एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के जो मोतीलाल वोहरा थे उनके पास गए और बोले ऐसा है कि यंग इंडिया हमारी कंपनी है, आपके पास 90 करोड़ का लोन है कांग्रेस पार्टी का, तो आप ऐसा करिए, हमें आप ये लोन दे दीजिए, बेच दीजिए, आपके लोन को हम चुकाएंगे, यंग इंडिया चुकाएगी और एवज में हम आपको 50 लाख रुपए देते हैं। तो मोतीलाल वोहरा जो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल के थे उनका वाह 50 लाख आप देंगे भी और हमारा लोन भी चुका देंगे, एग्रीड, हम मानते हैं इस बात। 50 लाख रुपए एसोसिएटेड जर्नल ने लिया और उन्होंने अपने जो सारे शेयर थे, एक शेयर 10 रुपए का, ऐसा करके 9 करोड़ शेयर, 9 into 10 90 करोड़, तो ये सारे शेयर उन्होंने एसोसिएटेड जर्नल ने यंग इंडिया के नाम कर दिया कि अब हमारी जो शेयर्स हैं वो आपकी है, अब ये 90 करोड़ कैसे चुकाना है ये आप जानिए। 50 लाख रुपए दे करके पूरी जो एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड की शेयर होल्डिंग थी शेयर होल्डिंग का मतलब होता है मालिकाना हक। 99.1% मालिकाना हक किसके पास आ गया? वो यंग इंडिया के पास आ गया। मात्र 50 लाख में 5,000 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी, दिल्ली के प्राइम लोकेशन पे प्रॉपर्टी, लखनऊ के प्राइम लोकेशन पे प्रॉपर्टी, मेरठ में प्रॉपर्टी, आपके जहां जहां जाओ वहां वहां प्राइम लोकेशन पे, भोपाल में प्रॉपर्टी, हर जगह इनकी प्रॉपर्टी थी। जब ये शेयर ट्रांसफर हुआ 99.1%, ये सारा का सारा जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो यंग इंडिया के पास और उनके अधीन हो गया। मात्र 50 लाख, और वो भी डोटेक्स इंडिया से लेकर ये बन गए मालिक। 5,000 करोड़ के मालिक कौन बना? जिसके पास 76% शेयर था, मां और बेटे। और ये मोतीलाल वोरा जी चहुदिक दिशा में थे। ये डायरेक्टर एजेएल के भी हैं, ये डायरेक्टर यंग इंडिया के भी हैं, और ये ट्रेजरर एआईसीसी के भी हैं। अब उसके बाद जब यंग इंडिया मालिक बन गई तो जो कांग्रेस के मोतीलाल वोरा जी थे ट्रेजरर, उन्होंने कहा कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 90 करोड़ लोन हमने दिया था एसोसिएटेड जर्नल को, हम उसे माफ करते हैं, वो लोन वापस करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, माफ। 90 करोड़ का लोन माफ कर दिया राहुल जी और सोनिया जी के कहने पर। प्रश्न उठता है, प्रश्न नंबर 1, क्या एक पॉलिटिकल कंपनी किसी और एंटिटी को लोन दे सकती है? क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी यंग इंडिया को, क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी एजेएल को इस केस में जो 90 करोड़ का लोन दिया, क्या ये जायज है? कांग्रेस पार्टी एक पार्टी है, चंदे पे चलती है, लोग देते हैं, बैंक नहीं है जो लोन देगी। कैसे लोन दिया? नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वही लोग तीनों जगह हैं, क्विड प्रो को, वही सोनिया जी राहुल जी, यहां मोतीलाल वोरा को बोलते हैं, वही सोनिया जी राहुल जी लोन माफ कर देते हैं, वही सोनिया जी राहुल जी 5,000 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी हड़प लेते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से ये जो पूरी हड़पाई हुई है, मैं तो आज से आप लोगों को अपील करूंगा, इसको आप चोरी या भ्रष्टाचारी मत कहिए, ये सरेआम डकैती है, डकैती। पहले हम हिंदी पिक्चर में देखते थे, घोड़े पर बैठ के डाकू आते थे, ऐसे बंदूक लेके, बंदूक नहीं राइफल, बड़ा बड़ा बंदूक लेकर आते थे, और कोई भी बाहर खड़ा हो गोली मार करके पूरे सरेआम दोपहर को, दिन में आते थे और गोली मार करके उसकी प्रॉपर्टी हड़प लेते थे डाकू घोड़े पे बैठकर। और मॉडर्न डाकू तो यही है, ये तो डकैती है। ये सरेआम नाक के नीचे एक कंपनी बना करके 50 लाख में 5,000 करोड़ रुपए हड़प ली है। बस इतना ही फर्क है कि सोनिया जी राहुल जी घोड़े पे बैठ के नहीं आए और राइफल पकड़ के नहीं आए, बाकी तो पूरी डकैती ही है। तो इसको आप चोरी और भ्रष्टाचारी मत कहिए, ये नेशनल हेराल्ड डकैती केस है जिसमें कि एक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 सोनिया गांधी है और एक्यूज्ड नंबर 2 राहुल गांधी है। अब वर्तमान में आते हैं, ये वर्तमान में पूरा विषय क्यों उठा है? अप्रैल 15 को, 2-3 दिन पहले, ईडी ने चार्जशीट फाइल किया जिसमें सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, साम पित्रोदा और सुमन दुबे, इन चारों का नाम नामित है। इनके नाम के साथ चार्जशीट फाइल किया गया। सोनिया जी राहुल जी एक्यूज नंबर 1, एक्यूज नंबर 2। ये जो सैम पित्रोदा जो फॉरेन का काम देखते हैं और बीच बीच में बयानबाजी करते हैं, और सुमन दुबे ये भी डायरेक्टर है यंग इंडिया के, तो इनका नाम इंक्लूड किया गया है। अब इनका नाम क्यों इंक्लूड किया गया है, किस केस में इंक्लूड किया गया है? ईडी ने अपने चार्जशीट में पीएमएलए, जो कि प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट है, उसके अंतर्गत वेरियस सेक्शंस के अंतर्गत इनका नाम इंक्लूड किया है। 2022 से 25 के बीच में कुछ डेवलपमेंट हुआ है नेशनल हेराल्ड के केस में। क्या क्या डेवलपमेंट हुआ है जो आज हम सबको जानना जरूरी है? नंबर 1 डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, आपने टीवी न्यूज में देखा है कि राहुल जी से और सोनिया जी से ईडी ने पूछताछ की है। अब डकैती करोगे तो पूछताछ तो करेगी, उनसे पूछताछ हुई, पूरा कच्चा चिट्ठा सामने आया, कहां पैसा छुपा हुआ है, किस प्रकार से लेन देन हुई है, ये सारा कुछ सामने आ गया पूछताछ से। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, आज मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, वो एकमात्र एम्प्लॉई है नेशनल एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड की। ही इज द ओनली कर्मचारी ऑफ एजेएल इसलिए उनसे भी पूछताछ हुई कि आप अकेले कर्मचारी हैं भैया, आप बताइए। दूसरा विषय। तीसरा विषय, जब ये यंग इंडिया ने एक्वायर किया एसोसिएटेड जर्नल लिमिटेड को, उस समय एक बड़ी बात देखी गई कि इतने बड़े प्रॉपर्टी को एक्वायर करने के बाद कुछ तो टैक्स देना बनता था। तो इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट ने देखा कि 414 करोड़ का टैक्स इवेजन ये सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी ने कर दिया है। 50 लाख देके 5,000 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी ले ली और टैक्स नहीं दिया। तो 414 करोड़ का टैक्स इवेजन भी किया है, यह भी सामने आ गया। उसके बाद 16 लोकेशंस पे, जो ये एजेएल की प्रॉपर्टी थी, 16 लोकेशंस पे रेड मारे गए एजेंसीज के और बहुत सारे दस्तावेज सामने आए। उन दस्तावेजों में बहुत सारी बातों का खुलासा हुआ। जब ईडी ने ये रेड किया और ईडी ने उसके साथ ही जो इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी थी एसोसिएटेड जर्नल की, उनको सील कर दिया। और इससे बहुत कुछ सामने आया जो मैं आपको अभी बताने वाला हूं। ये चौंकाने वाला विषय है। ईडी के चार्जशीट में पढ़ता हूं कि आखिर इन प्रॉपर्टीज को सील क्यों किया गया, इन पर रेड क्यों डाला गया, वर्तमान में एक केस सोनिया जी और राहुल जी के खिलाफ क्यों हुआ। ईडी कहती है, These properties were attached after extensive investigation by the ED, which revealed significant generation and possession and use of proceeds of crime to the tune of 988 crore. To secure the proceeds of crime and to prevent the accused from dissipating the same. कल कांग्रेस वाले प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कह रहे थे, अरे कोई प्रॉपर्टी तो बेचा नहीं, कोई प्रॉपर्टी खरीदा नहीं, प्रॉपर्टी तो जहां का तहां खड़ा है, फिर हमने क्या गड़बड़ी की। ईडी ने कहा, भैया प्रॉपर्टी तो वहीं खड़ी है, मगर उस प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल करके, उस प्रॉपर्टी के माध्यम से आपने प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम मतलब जो आपने भ्रष्टाचार किया, उससे जो उगाही की, उस प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम को आपने स्टोर किया, उस प्रॉपर्टी के माध्यम से उसे यूज किया और उस प्रॉपर्टी के माध्यम से आपने जनरेट किया और लगभग 1,000 करोड़ रुपए अब तक 22 से 25 के बीच में 1,000 करोड़ रुपए आपने जनरेट कर लिया है, ताकि ये पैसा आप ठिकाने न लगा दो और उस पैसे का हिसाब में हेरफेर, ये तो मां बेटे तो हेरा फेरी कर रहे हैं ना, तो हेरा फेरी आप ना कर दो, इसलिए हमने इसे सब सील कर दिया है। अब क्या प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम थे जो ईडी ने अपने चार्जशीट में लिखा है? 3 महत्वपूर्ण प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम लिखा है। ये बिल्डिंग्स तो थी ही, मगर इन बिल्डिंग्स के माध्यम से बोगस डोनेशन, कि हम डोनेशन देंगे जी, 18 करोड़ के बोगस डोनेशन हुए। हम नेशनल हेराल्ड को, हम आपके कॉज के लिए डोनेशन देना चाहते हैं। अब देखिए, ये जो यंग इंडिया कंपनी थी, ये तो नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का मतलब है हम कोई प्रॉफिट नहीं कमाएंगे, हम रियल एस्टेट का काम नहीं करेंगे, हम क्या करेंगे, चैरिटी का काम करेंगे। मगर जब उनके कागज देखे गए तो उसमें चैरिटी के नाम पे तो 1 भी रुपया खर्चा नहीं हुआ है, 1 भी रुपया चैरिटी पे खर्चा नहीं हुआ है। तो सारा काम तो कमर्शियल किया है आपने। ये जो बोगस डोनेशन हुआ है 18 करोड़ रुपए का, जब ढूंढा गया कि डोनेशन किसने किया है, तो डोनर नहीं मिल रहे हैं। डोनेशन आया है 18 करोड़, अब डोनेशन किसने दिया है पता नहीं थी। अब उसके साथ बोगस एडवांस रेंट, एक बिल्डिंग है बहादुर शाह जफर बिल्डिंग, तो किसी ने कहा मैं भैया ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर रेंट पे लूंगा, 2 करोड़ रुपए महीने दूंगा, तो आप मुझे रेंट पे दीजिए। तो बाद में रेट में देखा गया, अरे रेंट तो आ रहा है मगर बिल्डिंग तो खाली है, इसमें तो कंपनी है ही नहीं। तो बोगस एडवांस रेंट लेकर मां बेटे ने, यंग इंडिया ने कमाया 38 करोड़ रुपया, 38 करोड़ रुपया कमा लिया, घर खाली, रेंट आ रहा है। अरे बाप रे, ये डकैती नहीं तो क्या है? बोगस एडवर्टाइजमेंट आ रहा है और उसमें 29 करोड़ रुपए ले लिया है। एडवर्टाइजमेंट कौन दे रहा है? अब सोचिए कि मां बेटे के पास 100 करोड़ रुपए है, उसको वाइट करना है, तो वो क्या करेंगे? वो जाके बोलेंगे उन्हीं के कांग्रेस के नेता को, तुम्हारा जन्मदिन कब है? बोलेगा मेरा जन्मदिन परसों है। बोलेगा अच्छा तुम ये लो 50 लाख रुपए, जाओ जरा जाके एजेएल को दो, 50 लाख रुपए का वो एडवर्टाइजमेंट तुम्हारे जन्मदिन पे निकाल।
और फिर
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays people are getting used to China products. So let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian art.
I hope we will be part of Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Let's bring some better changes in the livelihoods of our Indian artists.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसका अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about
After hearing about Republic Positive Influencer program, I had to send this video to Republic. It's all about IPL matches. Virat ke shots to Dhoni ki stumping. From jaw-dropping sixes to nail-biting finishes. RCB के fans का वो loyal base to CSK के fans का वो stadium में craze. मेरी क्रिकेट की स्टोरीज में IPL की full on vibe है. I am really hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of cricket.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
CEO grilling for Robert Vadra when confronted by Republic. Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me."
This is an open and shut case of fraud, corruption and money laundering. Misusing a charitable route and the party's resources which they've acquired like this for their own personal gain.
BJP slams Congress amid ED action on Vadra. Gandhi says dynastic family is misusing public money for power. Biggest startup fraud exposed. Blue Smart owners siphoned off 262 crores used for personal luxury items. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab debate India's most watched primetime show. I don't. And it is an end of the road for Blue Smart's journey. After the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI released an interim order on April 15th, pointing to financial wrongdoings by the promoters of Gensol Engineering, who were also among the co-founders of Blue Smart. The electric vehicle ride-hailing company has started shutting down its services in metro cities, including Delhi NCR, Mumbai and Bengaluru. Anmol Jaggi, the managing director of Gensol, along with Puneet Jaggi, the co-founder of Blue Smart, are involved in the 262 crore rupee fraud. So the total fraud amounts to around 262 crores. Gensol secured loans worth 830 crores in 2021 and 2022. And the total fraud now amounts to 262 crores. Funds were meant to purchase 6,400 electric vehicles. The loan was for the purchase of these vehicles. By February 2025, only 4,704 electric vehicles were procured. Only 569 crore was used and 262 crore unaccounted for. Now, 262 crore is siphoned off through shell entities. Now, the loan that was taken up to start Blue Smart for purchasing electric vehicles, and then how the funds were siphoned off to offshore entities, money used for personal enrichment and luxury lifestyle. Now, that is a shocking startup scam, a 262 crore fraud. Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir has once again made controversial remarks against India. Pakistan has once again needled India on the Kashmir issue and said that no power in the world could separate it from Pakistan. The anti-India rhetoric by Munir comes days after India slammed Pakistan for once again bringing up the Kashmir issue during a United Nations debate on peacekeeping reforms and asked the neighboring country to vacate parts it had occupied illegally.
Our government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation. Our government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
The Congress came out in support of West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over her claim of a BSF hand in the Murshidabad violence. Congress Lok Sabha MP Pramod Tiwari said while he was pained by the loss of lives in Murshidabad violence, there are larger questions of whether the forces responsible for safeguarding the country's borders had a role in the unrest.
हिंसा किसी भी हालत में, किसी भी स्वरूप में, किसी भी जगह, किसी के द्वारा भी नहीं की जानी चाहिए और अगर है तो उसे हर हालत में सख्ती के साथ रोका जाना चाहिए और जो अपना किरदार निभाने में असफल हुए हों, निश्चित रूप से उन्हें अपना धर्म निभाना चाहिए। ये हिंसा कराई है कुछ जिनकी जिम्मेदारी हिंसा रोकने की।
A day after the Supreme Court asked the centre if it would consider putting Muslims in Hindu religious trusts, Waqf JPC chairman Jagdambika Pal said while the question was valid, the apex court itself said that the Waqf board is not a religious body but an administrative one. Quoting the apex court as qualifying the Waqf board as the legal custodian of Waqf properties, the BJP MP said there was nothing wrong in drafting non-Muslim members in an administrative body.
आज जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ये सवाल उठा रहा है, इसके पहले भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 2010 में रामराज फाउंडेशन बनाम यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया का सवाल उठा था, जिसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फैसला किया था कि वक्फ बोर्ड इज नॉट ए रिलीजियस बॉडी। ये एक कानूनी संस्था है जो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी के रखरखाव को देखती है। तो इसमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के भी लोग रहेंगे, इसमें और भी रहेंगे। तो इसलिए जब कोई प्रशासनिक बॉडी है तो उसमें मुस्लिम या नॉन मुस्लिम बिल्कुल रखना वाजिब है।
Mamata Banerjee implicated the centre for the Murshidabad violence, accusing Union Home Minister Amit Shah of using the BSF in bringing outsiders to foment unrest. Union Minister Giriraj Singh came down heavily on the Bengal Chief Minister, lashing out at Mamata for not visiting the displaced Hindus at the relief camps in Malda. The Union Minister said she failed to follow Raj Dharma and violence was at its peak on her watch.
ममता बनर्जी अपने राजधर्म का पालन नहीं किया और उनके संरक्षण में हिंसा हो रहा है, हिंसा हो रहा था, हत्याओं का दौर जारी है और नरेंद्र मोदी उनके खुशहाली के लिए वक्फ बोर्ड का परिवर्तन करे।
Businessman Robert Vadra reached the Directorate of Enforcement Office for the third straight day for questioning in connection with the Skylight Hospitality case. Visuals showed Vadra leaving his residence for the ED office in his vehicle, accompanied by his wife and Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
उन सबको कुचलता है प्रशासनिक कार्यकुशलता के नाम पर। पहला, मैं 7-8 बिंदु आपको जल्द से गिनवा देता हूं। पहला, 2 अनुच्छेद हमारे पार्ट 3 में मानव अधिकार के विशेष रूप से बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हैं। पार्ट 3 जिसको मानव अधिकार का वर्ग कहते हैं, उस पर सभी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रावधान हैं, लेकिन विशेष रूप से 25 और 26 बड़ा स्पष्ट रूप से कहता है कि हर व्यक्ति को पूरा अधिकार क्षेत्र स्वायत्त है कि वो निर्वाह करे, अभ्यास करे, प्रसारित करे, प्रचार करे अपने धर्म को और अपने धर्म से संबंधित संस्थाओं को चलाए, मैनेज करे, उसमें बैठे, उसमें चुनावित हो, इत्यादि इत्यादि। कोई ये नहीं कह रहा है कि ये अधिकार जो संवैधानिक अधिकार हैं ये पूरे एब्सोल्यूट हैं, इनमें कोई सीमा नहीं है। सीमा भी लिखी गई है संविधान में, 3 सीमाएं लिखी गई हैं। पब्लिक ऑर्डर, सार्वजनिक व्यवस्था यानी बदले कोई, स्वास्थ्य हेल्थ और नैतिकता मोरालिटी, ये 3 शब्द संविधान ने खुद ने डाल दिए प्रतिबंध के रूप से। और आप देखेंगे, जैसे मैं बताता हूँ आपको उदाहरण के तौर पे, कि ये 3 दूरगामी रूप से भी कोई संबंध नहीं रखते वक्फ एक्ट से। कोई इसमें ऐसा प्रावधान नहीं है जो सार्वजनिक कानूनी व्यवस्था को बचाने के लिए किया गया हो, कोई इसमें ऐसा प्रावधान नहीं जो स्वास्थ्य के लिए किया गया हो, कोई इसमें ऐसा प्रावधान नहीं है जो सार्वजनिक नैतिकता या पब्लिक मोरालिटी के लिए किया गया हो। तो इस प्रावधान पे, जैसा मैंने कहा, 60 साल 70 साल पहले, 50 के दशक में और उसके बाद 60 के दशक में, मैं आपको कानून से बोर नहीं करूँगा, बड़े महत्वपूर्ण जाने माने 5 खंडपीठों के आदेश है उच्चतम न्यायालय के, विस्तार से व्यापक निर्णय हैं। रतिलाल गांधी है, तिलकायत गोविंद लाल जी महाराज के नाम से है, जिसने कहा है कि किसी रूप से अगर आप किसी ऐसे वर्ग की संस्थाओं को स्वायत्तता से हटाएंगे, उनके ऊपर नियंत्रण इतना करेंगे कि उनका स्वायत्व खत्म होता है, तो वह असंवैधानिक है। इस मूल 60-70 साल पुराने सिद्धांत को ये कानून बेरहमी से हनन करता है। और इस उल्लंघन से वो जो मूल हिस्सा है, जो हृदय है और जो आत्मा है संविधान की, उसको भेदता है।
So Abhishek Manu Singhvi there speaking on the Waqf hearing in the Supreme Court. Now a replica of a temple atop M. Karunanidhi's memorial at Marina Beach in Chennai stirred up a political storm in Tamil Nadu, with the Bharatiya Janata Party accusing the ruling DMK of insulting Hindu sentiments. Sharing a picture on social media of the memorial decorated with a replica of Sri Villiputtur temple, Gopuram, on social media, Tamil Nadu BJP Vice President Narayanan Tirupati called for its immediate removal and slammed the DMK. And Sharda joins us live from Karunanidhi's memorial. Sharda, if you could just tell us more how this entire issue is being taken up by the BJP, because it's also the pictures of the memorial have been put up on social media and the BJP is asking for its immediate removal.
Well, today the HRNC Minister, Shekhar Babu, had to present his grant at the State Assembly, and just before that he went to seek blessings with the late leader of the DMK, Karunanidhi, following which the display there shows it's a temple tower displayed on his memorial, and BJP is now taken it saying that it's hurting the Hindu sentiments because the Sri Villiputtur temple, where the deity is considered to be very strong and many followers for it from the state of Tamil Nadu, being an important temple, the temple tower cannot be used for a memorial. BJP Vice President Narayanan Tirupati and former President Annamalai and now President Naina Nagendran have also taken it to social media to share the reaction, condemning this particular act of DMK, stating that it not only hurts the sentiments of Hindu, but it is also an insult to the Lord of or the deity, because it is a picture of the temple tower which is used on a burial ground, which is not right. Though it is a memorial, it cannot be done, and that's what the BJP is stating now. It looks like the AIADMK is also against this, but however they have not raised their voice to the DMK yet on this, and DMK is yet to react to this particular situation where BJP is asking them to remove the picture immediately.
Right, Sharda, we'll just play across a report that you sent earlier in the day. Let's show that report to our viewers.
With the ongoing budget assembly session going on, today was a grand session of the HRNC department. The Hindu Resource and Charitable Endowments Minister Shekhar Babu had initially visited the Karunanidhi's memorial early in the morning before he submitted his grant in the State Assembly. However, standing at Karunanidhi's memorial, there was a design made on the late DMK leader's statue, where it said, given that it was a temple tower, which we call it the Gopuram, which belonged to a very famous Sri Villiputtur temple in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, the BJP has stood against it, stating that this was a disrespect to the Hindu sentiments and it was not right to put a temple tower on top of a burial ground. However, the DMK has not yet responded to this particular issue that the BJP and AIADMK have been brought up. However, now BJP states that it is not only affecting the Hindu sentiments, but it was in irrespect to the deity of the temple, because it is not necessary to put the temple tower in a burial ground.
Now, while entering ED office for day 3 questioning in the Haryana land deal scam, Robert Vadra was spooked by Republic and said, "Keep Republic's mic away from me."
What took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Also questioning, sir.
भैया इनको आने मत दो, इनको मत आने दो.
सर आपको साइड हो जाइए.
इसको हटाइए. पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज़ है. हटाइए. आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूँ. इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे. और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से. अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूँ। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से। इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हैं? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हैं? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हैं? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हैं? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हैं? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक को रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए।
So Robert Vadra being questioned in the Haryana land deal scam, and how is Robert Vadra really linked to this scam? Now, the first FIR registered was on September 2018. This was the first FIR against Robert Vadra. And then Vadra's Skylight Hospitality was named in this FIR for the first time. The accused was apparently received paybacks and irregularities in the land deals came into foray. Now accused of money laundering, those were the primary accusations against Robert Vadra, the accusation of money laundering. Now the BJP meanwhile has questioned Robert Vadra and the Gandhis in the relation with the National Herald and land scam case.
नकली गांधी परिवार जो है ये खानदानी भ्रष्ट और खानदानी चोर हैं। ये मैं इसलिए कहता हूं कि जीजा जी जमीन घोटाले में भूमाफिया बन के किसानों की जमीन हड़पते हैं। नेता प्रतिपक्ष खुद राहुल गांधी का नाम नेशनल हेराल्ड घोटाले में आ रहा है। मम्मी सोनिया गांधी जी वीवीआईपी चौपर घोटाले और नेशनल हेराल्ड में उनका नाम आ रहा है। पिताजी राजीव गांधी जी बोफोर्स में उनका नाम आया है। क्या इस परिवार ने ये कसम खाई हुई है कि हम जहां जाएंगे भारत के नागरिकों को और किसानों को लूटेंगे, उनकी जमीन हड़पेंगे?
तो हैरानगी है दैट दे आर मिसलीडिंग देयर ओन कार्डर्स। और कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो रैंक एंड फाइल है उनके कार्यकर्ता, उनसे वो प्रोटेस्ट करा रहे हैं। अगर प्रोटेस्ट सही माने में किसी को करनी चाहिए तो उन कार्यकर्ताओं को, कांग्रेस पार्टी के मेंबर्स को अपनी पार्टी के लीडरशिप के खिलाफ करनी चाहिए। नेशनल हेराल्ड हैज अ वेरी लॉन्ग and I might even say distinguished history. In 1937 में National Herald was established. In 2008 the newspaper stopped any pretension of publication. 2008 में छपना बंद हो गया था। और उसके बाद ये जो केस है which has fructified now into this ED action, ये केस तो it started around 2012 and 13. We were not even present on the scene then. But more important, how is it कि by a nominal amount of कितना 50 लाख रुपया and they acquired assets for 2,000 crores, और किस किस्म की वो एंट्री हुई है, पता नहीं डोटॉक्स या क्या कोई एंट्री हुई है वहां पे कलकत्ते से। और आप सेक्शन 8, सेक्शन 25 की बात करते हैं। दिस इज ए ओपन एंड शट केस ऑफ फ्रॉड, करप्शन एंड मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग।
And a day after West Bengal Chief Minister announced a compensation of rupees 10 lakhs each to the next of kin of the lynched Hindus in Murshidabad, their family members rejected the offer. Lashing out at the Bengal government, they said they don't want compensation checks, but swift justice for those responsible for the killing of their loved ones. Take a look at this report.
The families of the two Hindus lynched in Bengal's Murshidabad spurned Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's offer of compensation. At a meeting with Muslim clerics in light of the violence over the Waqf law in Murshidabad and elsewhere in Bengal, Mamata announced rupees 10 lakh each for the next of kin of the lynched Hindus. However, the bereaved families rejected the compensation offer, demanding justice and closure. Lashing out at the Mamata government, a relative of one of the deceased said the families don't need compensation checks but swift justice against the accused.
না কিছু ভাবে করেন
কি চাইছেন আপনি?
আমরা কি চাইছি? আমরা 10 লক্ষ চাইও না, আমরা বাংলার বাড়িও চাই না। যেভাবে মেরেছে সেভাবে যেন শাস্তিটা হয়, সেটা করেন।
And let's have a look at some of the other news in Bharat in 5. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose met the victims of Murshidabad violence. The minority-dominated region has been rife with violence since last week in the wake of violent protests against the Waqf Amendment Act.
See, I had been to Delhi. What transpired in Delhi, I do not want to convey it now. I'm going to the field. Let me also have a first-hand account of what really happened in the field. That's a reality check which I'm doing today. I'm also meeting some of the victims who have come to meet me here.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that many trade restrictions and tariff wars, the dangers of over-reliance on foreign components and logistics networks and the drawbacks of the just-in-time approach have become visible. Singh, who was addressing an event at Manekshaw Centre, said the government's aim was to prepare the force for the future. The Karnataka Congress staged a protest against the central government, condemning the BJP's policies for exploiting the poor while enriching the wealthy. Minister Krishna Bairgauda criticized the government's handling of essential commodities, alleging that rising prices and increased taxes are draining the common people while benefiting the rich. The Congress leader expressed outrage at the increasing financial burden of common people, comparing the situation as akin to sucking the blood of the people. While exuding confidence, RJD leader Mrityunjay Tiwari said that people of Bihar have already accepted Tejasvi Yadav as their new chief minister. The remarks by the leader comes as Bihar inches closer to assembly elections.
आरजेडी के प्रदेश कार्यालय में महागठबंधन में शामिल सभी दलों के बीच महत्वपूर्ण बैठक होनी है। अब चुनाव नज़दीक आ रहे हैं तो बैठकों का सिलसिला तो जारी रहेगा। हम सभी सहयोगी दलों के साथ मिल बैठ करके रणनीति बनाएंगे। महागठबंधन पूरी तरह से इंटैक्ट है और बिहार की 14 करोड़ जनता श्री तेजस्वी यादव जी को अपना मुख्यमंत्री मान चुकी है।
RJD MLA Ritlal Yadav has been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody after he surrendered before Danapur court today. A complaint was filed against him and his associates with accusations of forging documents, extortions and death threats. The MLA rejects allegations and says that attempts to kill him are being made.
हमको हत्या करने के लिए महीनों दिन से प्रयास किया जा रहा है। हमने जब जानकारी हुई बात को हमको मेरी हत्या के कारण हत्या करने की साजिश रचा गया इस तरह से जो कि 47 भी मेरे विरोधी को उपलब्ध कराया गया कुछ पदाधिकारी के द्वारा कि तुम रितलाल को मार दो, हम तुम्हारे ऊपर केस नहीं होने देंगे।
Congress leader Salim Ahmed led a protest in Bengaluru denouncing the central government's recent hike in petrol and LPG prices. Ahmed expressed strong concerns over the rising costs, drawing comparisons to the tenure of former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh.
When the price was high, petrol was available around 60 rupees per litre. Diesel was available for 56 rupees. Gas was available around 400 rupees. Now it has become double. So that is why it has caused a lot of inconvenience and problems for the common man. That is why we are protesting.
Amidst a controversy over his new book, The Chief Minister and the Spy, former RAW Chief Amarjeet Singh Daulat dismissed claims that former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah supported the abrogation of Article 370, stressing that the leader was deeply pained by the move and was never taken into confidence by the centre.
वो बहुत मैं कहूँगा उस टाइम डॉक्टर साहब का दिल टूटा हुआ था कि हमारे साथ ये हुआ जो हम हिंदुस्तान के साथ रहे हैं हमेशा। मेरा बाप हिंदुस्तान के साथ था, मैं हिंदुस्तान के साथ हूँ, मेरे बच्चे हिंदुस्तान के साथ हैं। अब मेरे ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन पूछ रहे हैं कि यही हिंदुस्तान है क्या? इसी के साथ आपने कहा कि हमें चलना है। तो बात यूं हुई थी।
Delhi Forest and Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa inspected the ground status of the ongoing remediation work at the Ghazipur landfill site. He informed that a new agency will be appointed to monitor the remediation work, and if compliance is not ensured, the department will impose a huge penalty on them.
आज हम आए एमसीडी के साथ उनको डायरेक्शंस दी हैं। जिस स्पीड से काम कर रहा हो स्पीड से पूरा नहीं हो पाएगा। इसकी स्पीड को डबल करना होगा, नई एजेंसी हायर की जाए और इसकी टाइमलाइन जो है हम खुद मॉनिटर करेंगे। दिल्ली सरकार के ऑफिस में डैशबोर्ड लगाएंगे और इनकी रोज़ की जो जानकारी है हम लेंगे और जो इनकी कंप्लायंस है वो पूरी हों वो हम खुद इंश्योर करेंगे। नहीं होगा तो अब इन्वायरमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के ऊपर सेस लगाएगा, इनके ऊपर पेनल्टी लगाएगा बड़ी।
And on the other side of the break, it's day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a cut.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays, people are getting used to China products. So let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कैसे पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra when confronted by Republic. Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me."
This is an open and shut case of fraud, corruption and money laundering. Misusing a charitable route and the party's resources which they've acquired like this for their own personal gain.
BJP slams Congress amid ED action on Vadra. Gandhi says dynasty family is misusing public money for power. Biggest startup fraud exposed. Smart owner siphoned off 262 crores used for personal luxury items. Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar and Bengal LOP Shuvendu Adhikari met with West Bengal Governor along with the victims of Murshidabad violence. SC bench of CJI Sanjeev Khanna and Justices Sanjay Kumar accept the SG's assurance and ask the Union government to file response to the petitions within a week. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's debate India's most watched primetime show. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. I'm Suesha Samant, and first up we get you details of how Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar and Bengal LOP Shuvendu Adhikari met with West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose along with the victims of Murshidabad violence. Meanwhile, Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, who made an appeal to the governor saying, and I quote, "No one should go to Murshidabad at this point." More than 400 Hindus who've been displaced from Murshidabad, they've been forced to move to Malda and other parts of West Bengal owing to the violence in Murshidabad at a time when the centre has asked the West Bengal government to take control of the situation. Mamta Banerjee, who says that nobody can or should visit Murshidabad at this point. Cutting across to Kishale, joining us from the Bangla newsroom with further details on the same. Over to you, Kishale.
Well, exactly. Mamta Banerjee has made a comment that she can go to Murshidabad anytime, but she is refraining from going. She will go at the right time. And also she has added that the governor should not go at this point of time because it can worsen the situation. That is what Mamta Banerjee is saying. We know that the governor already discussed and decided that he will be going to Murshidabad, and he will also visit the camps where the refugees are taking shelter. A while back, the refugees came to governor's house in Kolkata, Raj Bhavan in Kolkata, and met him. The governor was briefed about the situation of the Hindu Bengalis in Malda, Murshidabad district. The refugees themselves came and told the governor about their fate, what happened that night, and everything that transpired after that. After which the governor told them that the governor will be helping them in all situations. He is with them, and he will be going to Murshidabad tomorrow is what we were hearing initially. But Mamta Banerjee is now saying that she will request the governor to not go to Murshidabad right now, as this is not the right time. and when the time will be ripe, she will herself go there. That is what she is saying. The governor, on the other hand, in an exclusive interview to Republic Bangla, he has told us that the chief minister has not sent any request to the governor as of yet, so no request has been received and no changes of decision has been made. That is what the governor told us in an exclusive interview with Mayuk Ranjan Ghosh, senior editor of Republic Bangla. So at one hand, the chief minister, I don't know what is the reason, she doesn't want to let the governor go there. She doesn't want to go herself. As the situation worsens there, the Hindus are still in refugee camps. They have to return. They are wanting to return. They cannot return to their homes. Their houses are being burnt. She offered some money, 10 lakh rupees, to the family of the deceased who were killed. They did not accept that money. They declined that money as well. Now the chief minister Mamata Banerjee is saying that the governor should not go there, and she is saying she will go at the right time. I don't know when is that right time, as already the houses have been burnt. This is the time when the people of Murshidabad, Hindus of Murshidabad, need support. They need assurance, but I don't know what is in the mind of chief minister, but she is saying that the governor should not go right now at Murshidabad.
Kishale, she is not visited herself. She is not allowing others to go. And this also, when we've seen several top TMC leaders downplaying the Hindu exodus from Murshidabad. In fact, let's play out both those statements from Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose, after which I come back to you.
শুনুন, আমি একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, আমাকে কমিউনাল টেনশন ছাড়া, কমিউনাল রাইট ছাড়া, এনি কোশ্চেন
I don't want communal tension there.
নিশ্চয়ই চাই না আপনারা কেউ কোনো প্রভোকেশনে যান বা কেউ কোনো প্রভোকেশন করুক, আমি নিজেও করব না।
I don't want anyone should go
You
there.
don't ask me this question, I think so. I have told you, you can ask the question whatever BJP will tell you. But please remember, we have already announced yesterday our policy. The victims, we are giving 10 lakhs to each family. And the victims जिसको घर तोड़ा है, जो भी इसमें शामिल है, मैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पहले इसको बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे। जो बीजेपी करते हैं उसको सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर करते हैं। इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए हम लोगों ने सीट तैयार किया है, लेट देम फाइंड आउट, लेकिन उसको सबको घर हम बांग्ला का बाड़ी बना देंगे। इज इट क्लियर? आई थिंक इट इज क्रिस्टल क्लियर एंड यू हैव हर्ड द कोर्ट भार्डिक्ट ऑल्सो। और बॉर्डारও আমাদের হাতে নেই, প্লিজ রিমেম্বার। আগে বর্ডারের 5 কিলোমিটার পর্যন্ত বিএসএফ এর আন্ডারে ছিল। প্রেজেন্ট হোম মিনিস্টার আইন করে 50 কিলোমিটার করে দিয়েছে। শুধু মিথ্যে কথা বলা আমাদের নামে, গার্বেজ অফ লাইজ। আমি বলবো সবাই শান্তিতে থাকুন। দাঙ্গা হিন্দুও করে না, দাঙ্গা মুসলমানও করে না, দাঙ্গা শিখও করে না। দাঙ্গা তৈরি করা হয় কিছু ক্রিমিনালসদের দিয়ে। আমি অ্যাপিল করব মাননীয় রাজ্যপাল মহাশয়কে, প্লিজ ওয়েট ফিউ ডেজ মোর।
I will certainly visit Murshidabad, but which are the locations I have to decide for myself after some more study. It's a request by the people from that area. They have requested that a BSF camp should be there. This is something which has to be examined in all its aspects at the highest levels. See, my job as governor is to be an effective link between the center and the state. The request that is made by the people will certainly be taken up with the appropriate authorities at the appropriate level. This kind of situations are not to be dealt with emotionally.
Mr. Governor, welcome to Republic Bangla. What specifically did you understand the condition of those who have came here to meet you, sir?
It was very sad and pitiable tales of woe, which the women who met me had to narrate. When a mother says, the gundas comes, and some reason or the other, the feeling of a mother, a feeling of helplessness, a feeling of being dishonored, every complaint was very, very pathetic. It shows a situation where people are forced to live in fear. And worse than that, the women who met me told me that we are not getting any support from the law enforcing authority. Many of them came and said, when the central forces came, after that, the situation is coming to normal. Their request itself is to place central forces on a permanent footing. That is their request. So I am going to the field to assess for myself what exactly is happening there. I heard reports from various people, and as you know, hundreds of people, particularly women, used to ring me up directly in the peace room. I used to talk to them directly, and I could find that a fear of psychosis is very much there. This does not bring credit to anybody down the line. After meeting the people in the field and sharing their experiences and seeing for myself the extent of damage that has been done to the morale of the people, I will certainly take immediate action within the constitution, within the law, involving the state government, the central government and other stakeholders.
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has requested you not to go to Murshidabad, Malda. What do you want to say about it?
She never requested me like that.
And no telephone conversation and all. And what do you want to say to the people of Bengal, if you want to say something to them?
There is a strong government led by the Prime Minister, and we are a federalism. The state government and the central government should work together hand in hand in facing such situations and bringing comfort and consolation to the people. As governor, my role is to see that the constitutional proprieties are observed, people can live without fear. You know, violence is something which can never justify under any circumstances. As Gandhiji said, you know, an eye for an eye will make all of us blind. That's a realization which people have to take, whether it is name of religion, name of culture, or any justification you give. Nobody has got a right to take the law in their hand. Violence is a weapon of the impatient and the incompetent. A state cannot afford to encourage that. We will put it down with an iron hand. We'll certainly give protection, sense of relief, sense of security to the people.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic Bangla.
Thank you.
And there you heard from Governor C.V. Ananda Bose, who in that exclusive interview to Republic Bangla spoke of the helpless situation of more than 400 Hindus who've been forced to move out of Murshidabad after the violence broke out. They are now seeking shelter in several other parts of West Bengal. This at a time when we've seen Mamata Banerjee asking that nobody should visit Murshidabad, and the governor meeting with the victims, seeking a report. We'll continue to get you the latest. For the moment, we shift our focus. Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held an important review meeting in Delhi on the cleaning of River Yamuna. Senior officials, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, who were also present in that meeting. This was a key session that was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And let me cut across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from the newsroom. Gopi, you've been tracking every development on the ground with regards to the cleaning of River Yamuna. What is the progress, considering this was one of the most important goals for when BJP came into power in Delhi? And what was discussed as a part of this meeting?
Well, in fact, Suyesha, this process was in fact initiated in the month of February of this year, where the Delhi Pollution Control Board had submitted a detailed report to the PMO on Yamuna Rejuvenation Project, which they were planning. Time and again, we have seen that this was the talking point even before the elections, assembly elections. So today, most probably, the talking point would have been at that particular meeting would have been how to clean Yamuna, while it's a 48-kilometer long stretch from Palla to Asgarpur. So there would be discussion and deliberations on strategies of one to clean Yamuna, while other is also to initiate a sewage treatment power plant in that 48-kilometer stretch. So these are the talking points of the report, which was submitted by the Delhi Pollution Control Board to the PMO a few months back. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, and very important there, very close follow-up, and the very fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi leading this meeting. When can Delhiites actually see a clean Yamuna, and how much time is being predicted in the process of the cleanup?
fact, it indeed is a plan of over 9 months. That is what we are learning, because the entire process has already begun. Just immediately after submitting the report to the PMO, we have seen, we on our channel have also shown how various places of Yamuna were being taken care of. There were many plants which were made on the banks of Yamuna. There was usage of various treatment plants as well near Yamuna. So we will have to wait and watch how much time it is going to take. But yes, PM's cognizance to this particular project and plan becomes of utmost importance. Back to you.
Thanks for getting us those details. Moving on, a replica of a temple atop M. Kalainagar Karunanidhi's memorial at Marina Beach in Chennai that has stirred up a political storm in Tamil Nadu, with the BJP accusing the ruling DMK of insulting Hindu sentiments. Sharing a picture on social media of the memorial decorated with a replica of Srivilliputur Temple Gopuram on social media, Tamil Nadu BJP Vice President Narayanan Tirupati called for its immediate removal and slammed the DMK over what has happened. Sarda joining us live with details of BJP's demand, how they're slamming the DMK, and any responses coming in.
Well, the BJP is now asked the DMK HRNC Minister Shekhar Babu to seek immediate forgiveness for this particular issue, as this display of the temple tower on the memorial of late DMK leader Karunanidhi is affecting the Hindu sentiments, because the temple tower belongs to a famous temple, and it's also more or less like a disrespect to the temple deity. And following the BJP leaders asking for his forgiveness, they have also asked the DMK leaders to immediately remove the flower arrangement made there on the burial grounds of Karunanidhi. It is the BJP questioning constantly with the DMK against this particular issue. However, the DMK has not responded. What we have to notice here is this is coming right after Minister Ponmudi recently made a statement against Shaivism and Vaishnavism in a public meet. So the BJP is stating that this move by the DMK is constantly hurting a particular set of people in the state of Tamil Nadu, as they are targeting a caste-based politics here. Back to the studio.
All right, Sharda, thank you for those details. And time now to take a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking for you in brief. These are stories on Bharat in 2 minutes. Law and order situation in Murshidabad, where violence claimed several lives. West Bengal Governor CV Ananda Bose said that he will go and meet the victims of the Murshidabad violence, which he did.
See, I had been to Delhi. What transpired in Delhi, I do not want to convey it now. I am going to the field. Let me also have a personal account of what really happened in the field. That's a reality check which I am doing today. I am also meeting some of the victims who have come to meet me here. See, I had been to Delhi. What transpired in Delhi, I do not want to convey it now. I am going to the field. Let me also have a personal account of what really happened in the field. That's a reality check which I am doing today. I am also meeting some of the victims who are.
And moving on, Supreme Court continued hearing a batch of pleas challenging the constitutional validity of the Waqf Amendment Act 2025. The second hearing that resumed this afternoon, the Apex Court granted the centre 7 days' time to file a reply over the pleas filed against the Waqf Amendment Act, after which the petitioners will be granted 5 days to review the reply. The court bench, headed by Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna, said that the interim order regarding the Act will be passed once the petitioners have reviewed the centre's reply.
Pasha. The Supreme Court has said that the Central Waqf Council and the State Waqf Boards will not be constituted. Waqf by user cannot be deleted. Now, there are other provisions also which we as a party have come to the Honorable Supreme Court that calling it unconstitutional. As you know very well that during the deliberations of the Joint Working Committee, I have given a Dyson report opposing all the amendments that were proposed by the government. And during the debate in the Parliament on the consideration or passing of that bill, I have opposed each and every amendment. I have called it unconstitutional. I still call this law as unconstitutional, as violating the fundamental rights of Article 14, 15, 25, 26 and 29. So our legal battle will continue to ensure that this act, against this act will continue.
आज जो माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का जो फिलहाल फैसला है, हमें खुशी है कि माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने फिलहाल जो अपॉइंटमेंट है उस पर अभी स्टे कर दिया है और जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं, चाहे वो वक्फ बाई यूज़र हों या अनरजिस्टर्ड हों, अभी उस पर फिलहाल किसी प्रकार की कोई उसके अंदर चेंज बदलाव नहीं होगा। तो और हम उम्मीद करते हैं जो एक हफ्ते का समय सरकार ने मांगा है उसके बाद में फिर 5 दिन का समय हम लोगों को भी दिया जाएगा जवाब देने के लिए। तो इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि जो माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का आगे को भी फैसला आएगा वो तमाम जनता के हित को देखते हुए कि इस चीज़ में कि किसी प्रकार से हमारे संवैधानिक अधिकारों का जो उल्लंघन, जो हमारे अधिकार छीनने का एक तरह प्रयास था, उसको रोक लगाते हुए हमारे हक में फैसला आएगा। और फिलहाल जो सबसे अहम पॉइंट थे उन दो उस पर फिलहाल माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्टे कर दिया। हम इसके लिए मुबारकबाद देते हैं और शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का।
देखिए, आज हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का तमाम जजेस का तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हैं कि आज हमें यहाँ इंसाफ मिला। हम तमाम वकीलों का, जो वकील भी पेश हुए, हमारे वकील और तमाम सीनियर वकील, वो सारे वकील पेश हुए, उन तमाम वकीलों का हम शुक्रगुजार हैं। और हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट से यही उम्मीद थी कि फैसला हमारे हक में आएगा। जिस तरह से आज केंद्र सरकार के वकील ने कहा, कल जो जज साहब ने बात कही थी कि हम जो वक्फ बाय यूजर प्रॉपर्टी हैं इनके साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं करेंगे, रजिस्ट्रेशन में किसी किस्म का कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं करेंगे, और जो वक्फ बोर्ड जो बनाएंगे उसमें किसी मेंबर को ना ऐड करेंगे, ना ही कोई मेंबर हम बनाएंगे, ना ही कोई वक्फ बोर्ड जो है हम फॉर्म करेंगे। तो 8 दिन का 28 तारीख को नेक्स्ट हियरिंग है। उसके बाद 5 दिन हम लोगों को जवाब दाखिल करना है। 5 पिटीशन लीड रहेंगी, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5। बाकी जो भी रिट है वो एज ए एप्लीकेशन ट्रीट की जाएगी।
And time now for some stories in brief. We are tracking for you this afternoon stories on Bharat in 5 minutes. West Bengal Governor Arnab Goswami met with the victims of Murshidabad violence. The minority-dominated region has been rife with violence since last week in the wake of protests after the Waqf Amendment Act. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that many trade restrictions and tariff wars, the dangers of over-reliance on foreign components and logistics networks and the drawbacks of the just-in-time approach have become visible. Singh, who was addressing an event at Manekshaw Centre, said the government's aim was to prepare the force for the future. Karnataka Congress staged a protest against the central government, condemning the BJP's policies for exploiting the poor while enriching the wealthy. Minister Krishna Bayer Gowda criticized the government's handling of essential commodities, alleging that rising prices and increased taxes are draining the common people while benefiting the rich. The Congress leader expressed outrage at the increasing financial burden of common people, labeling the situation as akin to sucking the blood of the people. While exuding confidence, RJD leader Mrityunjay Tiwari said people of Bihar have already accepted Tejashwi Yadav as their new chief minister. The remarks by the leader comes as Bihar inches closer to assembly elections. Breaking news coming in after Pak Army chief spewed hate against Hindus. India has replied sharply to Munir's statement. MEA has said, and I quote, "It is an integral part of India. It is a union territory of India. The only relation it has with Pakistan is the vacation of the illegally occupied territories by that country." India giving it back, setting the record straight after Pak Army chief spewed hate against Hindus, where he said no power can separate Kashmir from Pakistan. This was the MEA statement, giving it back to Pakistan, showing them the mirror, where it reads, and I quote, "It is an integral part of India. It is a union territory of India." This, of course, in reference to Jammu and Kashmir, where it continues to read, "The only relation it has with Pakistan is the vacation of the illegally occupied terrorists by that country." Listen in.
See, how can anything foreign be there in a jugular vein? This is a union territory of India. Its only relationship with Pakistan is the vacation of illegally occupied territories by that country. So this is my response to, see, how can anything foreign be there in a jugular vein? This is a union territory of India. Its only relationship with Pakistan is the vacation of illegally occupied territories by that country. So this is my response to, see, how can anything foreign be there in a jugular vein? This is a union territory of India. Its only relationship with Pakistan is the vacation of illegally occupied territories by that country. So this is my response to, see.
Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, how does Pakistan even continue to make statements of this nature when they know they're going to get it very badly back from India?
Well, you see, these are very measured words by the Minister of External Affairs and the spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal there. Essentially, General Asim Munir lost it and lost his marbles, and maybe it's a sign that there is an intense power struggle going on in Rawalpindi. And General Asim Munir, by taking that public position, has sort of tried to strengthen and bolster his position vis-a-vis his detractor, and by raising the tempers on what constitutes nationalism in Pakistan. Remember, this is a nation which is known for exporting terror around the world, and this is a nation which has become a hotbed of terror, a terror factory. This is a nation which has been slammed just yesterday by Afghanistan for fomenting trouble in their country. And this is a nation because of which there was a terrorist strike in Iran just 3 days back. This is a nation which cannot handle its own insurgencies. And for Asim Munir to indulge in the kind of braggadocio that he indulged in, obviously he was chest thumping in front of overseas Pakistanis, because if they stop sending their remittances and if they don't believe what General Munir is saying, then obviously Pakistan as a state would collapse. So General Asim Munir effectively was buttering his bread. Suesha, make no mistake. And in doing so, he has dragged Jammu and Kashmir, to which a very measured response has come from India now.
Oh yes, absolutely. Abhishek, I want to thank you for joining us and putting that into perspective. On that note, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with all the latest news and updates. Do stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsimha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Rajsimha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Kush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team.
Welcome to Republic TV. Our top focus is going to be on the third day of grilling of Robert Vadra and what is going to come out new facts in the Skylight case. First up, a look at our top headlines.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
It's day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra. When confronted by Republic, Robert Vadra says, and the only thing on his mind when he goes in for the grilling, keep Republic TV away from me.
This is an open and shut case of fraud, corruption and money laundering. Misusing a charitable route and the party's resources, which they've acquired like this, for their own personal gain.
BJP slams Congress and ED action on Vadra. Gandhi says dynastic families has misused public money for power. Biggest startup fraud is exposed. Blue Smart owners siphoned off 262 crores used for personal luxury items. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar and Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari met West Bengal governor along with the victims of Murshidabad violence. No stay on Waqf law by Supreme Court. The bench accepts the SG's assurance, asks the central government to file response to the petitions within a week. And it's primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's debate, India's most watched primetime show. There's breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. We've now been told there are fresh details that are emerging in the Vadra money laundering case. Republic accesses the clinching evidence against Robert Vadra. We've learned without any payment, land is sold to Skylight Hospitality. For more, let's go across to information that my senior executive editor and colleague Shavan Sen is getting us. Shavan, over to you. All right, viewers, I just want to tell them the breaking news that's coming in. Robert Vadra did not even pay a penny for the 3.5-acre plot. Skylight got the property without paying anything. Even the stamp duty was paid for by the seller. Land was valued at 7.5 crore, but Vadra did not pay anything. And this is huge. Let me go across to Shavan to get more details. Shavan?
Well, in fact, as Robert Vadra is now being questioned for the third day, Robert Vadra says that this is an old case. There is nothing new that has emerged. And these are the same very old questions that are being asked by the Enforcement Directorate. But Mr. Vadra, these are the questions that you perhaps are not telling the entire world, that why exactly are you being called in for question? That's because a company that is linked to Robert Vadra, that's Skylight, which is known to everyone, started with a paid up capital of just 1 lakh rupees. They get a prime property from a group called Onkareshwar, OPPL, in the year 2008, and that too, you are talking about 3.5 acres land that they had got from this company called Onkareshwar. In fact, it turns out, as per this document that I have with me, this land that Skylight Hospitality received was without making any payment. First of all, the property value was undervalued. It was 7.5 crore rupees. Not a single penny that was actually given by Skylight for the initial few months. In fact, I'm quoting from this document. They say, without making any payment to OPPL. OPPL is the seller here. Even the funds for stamp duty and other charges were also provided by OPPL. That means stamp duty worth about 45 lakh rupees rhythm was not even paid by Robert Vadra's company Skylight. How exactly did this very company give 3.5 acre land to a company which has a paid up capital of just about 1 lakh rupees? Why exactly did OPPL actually pay the stamp duty when they were selling off this land to Skylight? For what reason did the government at that point in time, because the other point that they make, a license for commercial colony for this particular land that was sold was approved by the Chief Minister of Haryana, the then Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupender Singh Hooda, within 4 days of filing the application by the company, that is Skylight files a license, and within 4 days we are given to understand that they were given the license. It turns out that the same very land that was bought, it was sold off to DLF for about 58 crore rupees. So you don't pay a single penny for the first 6 months. It turns out the stamp duty is also paid by the seller. It's a bizarre case where you have a prime property in Gurgaon being given away for not even a single penny. That's exactly what is emerging from the document. The reason why now you have Robert Vadra being questioned is because what they are saying, false statement that was given in the sale deed, because in the sale deed also it was noticed that both the entities, there are 2 companies that have been linked to Robert Vadra, did not even have the sufficient adequate amount of funds for making payment to the seller for 3.5 acres. So they did not even have the money. Interestingly, Rhythm, no money to even buy the land, but somehow they were the owner of this particular land, which was thereafter sold to DLF for 58 crore rupees.
All right, we're also getting more breaking news on the same case, and Shavan is getting us more details on this. Shavan, of course, the agencies have found a lot of details so far. False statements considering the sale deed. Note sheets are there that are showing the discrepancies. We are showing you how Vadra did not pay even a penny. Now Vadra Skylight Company had only 1 lakh rupees in the account, like you were telling us, Shavan. False statements of consideration have been given. The letter of intent has wrongly been issued to Vadra's firm Skylight Hospitality, as they only had 1 lakh rupees. Shavan, this becomes so crucial as the stamp duty itself is 45 lakh rupees and it is paid by seller. This seems to be the great deal of the century, so as to say, in favor of Robert Vadra by the then Hooda government, Shavan.
Well, it turns out that everything was essentially done to favor Skylight Hospitality. The reason why I'm saying this, Rhythm, is because the land that they managed to buy, or without even paying a single penny, has a particular stamp duty. It turns out that the land that they got was only undervalued, which means that the stamp duty is also reduced. The stamp duty for a 7.5 crore rupees land was about 45 lakh rupees. That in itself is also undervalued. It turns out that the stamp duty was also paid by the seller and not Skylight Hospitality. Interestingly, when they actually went to the bank accounts of at least two companies that have been linked to Robert Vadra, that is Skylight Hospitality Private Limited and Skylight Realty Private Limited, both of these companies, both these entities did not even have the funds because the paid up capital to begin this company was just about 1 lakh rupees. That's the amount that they had in their account. So where did the money really come from? It turns out that just from multiple other entities, and if I have to quote from this document, they are saying that 6 months later of the registration of the sale deed, using different instruments, that they had made the payment. Now it turns out this was essentially done because they finally wanted to sell this off to DLF, and that is the reason why in a circuitous manner these transactions were essentially done. The question that is to be asked, one, as to why did Bhupinder Singh Hooda actually give the license, a commercial license for this property in just 4 days, a process which takes about 3 months. Now this is an information that is out in public domain, but what we are putting out this evening is the fact that Robert Vadra's companies did not even make a single payment for about 6 months when they actually got this property. Then they got this property from Omkareshwar, the OPPL, which is the seller here. The seller was made to even pay the stamp duty. So what's the link here? Who exactly was pressurizing whom? Because at the end of the day, a company which does not even have the paid up capital, then how did they manage to get 7.5 crore worth land, that too for completely free for at least several months put together?
Absolutely. Shravan, stay with us. We also have fresh details that are emerging in the Vadra money laundering case. Republic has accessed, like you were bringing us. This is clinching evidence. And Shravan, I want you to go across to the third breaking news that you have with us. This shows that false statements of consideration were given in the sale deed. The note sheets regarding discrepancies were there in granting the letter of intent. And Vadra's firm did not have the financial and technical capability, which Shravan just told us that these are the false statements of consideration that were given out. A significant money trail of 58 crore rupees has been received by Vadra's firm. Shravan, if you can talk over these graphics and also explain to us what is it exactly now that Robert Vadra is being grilled for by the Enforcement Directorate officials?
Well, in fact, there are multiple cases that have been registered in which Robert Vadra is under the scanner. Now, this particular case is a case that was registered back in the year 2018. And the predicate offence, which is the original complaint, was basically filed in Gurgaon, and the case was against Skylight Hospitality, Bhupinder Hooda, the former chief minister, DLF, as well as Omkareshwar Properties, and there were multiple sections that were basically invoked. Now, as per the FIR, the offence was that Robert Vadra acquired land that is about 3.5 acre land from Omkareshwar Properties on the basis of a false statement for rupees 7.5 crore rupees and fraudulently obtained the license. Now, what is it that the Enforcement Directorate has found out? Now, there are 4 significant details that are basically emerging from the investigation that has been carried out. Number 1, the Enforcement Directorate has basically found discrepancies in granting the letter of intent for commercial development of 2.7 acre land that was later on obtained. Investigation further reveals that they dishonestly issued LOI, that's the letter of intent, in spite the observation by Hooda that the company does not have the financial and technical capability, but solely on the ground that the company is owned by Robert Vadra. This is where IAS officer Ashok Khemka's role came into the picture. Remember, he was shunted out by the then Chief Minister Bhupinder Hooda. This is only because Hooda had clearly stated that the company cannot really buy this land because they do not have the capacity to begin with. And then the third aspect that emerges from the investigation is that a significant money trail of about 58 crore rupees was received by Skylight, and its further utilization of purchase of properties by Robert Vadra has been done. And we are given to understand that all of this was essentially being done because of the backing that the government had given at that point in time. So here you have no money being spent by Robert Vadra, but he earns a windfall.
Absolutely. This is the scam of the century, I would say, when 1 lakh rupees gets translated into 58 crore rupees. Let that sink in. And Shravan, as I ask you to stay with us, viewers, let's also tell you, entering ED office, this is the reason Robert Vadra is spooked on day 3 with Republic TV. He sees our cameras, knows the kind of research we have with us, knows the exclusive details of the chart sheets, also all the documents that are present with Shravan that we have with us, and he says, keep Republic mic away from me. Watch this.
What took you so much time to organize documents?
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Hours of questioning, sir.
भैया इनको आने मत दो. इनको
सर आपको साइड हो जाइए.
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं. इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे. और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से. अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं. इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे. और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से. इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
इसको हटाइए. पीछे आदमी को हटाओ. रिपब्लिक हटाओ. पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है. हटाइए.
आ जाइए. आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
We're just going to play out those graphics once again to explain to us what we are talking about. Even as Shravan, I think Robert Vadra has not realized that being negative is something he is doing when he says ye negative news hai. We are showing the negative news that has been made by him when he in India tries to rob the common man out of their money by taking 1 lakh rupees and translates it into 58 crore rupees, Shravan.
Well, in fact, Robert Vadra must answer these questions. Question number 1, that you managed to start a company with just 1 lakh rupees, and surprisingly, another company comes and hands over about 3.5 acre land, which is worth about anything above 7 crore rupees, and that for absolutely free. Where in this country can this be possible unless you have some sort of a political backing? And we are talking about the year 2018 and the fact that they were in a position 2018 when the FIR was actually registered, but this deal goes way back. But the fact of the matter is this: all of this could not have happened without a chief minister who was bending to ensure that someone is happy, and here in this particular case is Robert Vadra himself. Because if you simply go by the documents and their own company transaction, it becomes very clear that when they got the land, they did not make any payment. 6 months later is when other companies were basically brought in, and multiple transfers actually took place, and thereafter the money was actually paid. So what really happened in the first time itself, and why exactly did the Chief Minister then give the license in just about 4 days when the entire process takes anything between 2 to 3 months? So these are some of the questions that remain completely unanswered, and perhaps Robert Vadra, when he was asked these very questions, he did not want to answer.
Absolutely. I want to go across, Shavan, to our colleague Akhil, who's also joining us from the ED office. Akhil, what time did Robert Vadra go in? Was it you that he said, case Mike ko hatao, Republic Mike ko hatao is Aadmi ko hatao? Today, what was the swagger and the body language like? What time is he expected out?
Well, Rhythm, if you see this morning, what we have seen that Robert Vadra arrived at the ED headquarters at around 11 a.m. and the Republic Media Network's team was there, and what we have been seeing constantly, we have confronted him twice when he got the second time summon on April 15. Since then, he has been pushing this case, and he has been constantly basically saying that he does not want to talk to the Republic Media Network. But we have diligently confronted him, and if you see, he basically tried to brush aside and he basically not responded to our question. And if you see, in this very case, what we are learning from our sources that Robert Vadra did not pay a single penny for the 3.5 acre land which he has got from Omkareshwar Properties. Because if you see, in this very case, what has happened earlier, back then in 2008, Robert Vadra's company, which is the Skylight Hospitality, that has acquired 3.5 acre of agricultural land, and that land has basically later on being sold to the DLF, which is the real estate giant, at a whooping price of approximately 58 crore rupees. So there was, as per the ED, there has been funds which has been misused, and how exactly Robert Vadra basically got that money, and how basically that if you see in this very case, what we have seen that over 700% hike of on profit. This basically deal was done by the Omkareshwar Properties and the Skylight Hospitality. So on these parts, the questioning has been going on for the last 3 days. Today was the third day, Rhythm, when the questioning went for almost 5 hours. Yesterday, what we have seen that again the ED team has questioned him, and on 15th when he was questioned again for approximately 6 hours, at that point in time, what we have seen that Priyanka Gandhi basically was basically accompanying Mr. Vadra to the ED headquarters. Earlier, if you see, Robert Vadra skipped the first summon in the land deal case, Gurugram land deal case, when it was issued by the ED on April 8th. So he has skipped that summon, but he joined later on that summon. Yes.
This is a criminal case under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and Robert Vadra will have to answer with, like he told our colleague a few days ago, in fact, roughly 3 days ago, 23,000 pages of documents are there with him. We're going to take up Robert Vadra on these pages. Moving on to the other national news in brief, speaking about the law and order situation in Murshidabad and the violence that claimed the lives of at least 3 people, West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose has said he will go and meet the victims of the Murshidabad violence. This comes after the anti-Waqf protest turned violent on the 11th of April, causing damage to public property, vehicles being torched, homes of Hindus being vandalized. Today, the Calcutta High Court is all set and has heard the pleas against the violence that unfolded in Murshidabad. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari arrives in Bhubaneswar, where he will lay the foundation stone, will inaugurate several development projects. The state BJP President Manmohan Samal has said 25 projects worth 4,000 crore rupees will be inaugurated in the state. In fact, declarations over new projects will also be made during Nitin Gadkari's visit.
4,000 करोड़ का डिक्लेरेशन होगा ये साल अंत तक। हमारा 28,000 करोड़ का ये रोड और ब्रिज का प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन होगा एवं क्रियान्वयन होगा। ये एक ऐतिहासिक एक रिवॉल्यूशन है रोड सेक्टर में। 2000 में 98-99 में हमने 1500 किलोमीटर में थे। आज ऑल इंडिया एवरेज तो अटल जी के समय ओवरकम करके हम 4,000 किलोमीटर तक चले गए।
Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain moved the Supreme Court challenging various provisions of the Waqf Act, said all cases pertaining to this should be heard in a consolidated format by one bench in a designated high court. He said hearing of the cases should be speedy, pleas should be disposed of in 6 months.
अब कल की हियरिंग में ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि हम इसको थोड़ा इसमें इंटरिम ऑर्डर करना चाहते हैं और उसमें इंटरफेयर करना चाहते हैं। तो मेरा सबसे पहला कहना यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस मामले की आर्टिकल 32 में डायरेक्ट सुनवाई नहीं कर सकता है, क्योंकि जब ऐसे ही मामले पहले सुप्रीम कोर्ट आए थे तो बोला गया था कि आप हाई कोर्ट जाइए। पिछले 7 साल से 120 याचिकाएं अलग अलग हाई कोर्ट में लंबित हैं और कोई इंटरिम ऑर्डर जब हमने वक्फ एक्ट 1995 को चुनौती दी थी तो नहीं किया गया है। तो ये एक बहुत ही रॉन्ग प्रेसिडेंट सेट करेगा।
Chhattisgarh Deputy Chief Minister Arun Sao has taken on the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee over the violence in the state. He said nobody but the Chief Minister herself is responsible for the violence that has gripped West Bengal. While asking her to refrain from shifting blame, Sao said TMC needs to be taking responsibility of the state of West Bengal.
ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री के नाते अपने राज्य के लोगों को सुरक्षा नहीं दे पा रही है और उसका ब्लेम दूसरों पर मढ़ने की कोशिश कर रहा है। ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यजनक है। ममता बनर्जी वास्तव में पूरी तरह से फैल हुई हैं। उनके संरक्षण में हिंदुओं पर नरसंहार हो रहा है, उसे रोक पाने में विफल हुई हैं। वास्तविकता ये है कि आज पश्चिम बंगाल की दुर्दशा का कोई जिम्मेदार है। पश्चिम बंगाल के हिंदुओं पर जो अत्याचार हो रहा है उसका कोई दोषी है तो वो केवल और केवल ममता बनर्जी है।
Viewers, recalling the supreme sacrifice of one of the country's most celebrated bravehearts, Lieutenant General retired Satish Dua has penned a book on Naib Subedar Chunilal. Titled Bravest of the Brave, the book was launched on Wednesday by the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan. The launch organised at the United Service Institute of India.
Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan on Wednesday launched a book titled Bravest of the Brave, chronicling the heroic life story of Naib Subedar Chunilal, one of the country's most decorated soldiers. The book has been authored by Lieutenant General retired Satish Dua. Naib Subedar Chunilal served in the Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry. Conferred with the Veer Chakra and Sena Medal for exemplary valor in the field of battle, Naib Subedar Lal was killed in action on June 24, 2007, while flushing out a terrorist in the Kupwara sector of Jammu and Kashmir. The successful operation posthumously earned him the prestigious Ashok Chakra, the country's highest peacetime military award for valor, courageous action, or self-sacrifice away from the battlefield. Speaking to the public, Lieutenant General Satish Dua opened up about the book.
There was an operation where the terrorists actually got across through the LC fence, and Chunilal was enraged. He could not take it that it is in his area of responsibility. Now he was a Naib Subedar. He actually charged into the thicket where they were there and actually killed 3 terrorists, but he was also mortally wounded and he succumbed to his injuries. He was awarded Ashok Chakra posthumously. So that's the brave saga and story of this, the bravest of the brave. That's why the name, Bravest of the Brave.
The Braveheart's widow also spoke to the public.
खुशी भी है कि चलो इतने फौजी मरते उनको नहीं याद करते, इनको बोलते हमारे लिए तो नहीं पर देश के लिए तो उन्होंने जान दी, तो देश के लिए तो चलो याद करते रहते उनको.
Unveiling the book at the United Service Institute of India, General Chauhan lauded Lieutenant General Dua for taking the effort to chronicle the heroic life of Naib Subedar Chunilal.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Hello everyone, I'm Arnab Goswami, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to Republic. This video was about tax filing. The idea
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to Republic. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakta Mishra. Let's get started with all the top stories that we are tracking for you at 5 p.m. Republic accesses clincher proof against Robert Vadra. Explosive documents reveal how he paid zero sums but received 58 crore rupees.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Day 3 of grilling Robert Vadra at ED. When confronted by Republic, Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me." Biggest startup fraud exposed. The Blue Smart owners siphoned off 262 crore rupees used for personal luxury items. Union Minister Shukanta Majumdar and Bengal LOP Shuvendu Adhikari meets West Bengal Governor along with the victims of Murshidabad violence. Supreme Court bench of the CJI, Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Justices Sanjay Kumar accepts the Solicitor General's assurance and asks the Union government to file response to the petitions within a week. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's Debate, India's most watched primetime show. Viewers, it is an end of the road for Blue Smart's journey after Securities and Exchange Board of India, that is SEBI, released an interim order on the 15th of April pointing to financial wrongdoing by the promoters of Gensol Engineering, who were also among the co-founders of Blue Smart. Now, the electric vehicle ride-hailing company was started shutting down its services in metro cities including Delhi, NCR, Mumbai and Bengaluru. Anmol Jaggi, the managing director of Gensol, along with Puneet Jaggi, the co-founder of Blue Smart, are involved in the 262 crore rupee fraud. So it's a case of public funds being misused, viewers, here, what we're talking about. And this is a startup scam that has been now exposed. And it's what you see is that after this startup swindle, there is this talk about luxury flat in DLF Camellias, the premium tailor-made golf set, transferred to, and how money was also transferred to family members. We are telling you about that on your screens. And for more information on this, we have Pranav, who is joining us live in the broadcast from the Republic Business Desk. Pranav, well, it's a big scam. It's a startup scam. And it's to the tunes of 262 crore rupees. Tell us, what are the findings?
Well, Rakshita, basically SEBI issued an interim order yesterday highlighting certain irregularities or, misappropriation of funds that were raised by the Jaggi brothers. Now, primarily, the entities that are affected are obviously certain family offices, including the likes of MS Dhoni. We also have Ashneer Grover, who's invested in it. And then there are agencies like the PSC and IRADA, which were the lenders. So we need to see how it affects the lenders. In terms of customers, obviously, as the cab hailing service has already stopped providing services in certain cities, the customers are obviously likely to be affected.
Right. Right. Thank you so much, Pranav, for joining us with those details coming in on that big scam. Republic TV will continue to, in fact, get you more angles, viewers, on the Blue Smart scam, how it's shutting down its services across the country. We have breaking news coming in right now as we speak. Now, this is regarding the same. Ashneer Grover now has jumped in. He has now brazened it out. He has said that the third eye, it's his firm, distancing himself from any liability. He is saying that in a defiant stance, Grover refuses to condemn the investor in question, instead adopting a hands-off approach and insisting that the onus was not on him. He's clearly taking this not liable line, defending his position by leaning on the technicality. So he's defending the fraudster's investment in a third eye. There's a controversy, of course, surrounding a fraudster's investment in his venture, Third Eye, that is, and he's distancing himself very clearly, saying that he's not liable for that. He is refusing to condemn the investor in question and adopting a hands-off approach, insisting that the onus was not on him. That is the big breaking news we have right now. So big names, viewers, have cropped up in this entire scam now. Gensol promoter had invested in Ashneer Grover's startup using diverted funds. That's what the SEBI interim order says. Now, these funds were meant to purchase 6,400 electric vehicles, viewers. And these, by February this year, only 4,704 electric vehicles were procured. Where was this money going? This was going for personal luxury purchases. Only 569 crore rupees have been used. 262 crore rupees. That's a huge amount. That has gone unaccounted for. 262 crore rupees have been siphoned off through shell entities. That is the misuse of funds. Money has been used for personal enrichment, for luxury lifestyle. Crores and crores of rupees have been used. In fact, Akil is joining us live in the broadcast from the national capital. Akil, tell us more about the SEBI's interim order. What has it revealed? This entire fraud. What sort of trouble the Blue Smart owners are in right now?
Well, Rakshita, if you see, the SEBI has basically given out audio.
Just continue speaking. We can hear you, Akil.
Well, Rakshita, if you see, the SEBI has given out an interim order in which it was very clear that if you just talk about the Blue Star company, which has secured a loan of rupees 800 crore rupees, and after that what has happened, that in that case they were supposed to secure the loan between the year fiscal year 2021 to 2024. In the last 3 years, what we have seen that approximately 262 crore rupees worth money was basically swindled, and it was used for personal usage and luxury apartments. So at this case, what has happened that there are several other names which has come forward, and in this case, one of the names which has come forward is of Ashneer Grover. Here you can see I'm just standing outside Ashneer Grover's residence in Panchsheel Park, and here Ashneer Grover basically distanced himself from this case, because if you just talk about the Blue Smart services, it has shut down its services in several cities, which include Bengaluru, Mumbai and Delhi. And what we have been seeing that the Blue Smart company firm has been under the scanner of the SEBI for a very long time, and they have basically misused a fund of approximately 262 crore rupees, which is basically used or even chiffoned of using shell firms, and that money has been so far unaccounted. So it's going to be this investigation is at a very preliminary stage, and for that we will have to wait and watch. But one thing is the details, the SEBI report which has come out in the foray, in that is very clear that that money was meant to buy approximately over 6,400 of electric vehicles, but so far they have bought just 4,706 vehicles. So where exactly this money has gone? So at this point in time, the details that we are getting, that the money was used for personal enrichment and buying luxury flats in Gurugram. So at this point in time, we just go by the details of that report. This is one of the points that mentioned over there, that Jaggi, who is promoter of Gensol company, has basically used over 25 crore rupees. He has somehow also transferred over 3 crore rupees to his wife's account and invested approximately 50 lakh rupees in another firm which is known as the Third Unicorn, and which is basically owned by Ashnir Grover, where I am standing right now. But at this point in time, if you see, Ashnir Grover has completely distanced himself from this case.
You know, in fact, I'll just go across to our other reporters, and also Pranav continues to be with us from the business desk. I'll just come to you, Pranav, over what Ashnir Grover has said, but Priyanka is also right outside Gensol office. Now, Priyanka, just tell us more about what is the next step of action, because what we know is that Blue Smart has now started to shut its operations. Meanwhile, Gensol promoters have also quit the board.
Well, that's true, Rakshita, and we'll show our viewers where we are. We're right at the office of the Gensol, and we will keep, in fact, going inside as well as we show you the upstairs, in fact, how the entire Gensol office right now here is. We will try going inside and asking the questions to the promoters as well as the CEO who had been present there, and we will try going in fact, and we'll try to speak to the employees there as well who've been present there. And this is in fact the 15th floor on which the Gensol office exists. However, we do know, as Akhil has also pointed out, that Gensol had in fact was in fact required to provide over 20% of equity contribution to expected out of the EVs. That was over around 829.86 crores, and by that
Seems to have some problem with your network there, Priyanka. We'll try and reconnect, and as you get us more inputs from the Gensol office. Pranav, I'll just go across to you over Ashnir Grover now. He's brazening it out. In fact, he goes on to say that he is a victim of the current scenario.
Yes, in fact, if you look at the scenario is like this. This Ashnir Grover's company, that is the Third Unicorn, is the one that is actually invested in Blue Smart. Now, how is Ashnir Grover linked to it? Is that Jaggi, who is one of the promoters of Blue Smart, is actually also an investor in Third Unicorn. So Ashnir Grover is necessarily saying that I am a victim of this because 1.5 crore rupees of my firm are now invested in Blue Smart. That is how Ashnir Grover is actually saying. But then what he's actually adding to it is that one of the investors, that is Jaggi, how his funds came from and where his funds came from is not actually a matter of concern for Grover himself. And that is where actually he's defending in a way or not questioning the source of funds that have actually come to his, Third Unicorn, that's the startup.
Yes, Pranav, just stay on with us. I think we have Priyanka back. Yes, go ahead, Priyanka.
Unaccounted.
Continue.
Rakshita, as I was showing our viewers, we're inside of the Gensol office, and we will try to speak to somebody who's present here and perhaps get an answer on this, and we'll try to understand what exactly was. Sir, is there somebody who can speak to us about the entire Blue Smart company and the unaccounted money? Where is the promoters? Who are the people who are in charge here? Sorry?
We are not from Gensol.
You're not from Gensol, they are saying. They are inside the Gensol office, but of course this is the security that is here. However, we do know the unaccounted cash, the unaccounted money that has not been, that has been spoken about, and we'll keep showing our viewers the visuals. Because in fact, let's show our viewers the visuals from inside the office as well. And this is the point where, post which they're not allowing us to go inside. But this is the Gensol office, and very much fully operational. But, and we do know the unaccounted money that has been spoken about. And the swindling of this, and how the using of the company for the personal piggy bank. And something that the, the experts in fact have also spoken about, that this is a norm that happens when founders use the company for their own personal expenses and not really care about the shareholders and the people who've actually put in their sweat and blood into the company as well. Because remember, there are internal problems as well. There were employees as well who have spoken about salaries not being paid, and there are expenses that have been showed that have been unaccounted for, and that essentially helps us understand how the founders' personal philosophy was to use the business for their own personal gains, not really even caring about the shareholders, not just the shareholders, but also not even caring about their very own employees. So that essentially is what has been going on. And since now, these are once again the visuals that we are showing from inside the Gensol office. Once again, as we show you, we are the only channel who has reached here, tried to ask questions to the Gensol employees as well, but no answers as of now, Rakshita, about the unaccounted money, which is not really a small sum, a huge sum that has not been spoken about as of now.
Right, stay on with us. We also have senior editor Shravan Sen joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Now, Shravan, well, clearly it's a massive, massive startup scam, the misappropriation of funds, the swindling of funds. And also, it shows the corporate governance lapses, the red flags it actually brings out, that, there could be many such cases which the investors are missing out on.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, I'll just quickly take our viewers through some breaking news now coming in, whether at all there would be some sort of an investigation here. In fact, the SEBI chairman has clearly indicated that there will be punishment for this. In fact, what lies ahead, the fact that whether at all SEBI is going to officially make a complaint to the investigative agencies. In the past, there has been a precedence in the NSCL scam where you've had the SEBI writing to the Central Bureau of Investigation. In this particular case, perhaps my colleague Pranav could also bear me out on this as to the next plan of action with SEBI basically stepping in. Now, importantly, you have Ashnir Grover, who's spoken to Republic TV a short while back. Now, he's completely brazened it out. Now, his entire statement that he has put out, where he simply says that Anmol Jaggi is one of 70 seed stage shareholders in the third unicorn that's invested a mere 0.5 crore out of the 40 crore fund raise. But what is important to point out here is that you have the board here, whether at all they were aware of it. Number two, there is a conduct by which it is guided under the Companies Act concerning the shareholders. So the fact of the matter is that can Mr. Grover actually simply say that he was not aware of it? And why exactly question him when he is the minority shareholder here? So there is a larger issue, number one, in terms of defaulting on the loan itself. Number two is whether at all this merits a criminal investigation to begin with. Well, Pranav, if you can hear me.
Yes, Shravan, as you rightly said, in fact, what needs to be seen is now that the SEBI has already just outlined what the scam is all about, we need to see if the lenders, that is PFRA and the IRADA, actually go to court against these, the promoters of Gensol and the promoters of BlueSmart. So the way forward will, we were speaking to some experts today, and the way forward could be that the lenders actually file a case against the promoters, and then the assets that these promoters have acquired through, by the misappropriation of funds, they could either be investigated, could be declared as NPAs, and then the case will proceed forward legally.
Well, in fact, let me also go across to my colleague Piyush. At the heart of this entire story is also how the money was diverted for personal gain. A luxury property has become the biggest talking point because the Jaggies essentially invested in a luxury property in Gurgaon from the money which was essentially supposed to be used to buy EV vehicles here. Piyush, you're at the Camellias. Has there been any word coming in from the Jaggies right now? What are you picking up?
So in fact, Shravan, let us be more direct over here. The property which has been bought by Anmol Jaggi and Puneet Jaggi, the promoters of Gensol Engineering, which in turn
Piyush,
operates
can you just move around? Piyush, can you hear me?
Have purchased.
Piyush, if you can hear me, and just Piyush, can you just show us?
Now we had gone over there.
Piyush, can you just show us what's happening?
And we had done over there. We had gone over there and we had done a shoot over there. However, we were not allowed to be over there at this time, and thereby we have come slightly away from Camellias. Having said that, it is very important to note over here that the Camellias is the property. In fact, we have done a shoot over there, but right now we are slightly further away from this.
I'll just request you to go back to
security of
Piyush, if you can hear me
for a longer time. But yes, I can tell you that
Piyush, you can go back and perhaps we'll come back to you in a short while from now.
But
we need the live visuals.
The property which has been purchased.
Piyush, we need the live visuals from outside Camellia. I'll come back to you in a short while from now, not from a distance, but perhaps for the viewers to understand. We're talking about a uber luxury property. You should be there at the spot in the next few minutes, and we'll go live once again from the Camellias, because again, it's just to show the viewers that what the money was supposed to be used for finally went in for a personal use of the by the Jaggies. In fact, let me also go back to my colleague Pranav. Pranav, you were talking about what possibly could be the next step of action. As I understand, that SEBI has already given a clear instruction, but are there certain limitations that SEBI has at this point in time?
Correct. So as SEBI chief today morning pointed out that there will be an action, they will be punished. So yes, it is definitely going to go the legal way. Now what needs to be seen when we were talking to experts, what we understand is that the agencies, that is the lenders who have been affected because of the misappropriation of funds, they will probably be approaching courts for a legal action. Then it remains to be seen what the outcome of the independent auditor that has been appointed by SEBI in this case, what's the outcome of that. So it's basis SEBI's internal inquiry, that is with the independent auditor, and the legal proceedings taken ahead by the lenders, which will then decide the future course of action. Just to point it out, I mean, how alarm bells had actually started ringing in the investor community. Just last month, credit rating agencies had downgraded, Gensol's ratings, and the company had the audacity to come out and say and defy those reports in public, saying that everything is well within the company. But now that the way the scam has unfolded, it looks like difficult times could be ahead for Gensol and BlueSmart.
Well, thank you very much, Pranav, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely, as this is just the tip of the iceberg, because remember, there's no investigation that has been carried out so far. This basically stems from an original complaint that came in of stock manipulation back in the year 2024 in June, resulting in the SEBI basically looking into a compliance report. It turns out that there has been massive diversion of funds that they had obtained from public bank. In fact, we'll go back to our colleagues in a short while from now. We're not going to Ashneer Grover's residence because we've just got the response from Ashneer Grover. Having said that, that has also raised several questions, particularly about how the money, part of the money was actually diverted to a company that has been linked to Ashneer Grover.
Right, Shravan. Thank you so much for joining us. That's the breaking news, and our network reporters will continue to track this story. It's a shocking startup scam, viewers. The breaking news that we have, the latest update that we have is that SEBI chairperson Tuhin Kantapande has addressed the matter, saying that there will be companies like Genzol in the system, and SEBI's job is to find and punish them. So he has vowed action. He's saying that the SEBI chief is saying job is to find and punish. So that's the big breaking news we have. SEBI chief vowing action against this the Genzol engineering, vowing to punish Genzol for alleged financial fraud and discover the impact of the crackdown. In fact, Shravan, you know, this is of course a very, very important piece of information that you've shared with us. The SEBI chief has vowed that there should be action, and also very importantly that there will be many such Genzols, and our job is to find them and crack down on them.
Well, in fact, this is a stern warning that has been issued by the newly appointed SEBI chairman into this entire matter. In fact, if you look at the SEBI report that has been prepared, which basically looks into the diversion of funds that were received by Genzol. Now, remember, the purpose for which they had got the loan, it turns out that this was a clear case of evergreening the loan itself. It turns out that part of it, roughly about over 200 crore rupees, was diverted for personal use. In fact, buying a luxury property. Then you have a golf set that was actually bought. Then, of course, you also have the money that was diverted to other people in the family itself. So it wasn't basically used for the purpose for which the loan was basically obtained. And that is the reason why the junkies have now been barred from participating in the security market, enabling the SEBI to also look into a criminal case in this entire matter. There has been a precedence in the past where they can order an investigation into the case. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, we are given to understand, could also be roped in to look into the manner in which the company was basically being run, keeping in mind that they had, in a way, they have also duped the government banks.
Right, Shravan, that's of course very important update that we have right now. In fact, even we have my colleague Priyanka, who is back with us, reporting live from the Genzol office. Priyanka, tell us, what have you been able to gather? What are you picking up from the office of Genzol Engineering?
Well, Rakshita, once again, to show our viewers what we are seeing right now at the Genzol office, not really a lot of answers that we were able to get. We have also tried asking, in fact, to each and every door. We have started, in fact, tried to go and ask people who are here and ask them about the entire scam. In fact, we're showing you each and every nook and cranny of the Genzol office. And we do understand, as the 20% equity contribution of Genzol that has been unaccounted for, and over 262 crore rupees that are unaccounted for. No one really willing to answer in this office. These two gentlemen here who are clearly inside of the Genzol office said they're not with Genzol and said they do not know anything. We'll move on to some other parts of the office as well, where everyone in fact is just shrugging their shoulders and saying they do not know. However, of course, we do see that SEBI, in fact, that has suspected that large part of the money that had been routed through related entities of the founders for the personal gain, as our colleagues, in fact, have also been pointing out, that over 42.94 crores that had been paid to DLF for an apartment at Camellia's project, that itself has raised a lot of questions. And apart from that, more than over 30 lakhs of a golf set and personal travel, including leisure and paying off of credit cards and transferring money to close relatives, that has also taken place. That essentially raises the question as to, was this company being used as a personal piggy bank by the founders for misappropriation of these funds, not really caring about the shareholders, not really caring about their fiduciary responsibility as well. So these are the questions that we're asking, but clearly no answers by the Genzol employees.
Absolutely right. Thank you so much, Priyanka, Shavan, Pranav, and my colleague Akhil Piyush joining us with those latest inputs on that biggest startup scam that Republic TV is bringing you all the inputs on. Viewers, now we will be telling you about the entire the findings that have been now spelled out there. The money has been used for personal enrichment, luxury lifestyle, and they have been misused. There are many names that are coming up, right from MS Dhoni to Deepika Padukone. There are many other names that have come in as far as the investors are concerned. We'll tell you more about it, viewers. We've got Ashneet Grover's reaction also to you. But more on that right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays, people are getting used to China products. So let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian art.
I hope we will be part of Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Let's bring some better changes in the livelihoods of our Indian artists.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple, it was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Republic Access's clincher proof against Robert Vadra. Explosive documents reveal how he paid zero sum but received 58 crore rupees.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
It's day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra. When confronted by Republic, Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me." Biggest startup fraud exposed. Blue Smart owner siphoned off 262 crore rupees used for personal luxury items. Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar and Bengal leader of opposition Shuvendu Adhikari met West Bengal governor along with the victims of Murshidabad violence. Supreme Court bench of Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna and Justices Sanjay Kumar accepts Solicitor General's assurance and asks Union government to file response to the petitions within a week. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's debate, India's most watched primetime show. Well, some breaking news now coming in from Tamil Nadu, with the Madras High Court has taken on Tamil Nadu Minister Ponmudi and the police. In fact, the court has asked the police to file an FIR against Tamil Nadu Minister. Just to put this into perspective, remember the Tamil Nadu Minister's comments about Hindu gods and the fact that certain comments that were also made earlier sparked a massive debate. In fact, joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Sharda from Chennai. Sharda, this is not the first time that the Tamil Nadu minister has made a comment of this nature, but the Madras High Court now saying that there is no exception, and the fact that he has now finally ordered the police to file an FIR.
Well, Ponmudi made this statement last week in Pondicherry when he was there for a public meet. His mark against the derogatory was against the caste, a particular caste and women especially, which now had erupted protests across the city. Yesterday, the IDMK protested against Ponmudi's statement, and now we also have the Madras High Court Justice saying that they should have filed a case against Minister Ponmudi by the time the video was released. And now with the 5 complaints raised by the state police, they said they should have already filed an FIR by now. However, because of the delay, they now say that Ponmudi should have made sure that the FIR was filed by the police against Minister Ponmudi now. So we can expect that the Madras High Court is now keen on this particular case. There's also a talk because of this as the DMK sacked Ponmudi from his post as a Deputy General Secretary. However, he continues to be the Minister of the state. So it's expected that DMK will take a stern action after the order passed by the Madras High Court today.
Well, thank you very much, Shada, for getting us the latest details. Remember, this has also led to a massive war of words between the governor of Tamil Nadu and the chief minister. This at a time when the minister faced charges from the central agencies, with the protection coming in from the chief minister saying that he will not remove him from the Council of Ministers. Getting in some more breaking news now coming in from the state of Bihar with the upcoming elections. A lot of speculations were doing the rounds whether at all the NDA will be fighting the elections under the leadership of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Now a statement has been made. Political developments that are taking place in the state of Bihar, with Bihar BJP President Dilip Jaiswal and the Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary reaffirming the strength of the NDA alliance, stating that the coalition will contest the upcoming Bihar elections under the leadership of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, and he says the alliance remains intact. Listen in to what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say.
देखिए, मैंने बार-बार कहा है, कितने लोग भी मिले महागठबंधन को पिछले 3 चुनाव से, चाहे वो 19 का लोकसभा चुनाव हो, 20 का विधानसभा हो, 24 के लोकसभा में नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार हराने का काम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में होता रहा है। इसलिए आगे भी ये लोग हारते ही रहेंगे।
Joining us on this broadcast is our senior editor Prakash. Prakash, where does this really stem from? Whether at all there have been speculations doing the rounds that the Chief Minister perhaps is not in a condition to continue in office and, more importantly, contest the upcoming elections?
Well, Shaman, there are 2 aspects in politics. One is perception and one is reality on the ground. Whereas the perception battle goes, I'm sorry to say that the BJP does not have any tall leader to take it forward in the coming elections after the demise of Sushil Modi in Bihar Assembly elections. And Bihar BJP is dependent on Samrat Chaudhary, who is a rank outsider and has come from the RJD. One. Second, Nitish Kumar is in the last leg of his political career, but given the fact that even though he's not well, and the political credentials that he has of integrity and the developmental aspects that he has taken care of over the past 20 years, and based on the integrity factor, his support base of 20% vote is still intact even though he's not well. So
it does not harm the BJP in any way. So the BJP is solely dependent on Nitish Kumar and carry forward the legacy of Nitish Kumar in the coming elections, and depending on his health conditions, the decision can be taken afterwards in order to take the advantage of the legacy of the vote bank of Nitish Kumar, because any decision in that aspect, if it is taken by the BJP, which the political pundits in Delhi portray, who does not understand politics at all, so the BJP will first take the advantage of the legacy of Nitish Kumar's vote bank, and then, depending on the health condition of Nitish Kumar, they would take a call as to what kind of decision it has to, or the NDA combine has to take. So it is not rocket science. Even Narendra Modi and Amit Shah fully understand the importance of the EBC votes, who solidly stands behind Nitish Kumar, and there are certain vote bank which is with the JDU as a party with Nitish Kumar. So they want to take the advantage, and that is why Amit Shah and Narendra Modi have already declared Nitish Kumar as the chief ministerial candidate, and the second rung leaders in Samrat Chaudhary and Dilip Jaiswal following the diktat of Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar. And remember one thing, Narendra Modi has immense respect for Nitish Kumar as a leader. That is why he has taken him time and again, and they have decided to take Nitish Kumar to contest the elections under the leadership of Nitish Kumar. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Prakash, for joining us on this broadcast. There were speculations that were rife on this entire issue as to whether at all Chief Minister Nitish Kumar will continue. Now, a clear mandate now coming in. Also getting in some more breaking news right now. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has made a significant comment where he says the independence of judiciary is not some kind of impregnable cover against inquiry, investigation, probe. Article 142 has become a nuclear missile against democratic forces available to judiciary 24/7. He says we cannot have a situation where you direct the President of India, and on what basis? Consultation is not concurrence. Consultation is consultation. Now, this is what the Vice President has said on the second judge's case judgment. He's also questioning, saying that what happened to your basic structure doctrine in 1975? It is now over a month. Let the worm and skeletons be in public domain. This is what the Vice President also had to say with regards to Judge Yashwant Verma's cash case. Now, this is undoubtedly a big breaking news coming in. We'll stay with this news coming in right now, with Vice President making his first comment about Justice Verma. Remember, there is an inquiry that is basically underway after cash was recovered from the residence of Justice Yashwant Verma. A big news breaking in right now. If we could put this on our screens of the Vice President's first comment as far as the cash that was recovered, from Justice Verma's residence. If we can play out that soundbite of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. In fact, we can also try and go across to rhythm in a short while from now. Just for the first comment now coming in. This is undoubtedly the big statement that has been made by Jagdeep Dhankar. People losing faith in the judiciary. He says that it's now over a month. Let the worms and skeletons be in public domain. The Constitution of India has accorded immunity from prosecution only to the Honorable President and the Honorable Governors, raising question about how this investigation has been delayed, dragging their feet on this entire matter with an inquiry that is still underway. Until date, we have no idea as to whether at all the money that was recovered from Justice Verma's residence, does it actually belong to him or not? There is absolutely no clarity really coming in on this entire matter. In fact, that's the first big breaking news coming in with regards to the Vice President making this statement while he was addressing the sixth batch of Rajya Sabha interns at the Vice President's enclave today. And when Jagdeep Dhankar made this explosive comment about what was found. In fact, I'm just quoting from the statement that has been made, if that gives time to our desk to put out this soundbite of Jagdeep Dhankar, because this is extremely crucial and significant as the Vice President has made this statement. He says, let me take incidents that are most recent. They are dominating our minds. An event happened on the night of 14th and 15th of March in New Delhi at the residence of a judge. For 7 days, no one knew about it. We have to ask questions to ourselves. Is the delay explainable, condonable? Does it not raise certain fundamental questions in an ordinary situation? The ordinary situations define the rule of law. Things would have been different. It was only at 21st of March disclosed by a newspaper that the people of the country were shocked as ever before. They were in some kind of limbo, deeply concerned and worried at this explosive, alarming expose. Therefore, fortunately, in public domain, we had input from authoritative source, the Supreme Court of India, and the input indicated culpability. Input did not lead to doubt that something was amiss, something required to be investigated. Now the nation waits with a bated breath. The nation is restive because one of our institutions to which people have looked up always with highest respect and deference was put in the dock. Let's now listen in to what the Vice President had to say. This is the first statement coming in.
तो क्या हम ऐसे हालात में आ गए कि समय के साथ ये बात चली जाएगी? लोगों के दिल पर इस घटना से गहरी चोट लगी है। लोगों का विश्वास डगमगा गया है। There was a survey conducted recently, and the survey indicated, it was by a media house, that public confidence in the institution of judiciary is dwindling. It is fundamental for success of democracy. That is three fundamental pillars: legislature, judiciary and executive are above board. They are transparent. They are accountable. They exemplify to the people at large the highest standards to be emulated, and therefore the principle of equality before law, has been disregarded. It is fundamental to our democracy. It is nectar of our democracy. Time for us to enforce it. तो क्या हम ऐसे हालात में आ गए कि समय के साथ ये बात चली जाएगी? लोगों के दिल पर इस घटना से गहरी चोट लगी है। लोगों का विश्वास डगमगा गया है। There was a survey conducted recently, and the survey indicated, it was by a media house, that public confidence in the institution of judiciary is dwindling. It is fundamental for success of democracy. That is three fundamental pillars: legislature, judiciary and executive are above board. They are transparent. They are accountable. They exemplify to the people at large the highest standards to be emulated, and therefore the principle of equality before law, has been disregarded. It is fundamental to our democracy. It is nectar of our democracy. Time for us to enforce it.
Well, in fact, this is undoubtedly a big statement that has been made by the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, on perhaps an issue that has been the biggest blot on Indian judiciary, when cash was allegedly received from the residence of a sitting judge, and the conduct of the Supreme Court, the collegium itself came under massive scrutiny, keeping in mind that the matter hasn't been cleared by the Supreme Court as yet. Till date, there is no clarity as to whether at all this money actually belongs to Justice Verma, who exactly brought this money to the residence of a sitting judge, and more importantly, does it belong to any particular case. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. It's a significant statement that has been made by the Vice President, Sardar R.P. Singh. Till date, there is zero clarity on what really has happened. Whom does this cash really belong to? There is absolutely no clarity. We'll try and connect with Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP in a short while from now. But before that, let me just quickly take our viewers through the breaking news now. Again, a significant statement being made by the Vice President of India. This is cash that has been recovered from the residence of Yashwant Verma, Justice Yashwant Verma. In fact, the investigation which is still underway. But now you have the Vice President of the country calling for clarity on this entire issue, as the inquiry committee is yet to once again put out any statement on this entire issue. Sardar R.P. Singh, a significant point being made by the Vice President here. The Vice President is echoing the sentiment of the nation, saying that it is high time that the inquiry committee that has been formed by the Supreme Court comes clean on this entire issue.
Well, it's very important that if the Supreme Court takes initiative, they should conclude that subject also. I mean, if it's not completed, then it's raised a lot of questions on the Supreme Court itself.
Sardar R.P. Singh, because many are also arguing that the longer it takes, it prevents a criminal investigation to be carried out. And perhaps some also indicating that are you basically trying to give some sort of a cover fire to Justice Yashwant Verma, and what kind of messaging that is being done?
In their internal matter, they also need to do it quick in a time-bound fashion, because justice delayed is justice denied also. Whatever inquiry report is, that should be made public as soon as possible, and initiative of Supreme Court itself.
Well, thank you very much, Sardar R.P. Singh, for joining us on this broadcast. We'll play out that response once again, because this is for the first time from the highest office of the country. You have a very important, a pertinent point that has been made by the Vice President. This at a time when there is no clarity, there is no answer coming in from the inquiry committee as to how long perhaps it's going to take for the investigation to conclude, and whether at all they are going to recommend any sort of a criminal investigation to be carried out, keeping in mind that unaccounted cash was recovered from the residence of a sitting judge. Listen into what the Vice President had to say.
Let me take incidents that are most recent. They are dominating our minds. An event happened on the night of 14th and 15th of March in New Delhi, at the residence of a judge. For 7 days, no one knew about it. It was only on 21st March, disclosure by a newspaper, that people of the country were shocked as never before. We had input from authoritative source, the Supreme Court of India, and the input indicated culpability. Input did not leave to doubt that something was amiss. It is now over a month, even if it is can of worms, even if there are skeletons in the cupboard. Time to blow up the can. Time for its lid to go out, and time for the cupboard to collapse. Let the worms and skeletons be in public domain, so that cleansing takes place.
रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से.
Fear strikes Vadra at the site of Republic Mic. Exclusive news break tonight on Vadra land scam. No escape for Robert Vadra from ED clutches. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Raj Simha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer.
Another blue-eyed startup ends in smart scam. Are finfluencers over-glamorizing startups? Super rich owners and collapsing companies. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple, it was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Raj Simha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge,
Republic TV को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Fear strikes Vadra at the site of Republic Mic. Exclusive news break tonight on Vadra land scam. No escape for Robert Vadra from ED clutches. Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Another blue-eyed startup ends in smart scam. Are finfluencers over-glamorizing startups? Super rich owners and collapsing companies. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
Hello everyone, I'm Aditya Raj Simha, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
Hi Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays, people are getting used to China products. So, let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian art.
I hope we will be part of Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Let's bring some better changes in the livelihoods of our Indian artists.
Hello everyone, I'm Arnab Goswami, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsport.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Awasthi. Let's quickly get you through the 6 agenda-setting stories that we will be talking about in this edition. First up, it seems like Republic has completely spooked Robert Vadra. He says, when confronted, keep the Republic mic away. In Tamil Nadu, there is a huge uproar after temple Gopuram decoration over Karunanidhi's memorial has sparked a huge row, with the BJP demanding an apology from the DMK. Missing crores, a luxury flat and EV cabs. It is the end of road for Blue Smart, but what is next for the citizens? Now, in a huge update in the petitions regarding the Waqf Act, the Supreme Court has said that there is no stay for now and has asked the centre to file the response within a week. We'll take you through updates on that case as well. Meanwhile, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has questioned the judiciary, and this comes aftermath of the Judge Cash scandal. He says that the faith in the judiciary is eroding. That big statement is what we'll get to you, the uncut statement of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. And finally, Pakistan has spewed venom against India yet again. But the Ministry of External Affairs has responded and has set the record straight. We'll get you all these 6 stories on this edition, but first starting with the top story. Robert Vadra, the businessman, brother-in-law of leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, appeared before the Enforcement Directorate on the 3rd straight day for questioning in a money laundering case linked to alleged irregularities in 2008 Haryana land deal case. Now, while he was giving a media statement, like always, he alleged a political vendetta. In fact, after seeing Republic mic, watch on your screen how he pushes our mic away. And not just that, even before we could ask him a question or confront him, he gets completely rattled and says, keep the Republic mic away from me. Watch this full sequence.
इसको हटाइए, इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज़ है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज़ है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
Now, let us remind you, viewers, that this is certainly not the first time that Robert Vadra has been spooked by Republic. On his first and second day of questioning with the Enforcement Directorate as well, when we asked some tough questions to Robert Vadra, watch how he, in a very, very arrogant fashion, says, "Chalo niklo." Now, he gets completely rattled when we finally ask him questions on what is his link to the alleged scam, why did he skip the first summons, and look how he walks away and pushes the Republic mic. Here's that full sequence.
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Hours of questioning, sir.
भैया इनको आने मत दो. इनको
सर आप साइड हो जाइए.
Now, for the BJP, Robert Vadra epitomizes corruption, which reaches the top in the Congress all the way up to the Gandhi family. The BJP has consistently used the Damad jibe against the Vadra, with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself making the point that Congress leaders have gone overboard to ensure someone who is not even active in politics yet, but is important in the hierarchy by virtue of his marriage into the family, has got several benefits. Here's how the BJP has reacted to the scams that the Congress party has been allegedly involved in, starting from the land scam to the National Herald case.
ये जो केस है, which has fructified now into this ED action, ये केस तो it started around 2012 and 13. We were not even present on the scene then. But more important, how is it कि by a nominal amount of कितना 50 लाख रुपया and they acquired assets for 2,000 crores? और किस किस्म की वो एंट्री हुई है, पता नहीं डोटॉक्स या क्या कोई एंट्री हुई है वहां पे कलकत्ते से. और आप सेक्शन 8, सेक्शन 25 की बात करते हैं. दिस इज ए ओपन एंड शट केस ऑफ फ्रॉड, करप्शन एंड मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग.
नेता प्रतिपक्ष खुद राहुल गांधी का नाम नेशनल हेराल्ड घोटाले में आ रहा है. मम्मी सोनिया गांधी जी वीवीआईपी चौपर घोटाले और नेशनल हेराल्ड में उनका नाम आ रहा है. पापा पिताजी राजीव गांधी जी बोफोर्स में उनका नाम आया है. क्या इस परिवार ने ये कसम खाई हुई है कि हम जहां जाएंगे भारत को, भारत के नागरिकों को और किसानों को लूटेंगे, उनकी जमीन हड़पेंगे?
इसको आप चोरी या भ्रष्टाचारी मत कहिए. ये सरेआम डकैती है, डकैती. ये सरेआम नाक के नीचे एक कंपनी बना करके 50 लाख में 5,000 करोड़ रुपए हड़प ली है. बस इतना ही फर्क है कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी घोड़े पे बैठ के नहीं आए.
Moving on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this one is from the state of Tamil Nadu. A Hindu temple tower depicted on Karunanidhi's tomb in Chennai has sparked a huge controversy in the state. The BJP and the AIA-DMK has criticized the DMK, calling it an insult to Hinduism. The incident occurred at a memorial site where 4 former Tamil Nadu chief ministers are buried. Now, the BJP leader Annamalai questioned DMK's motives given their non-religious stance. The controversy adds to the previous disputes surrounding Karunanidhi's burial site. Here's the full story that you need to know on the huge political war that has started in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Amid the political firestorm and posturing over language and delimitation, a fresh controversy has broken out in Tamil Nadu. This after the BJP claimed that a replica of a temple tower was installed over the memorial of late DMK patriarch K. Karunanidhi, offending Hindu sentiments. Sharing a post on his social media handle, BJP leader K. Annamalai claimed a replica of a temple tower or Gopuram was cast over Karunanidhi's memorial at the behest of State Minister Shekhar Babu. Annamalai claimed a race within the DMK to please and propitiate Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the party's first family. He said that the DMK, which positions itself as a party with no faith in God, was hurting Hindu sentiments and trying public patience. The former BJP state chief warned the DMK minister against using the state endowments department to ingratiate himself with the DMK supremo. He advised the DMK minister to keep worship of Karunanidhi to himself without using symbols of the Sanatan faith to make a public show of deference. Republic visited K. Karunanidhi's memorial, where a replica bearing close resemblance with the Gopuram was installed as the crowning piece over the concrete structure. As the controversy rages, will the DMK minister clarify on using a religious symbol in a race to make his leader happy?
Moving on to the next stories that we're tracking, ladies and gentlemen, you must be very familiar with the name BlueSmart. The fast-rising cab company with an all-electric fleet, BlueSmart, has started suspending its operations, leaving thousands of users in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru and Mumbai in a flap. Now, the service abruptly stopped operating following a Security and Exchange Board of India order against its promoters in a loan fraud case. BlueSmart stopped ride bookings after its co-founder Anmol Singh Jaggi and his brother Puneet Singh Jaggi, the promoters of the Gensol Engineering, resigned following the SEBI ban for alleged misappropriation of funds in Gensol. Now, the question is, what next? The Jaggi brothers have been banned from accessing the securities market, and Gensol's proposed stock split has been halted. The regulator also, the appointment of a forensic auditor to examine the company's financial records in detail. Further, the Jaggi brothers cannot hold directorial or key managerial positions in Gensol. So that is how the story has unfolded, ladies and gentlemen. Joining me on the broadcast is Amit Shah. He is the founder and CEO of Agrozone. Amit, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. It is a huge startup debate that has been ignited. This time it is the BlueSmart. Earlier it was Byju's. Do you think that there are influencers who are over promoting startups without any base, any concrete base for them, which is in turn causing the citizens a price cost?
Yeah, I think, look, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I myself am a startup, but the fact is that there are certain industries which seem to become a flavor of the day, which are extremely promoted, and the focus seems to be more on the valuation rather than on the value of the company. And like anything else, when this kicks up a storm, whether it's through media or social media or any other ways, people like this, many people tend to take advantage of that fact, and then you end up with occurrences like this. So it's an unfortunate reality. There are a lot of startups that are doing good, but then again, some industries become blue-eyed favorites. That's the problem.
Absolutely. Amit, what I also want to know from you is that it's the end of the road for BlueSmart, of course. So what is it next for the citizens? And how is it that one can keep a check on these startups so that it does not cause the citizens a cost for their price, a hole in their pockets for the larger picture, as we say, because the startup debate has, of course, been reignited yet again.
Yeah, I think, especially when investors who are investing in public limited companies, if these companies are connected to startups, one must do their due diligence. SEBI has done an excellent role in controlling that. As far as startups themselves are concerned, of course, they don't get regulated by somebody like SEBI. If there are private investors who are investing in such companies, they must do their due diligence. But I think overall, not get carried away by the hype. Do your own homework before investing. You'll find all kinds of people in all different industries. I think one has to use caution and not get carried away only by a particular industry or a particular facet that you hear about. For example, EVs. Not all EV companies are bad, but do your own diligence and invest.
Absolutely. Amit, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your views on that. We appreciate you joining us here. We move on to the other stories that we are tracking now. The Supreme Court continues hearing a batch of pleas challenging the constitutional validity of the Waqf Amendment Act 2025 today. Now, the Apex Court granted the centre 7 days to file a reply over the pleas filed against the Waqf Amendment Act, after which the petitioners will be granted 5 days to review the reply. The court bench headed by Chief by Chief Justice said that they have given the centre almost a week to respond to the queries. It has passed an interim order, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll just take you through on what are the key takeaways from the Supreme Court judgment that was given today. Now, the Supreme Court has asked the centre to appoint a nodal officer, this to keep in check of the Waqf properties. Now, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta has sought 7 days time for the centre. It has given 7 days time for the centre to reply on all the petitions that has been filed against the Waqf Amendment Act, following which the Solicitor General has assured that no appointment to council and board will be done. So these are the key assurances that the Supreme Court has given today, following which the Supreme Court has also, remember, said that no non-Muslims will be appointed to the Central Waqf Council. This is a huge move that has come in, remember, which the opposition has always cried that it is an attack on the religious institution. And the last point is that a Waqf by user registered shall not be denotified till the next hearing. So the Supreme Court will be hearing the petitions again next week, but there are opposition members who have gone ahead and claimed that a Waqf Amendment Act is unconstitutional and is an assault on the democracy. Here are some key statements.
The Supreme Court has said that the Central Waqf Council and the State Waqf Boards will not be constituted. Waqf by user cannot be deleted. Now, there are other provisions also which we as a party have come to the Honorable Supreme Court that calling it unconstitutional. And during the debate in the Parliament on the consideration or passing of that bill, I have opposed each and every amendment. I have called it unconstitutional. I still call this law as unconstitutional. So our legal battle will continue to ensure that this act, against this act will continue.
The Waqf Amendment Act is not an exercise in efficiency as it pretends to be. It is an exercise in erasure. This is not about improving institutions. This is about infiltrating them, controlling them, and closing them. You cannot call this an amendment act, whereas in fact it is an assault on identity, an assault on autonomy, an assault on constitutional values. A board with a token Muslim representation is another form of appropriation. It's not about minorities called Muslims. It's about a messaging. It's about a message that minority institutions are fair game for state takeover.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the judiciary is under cloud. Now, in a scathing assessment, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar flagged the erosion of public trust from the country's judicial system. Now, in a strong and no-holds-barred critique of the judiciary, the Vice President questioned the authority of judges to dictate actions to the President, invoking the recovery of the burnt cash stash from the residence of a sitting High Court judge. Dhankar pointed out to the slow progress of the in-house probe in the cash recovery case. Here's the huge statement that the Vice President has given today.
Constitutional framers were very wise people. People who deeply believed in national welfare. They debated for 18 sessions for over little less than 3 years. There was no confrontation. There was no disturbance, no disruption. There was dialogue, debate, discussion and deliberation. Very contentious issues. But they framed one rule. The judges will be appointed under Article 124, and a consultation word was used. Boys and girls, you know the word consultation? Lexicon defines it. Consultation is not concurrence. Consultation is consultation. Article 124 was very specific. And with respect to Article 124, we have a very important discourse by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And B.R. Ambedkar, who did a great job in giving us this constitution. I'm quoting him. This was with regard to the question of the concurrence of Chief Justice. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar says, I quote, boys and girls, for your benefit. I quote, I think to allow the Chief Justice practically a veto upon the appointment of a judge is really to transfer the authority to the Chief Justice, which we are not prepared to vest in the President or the government of the day. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar goes on to say, I quote, I therefore think that is also a dangerous proposition. But in the second judge's case, in 1993, the court interpreted consultation will be read as concurrence. Can it be done? The two words, boys and girls, are different. But the bench did not notice that Indian Constitution uses these words, consultation and concurrence, in the same article, Article 370, with respect to the then state of Jammu and Kashmir. Article 370 has both expressions in the same sub-articles. How can these two words used differently by the Constituent Assembly members in the Constitution can be read differently? It was done. Now, the situation is engaging attention of everyone. And it is our obligation as citizens of this country to think about how things have to evolve.
And moving on to the last story that we're tracking on this edition of 6 Stories at 6, Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir has once again made aggressive remarks against India, this time during a public event. Speaking at the first overseas Pakistanis conference in Islamabad, he called Kashmir the jugular vein of Pakistan, stressing that no power in the world can separate Kashmir from Pakistan. He also reiterated the Pakistan military's full support for the Kashmiri people. In fact, he also went ahead to peddle the two-nation theory. The two nations that he was talking here about was Pakistan and India. Here's the provocative statement that Pakistan General Asim Munir has made.
Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation. Our stance, government stance on Kashmir is absolutely clear. It was our jugular vein. It is our jugular vein. We will not forget it. And we will not leave our Kashmiri brethren in their heroic struggle, what they are waging against the Indian occupation.
Now, the Ministry of External Affairs slammed Pakistan's Chief of Army Asim Munir's comment on Jammu and Kashmir, saying that the region is India's union territory and that it is only relation to Pakistan is a vacation of POK. Now, reacting to Munir's statement, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal said, and I quote, "How can anything foreign be in a jugular vein? This is a union territory of India. It is only relationship with Pakistan is the vacating of illegally occupied territories by that country. India clearly has set the record very straight."
See, how can anything foreign be in there in a jugular vein? This is a union territory of India. Its only relationship with Pakistan is the vacation of illegally occupied territories by that country.
And that's all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Thank you for watching. We will be back tomorrow, same time. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
After hearing about Republic Positive Influencer program, I had to send this video to Republic. It's all about IPL matches. Virat ke shots to Dhoni ki stumping, from jaw-dropping sixes to nail-biting finishes, RCB के fans का वो loyal base to CSK के fans का वो stadium में craze. मेरी cricket की stories में IPL की full-on vibe है. I am really hopeful that I will be a Republic positive influencer in the domain of cricket.
रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Fear strikes Vadra at the sight of Republic mic. Exclusive news break tonight on Vadra land scam. No escape for Robert Vadra from ED clutches. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hello everyone, I'm Arnab Goswami, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Another blue-eyed startup ends in smart scam. Are finfluencers over-glamorizing startups? Super rich owners and collapsing companies. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Arnab, a content creator passionate about.
Hello, my name is Prateek Sharma and I am a voiceover artist, a TEDx speaker and a storyteller. हमारे जो चारों ओर जो कहानियाँ चलती हैं, जो हम सुनते हैं, जो आज तक सुनते आ रहे हैं, उन सारी कहानियों को यूज़ करके मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं मेरे फॉलोअर्स को और इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लेकर आऊँ। तो मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि मैं कुछ ऐसे रील्स बनाऊँ, कुछ ऐसी वीडियोस बनाऊँ जिसको सुन के कुछ बदलाव आ सके। When I got to know about this Republic Positive Influencer program, I was really excited और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसमें अपना वीडियो शेयर करना चाहिए। I shared a video about love, relationship, art of life कि किस तरह से हम अपने ज़िंदगी को जिएं कि लोगों को उससे फ़ायदा हो और हमको खुद को भी उससे फ़ायदा हो। So I'm hoping and I'm really hopeful that I will be selected as a Republic Positive Influencer.
रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Fear strikes Vadra at the site of Republic Mic. Exclusive news break tonight on Vadra land scam. No escape for Robert Vadra from ED clutches. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Republic accesses clincher, proof against Robert Vadra. Explosive documents reveal how he paid zero sums but received 58 crores.
अगर आप तरीके से पेश आएंगे तब मैं जवाब देने के लिए राजी हूं। इस तरीके से नहीं हो सकता है अगर आप आगे आएंगे। और प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से।
Day 3 of grilling for Robert Vadra when confronted by Republic. Robert Vadra says, "Keep Republic TV away from me." Biggest startup fraud exposed. Blue Smart owners siphoned off 262 crores used for personal luxury items. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar and Bengal leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari meets West Bengal governor along with victims of Murshidabad violence. Supreme Court bench of CJI Sanjeev Khanna and Justice Sanjay Kumar accepts the SG's assurance and asks the Union government to file response to the petitions within a week regarding the Waqf Amendment Act. Primetime legend Arnab Goswami touches down on 87%. Arnab's debate India's most watched primetime show. All right, we shift our focus to breaking news coming in, where we learn that a bomb blast has occurred in Malda's Kalikachak area, injuring 5 children, with 2 of them in critical condition. The incident happened in the Dilutola area of Bhimanagar 2 Gram Panchayat, where a group of children were playing in an abandoned house. One of the children mistook a bomb for a ball and hit on the ground. Now we learn that this has triggered the explosion and there is panic in the area. This incident is from West Bengal's Malda. Rakshita, my colleague, is joining me live from the newsroom on that. Rakshita, please share more details on the recent update that we have from Malda.
Well, absolutely. This is, of course, the situation already is very sensitive in West Bengal, especially in Malda, where many of the the victims of the violence in Murshidabad and other areas have taken refuge in. Remember, there was a similar blast that happened in January as well, where a similar crude bomb that looked like a ball to some of the kids, and they got injured in the same. So it's a template that has been followed by some elements who have been trying to target people. And remember, this is coming in right ahead of the NHRC team that will be visiting West Bengal's Malda tomorrow. So yes, the situation is already sensitive. And as far as more information is concerned, it's 5 children, while 2 of them are very, very critical. And this happened in Dilutola area of Birnagar, that is of Gram Panchayat area, where a group of children were playing and they mistook the bomb for a ball. And of course, the treatment is underway. The investigation is also underway, given the fact that the situation is already very tense in West Bengal. Of course, the central forces have been deployed, but there are elements who continue to disturb peace. There are elements who continue to destabilize the situation in West Bengal, especially the violence-hit areas, Tanisha, and that is, of course, a matter of great concern in West Bengal.
All right, thank you, Rakshita, for giving us those details. Our top focus, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar today has come out very strongly, questioned the Indian judiciary in his latest speech. He's also spoken at great details about the faith in the judiciary and also spoken about whether the governor and the judiciary can decide over cash judge scandal, saying that judges have no accountability. But viewers, over that and even more than that, the big story is that in this case, Dhankar took a swipe at the judiciary as he commented on the judiciary's recent judgments and also the interpretation of the judiciary and the President of India's powers in relation with the passing of bills. In fact, he said the judgment was rendered. He said this is a directive to the President by a recent judgment and it's extremely sensitive. It is not a question of someone. Let's listen out to what Jagdeep Dhankar has said.
तो क्या हम ऐसे हालात में आ गए कि समय के साथ ये बात चली जाएगी? लोगों के दिल पर इस घटना से गहरी चोट लगी है, लोगों का विश्वास डगमगा गया है. There was a survey conducted recently and the survey indicated, it was by a media house, that public confidence in the institution of judiciary is dwindling. It is fundamental for success of democracy. That is 3 fundamental pillars: legislature, judiciary and executive are above board. They are transparent. They are accountable. They exemplify to the people at large the highest standards to be emulated, and therefore the principle of equality before law, has been disregarded. It is fundamental to our democracy. It is nectar of our democracy. Time for us to enforce it. Let me take incidents that are most recent. They are dominating our minds. An event happened on the night of 14th and 15th of March in New Delhi at the residence of a judge. For 7 days, no one knew about it. It was only on 21st March, disclosure by a newspaper, that people of the country were shocked as never before. We had input from authoritative source, the Supreme Court of India, and the input indicated culpability. Input did not lead to doubt that something was amiss. It is now over a month, even if it is can of worms, even if there are skeletons in the cupboard. Time to blow up the can. Time for its lid to go out. And time for the cupboard to collapse.
Let's go across to visuals that are coming in. Robert Vadra now, after a third day's grilling, leaves the ED office after 9 hours of grilling today. Robert Vadra goes in after new facts having been discovered by the Enforcement Directorate grills him for day 3. He leaves the office of the Enforcement Directorate. We aren't seeing any words. We're trying to get in touch with him, trying to speak with him.
आप टाइम्स के सवालों से डरते हैं? क्या आप नाविका कुमार के सवालों से डरते हैं? हमने जब आपसे सवाल किया तो आपने जी ये बंद माइक फट गया। क्या बात हुई सर? क्या पूछा गया? क्या पूछता? पीछे क्यों बुलाया जा रहा है सर? बार बार क्यों बुलाया जा रहा है? आप अगर सही हैं तो बार बार क्यों बुलाया जा रहा है? क्यों बार बार बुलाया जा रहा है?
आओ भाई आओ भाई आओ। अरे विजुअल के लिए जा रहे नहीं भाग रहे।
Piyush Shore is joining us on the phone line. Piyush, how many hours was he grilled for? What are you picking up?
So just like previously on Tuesday, on Wednesday, and now on Thursday, for 3 days in a row, he has been grilled for close to 6 hours rhythm. And once again, the same kind of pattern was adopted by the Enforcement Directorate, wherein he was asked to come at 11 a.m. At around 1 p.m., he went for lunch. He came back after an hour of break, and then again there was a prolonged session of questioning. So yes, in all we have seen in these 3 days where ED has questioned him, there have been overall 6 hours of questioning that has been done. Now, tomorrow being a public holiday, there is a possibility that he might not come, but will he be coming next week? Perhaps it seems that with the way Robert Vadra has displayed his body language, his troubles with ED questioning him may not end very soon. Back in the studio.
I want to ask you, is he going to be called tomorrow as well, Piyush?
Well, Rhythm, tomorrow being a public holiday, there is a likelihood that he will not be called. In fact, he himself also made this statement today while he was speaking to media, in which he specifically, first of all, targeted that he did not want to speak to Republic Media. But yes, speaking to other media groups, he did say that had it not been a public holiday, there could have been a chance of Enforcement Directorate calling him again. So yes, tomorrow being a public holiday, there is likelihood of him not being called. Having said that, with Enforcement Directorate having not been very satisfied with the answers being given by Robert Vadra to them, with Enforcement Directorate not being satisfied with the documentation that has been given by Robert Vadra to them, there can be a likelihood that next week, who knows, in Monday also, he can be called. But that only the official sources of ED will confirm to us in the coming few hours. Back in the studio.
I also want to tell our viewers, pathetic attempts being made by other channels to try and say that Vadra fears them. He doesn't even answer their reporters when he was walking out. But yes, when it comes to Republic, he every day has a rhetoric. Every day he says something. Today he says, "Iska mic hatao. Republic negative news hai, mic hatao." Let's look at that reaction that came in right in the morning today.
इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? इसको हटाइए, पीछे इस आदमी को हटाओ। रिपब्लिक हटाओ, पीछे। रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए। आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
And I also want to go across on the top focus that we have. Vice President Dhankar has now spoken out on the powers of the governor. He's also spoken on how the judiciary has handled the case. The in the Tamil Nadu case that we saw recently, in which the powers of the governor were curtailed, and what really led to that. I also want to go across on the story to lawyer Satya Kumar, who's joining us on the story, M. Satya Kumar. M. Satya Kumar, what are your thoughts? Because do you believe that the powers of the federalism is something that has to be looked at, like the Supreme Court said? In that case in particular, maybe the powers of the governor had to be seen again. But largely speaking, Dhankar is making a larger point. And the larger point he's making is, it is not a question of someone filing a review. We don't bargain for that. But President being called to decide in a duty-bound, time-bound manner, it becomes law. Do judges have to legislate? There's a directive to the President in a recent judgment. Where are we heading? So the big question is, why are these statements coming from the judiciary to the executive?
First of all, we see Article 142. The Supreme Court has enormous power to give any order. As per Article 142, the Supreme Court has enormous power. The first point. Second point is that including President certain times when there is a question on law, as per Article 143, the power of President to consult the Supreme Court. That squarely puts to a situation where Supreme Court is the authority on the Constitution and they declare the law. Considering there is a timeline required, this was an issue of Article 200. Article 200 in case of state of Tamil Nadu clearly provided, wherein they have not provided timelines at all. In fact, the phrase used is as soon as possible. Supreme Court took efforts under Article 142 today. What the legislators should have done under Article 142, the Supreme Court has actually declared the timeline, not just for the governor, but for the president. This cannot be taken as a direction to the president. In fact, the Supreme Court has helped the president in deciding on the matters. How can it be taken as a direction? So because it is well within the power of Article 142, and of course Article 143 allows the president to consult the Supreme Court.
Yes.
So considering it, no common man has lost faith on the judiciary. In fact, every day, the faith of the judiciary is going up because all the issues that are coming up in the country is only because of the legislators.
Okay.
They pass a law.
Kumar, in fact, what he said on this Dhankar's explosive remarks, also on Article 142 that we were putting out on our screen are that it is a nuclear missile. He's flagging the over-reliance by the Supreme Court on Article 142. But we leave it at that. It's a top focus. Thank you for being with us. The other top focus that we have right now, viewers, the Ministry of External Affairs has confirmed fugitive businessman Mehul Choksi has been arrested in Belgium, and Indian authorities are actively engaging with their Belgian counterparts to facilitate his extradition. Efforts are underway to bring Choksi back to India, where he's wanted in connection with a multi-crore PNB fraud case. I'm going to try and play out that reaction coming in from Randhir Jaiswal.
Mehul Choksi case, we, as you are aware, based on our extradition request, he was arrested in Belgium. We are closely working with the Belgian side for his extradition to India so that he can face trial in the country. Mehul Choksi case, we, as you are aware, based on our extradition request, he was arrested in Belgium. We are closely working with the Belgian side for his extradition to India so that he can face trial in the country.
Fingers crossed for that. The MEA also issues a statement after 2611 mastermind Tahawu Rana has been dragged back to India. The MEA says Pakistan's efforts to deflect blame will not erase its image as the epicenter of global terrorism. Now, Randhir Jaiswal, also speaking on this, emphasized Rana's extradition serves as a strong reminder to Pakistan of its continued failure to bring other perpetrators of the 2008 attacks to justice.
Pakistan may try very hard, but its reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism will not diminish. The extradition of Rana is a reminder yet again to Pakistan that it needs to act to bring to justice other perpetrators of Mumbai terror attacks, whom it continues to shield.
And there's breaking news coming in. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is set to chair a crucial special cabinet meeting to deliberate on the caste census amid mounting opposition from multiple quarters. The meeting is going to be focusing on the next steps regarding the socio-economic and education service, with discussions to include convening a special legislative session and possibly forming a cabinet subcommittee to analyze the findings. Viewers, remember, tensions are expected to run high as Lingayat ministers and Vokalega ministers plan to strongly object to this report's implementation. I'm going to be joined by my colleague Abhishek from Bengaluru. Abhishek, this is the big breaking news coming in, where Karnataka government will be discussing and deciding on the caste census report in the cabinet, and there's strong reservations on this survey have been expressed. However, they say they're going to deliberate on this matter. The state government is going to be deciding on this matter. But what looks like a caste conundrum, a special meeting of the Karnataka cabinet is going to be there to discuss this contentious caste census, Abhishek. We're also being told, as I'm going to go across to Abhishek, viewers, various communities, especially Karnataka's two dominant ones, the Vokalegas and the Varshavya Lingayats, have expressed strong reservations about the survey. Abhishek, give us more details. This is a highly contentious caste census meeting. Already several reservations being expressed against this caste census.
Well, Rhythm, it is very highly anticipated meeting that is happening at Vidhan Sabha Cabinet Hall by the Cabinet Minister, chaired by CM Siddaramaiah. We've already clearly seen that Vokaliga and Lingayat leaders clearly mentioning that they aren't happy with the report. However, Dr. G. Parmeshwara, when speaking to the media off the record, told that the government had spent around 160 crores on this census, and this is the reason as to why we will have to go through the data which is in the report. Also, the expectation of the cabinet meeting is probably forming a subcommittee of the cabinet to see the pros and cons of the report, and also the legal issues or the legal hurdles which is involved in this census is what we are expecting as of now. We'll also have to see what CM Siddaramaiah along with H.K. Patil, who's the Law Minister of Karnataka, will have to brief the media after the meeting of the cabinet is completed. Rhythm.
Right, thank you. That meeting is underway, and we'll come back to you to ask you what really happened in that, Abhishek. Now, moving on to the other top focus, viewers, a day after West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees to the next of kin of the lynched Hindus in Murshidabad, their family members rejected the offer. Lashing out at the Bengal government, they said they don't want compensation checks, but swift justice for those responsible for the killing of their loved ones.
The families of the two Hindus lynched in Bengal's Murshidabad spurned Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's offer of compensation. At a meeting with Muslim clerics in light of the violence over the Waqf law in Murshidabad and elsewhere in Bengal, Mamata announced Rs 10 lakh each for the next of kin of the lynched Hindus. However, the bereaved families rejected the compensation offer, demanding justice and closure. Lashing out at the Mamata government, a relative of one of the deceased said the families don't need compensation checks but swift justice against the accused.
কি চাইছেন আপনি? আমরা কি চাইছি? আমরা 10 লক্ষ চাইও না, আমরা বাংলার বাড়িও চাই না। যেভাবে মেরেছে সেভাবে যেন শাস্তিটা হয়, সেটা করেন।
Addressing a meeting at Kolkata's Netaji Indoor Stadium on Wednesday, Mamata accused the BSF of bringing in outsiders from Bangladesh to foment unrest in Murshidabad.
কালকে আমি একটা এএনআই টুইট দেখলাম, হোম মিনিস্ট্রি সোর্সকে কোট করে বলেছে এরকম করেই ওরা দেয়, তাকে আমি দোষ দিচ্ছি না। इसमें बांग्लादेश का हाथ है, अगर हाथ है तो इसको जमींदारी तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का है कि बीएसएफ बॉर्डर संभालते हैं, हम नहीं संभालते हैं। ये अधिकार हमारा पास नहीं है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का पास बॉर्डर संभालने का अधिकार नहीं है, तो आपने क्यों अलाउ किया?
Hindu homes and shops were attacked and temples vandalized as mobs went berserk in Murshidabad in the name of Waqf protest.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. Calcutta High Court has now given permission to BJP's youth wing, the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, to hold the Save Bengali Hindus rally on Saturday, April 19th from Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's ancestral home, and it will culminate the rally in front of Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee's house in Kolkata's Bhawanipur. This is coming on the back heels of violence, which we were just showing you on your screens, and several BJP leaders saying that violence and attack on Hindus must stop in the state of West Bengal. We're leaving you with these visuals, viewers. Dawoodi Bohra community met Prime Minister Modi to thank him for the Waqf Act. Prime Minister for the Waqf Act, realizing the development that will take place for the Muslims, and the Dawoodi Bohra community thanks the Prime Minister for the visuals that are coming in, extremely showing the gratitude that they are feeling for this. Prime Minister Modi also met with this delegation of Dawoodi Bohra leaders.
रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से.
Fear strikes Vadra at the site of Republic Mic. Exclusive news break tonight on Vadra land scam. No escape for Robert Vadra from ED clutches. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में सुनने के बाद मैंने उन्हें ये कहानी भेजी, जिसमें मैं वीरमदेव और फिरोजा के बारे में बता रहा हूँ कि कैसे जालोर के एक राजकुमार ने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की बेटी को शादी के लिए मना कर दिया और उसकी जगह उन्होंने अलाउद्दीन खिलजी से युद्ध लड़ना स्वीकार किया। ये जानते हुए कि अलाउद्दीन खिलजी की सेना इतनी विशाल है जिसके सामने वे शायद ही टिक पाएंगे, लेकिन उन्होंने सर कटाना स्वीकार किया, सर झुकाने की जगह। राजस्थान की मिट्टी ही ऐसी है जो हर बार ऐसे वीर सपूतों को जन्म देती है। मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों को बताऊं कि कैसे 500 सालों तक राजस्थान की ही मिट्टी के वो वीर सपूत थे जिन्होंने आक्रमणकारियों को भारत पर कब्जा करने से रोका, उन्हें भारत को गुलाम बनाने से रोका, लेकिन इतिहास उसके बारे में नहीं बताता है। अब मैं लास्टली उम्मीद करता हूं कि रिपब्लिक चैनल के पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रोग्राम के हिस्ट्री और हेरिटेज के डोमेन में मैं सेलेक्ट होऊंगा ताकि आप लोगों को राजस्थान और भारत के अनसंग वॉरियर्स के बारे में बता सकूंगा। थैंक यू।
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH। आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Hello everyone, I'm Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple, it was to educate people on how to file their...
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Hello everyone, I'm Rajsima, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, coming to you with two big stories. The Robert Vadra super deal, one of India's biggest deals of the century. It's a case study. If you're linked to a politician or a political party, and if that political party is ruling, you can be anybody. Like Robert Vadra, you can go from 0 to 58 crore in just one deal. That and much more coming up. On the startup scam as well, we have some details. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. More on the Gensol startup scam. More and more details emerging of how investor money was defrauded. We'll tell you how the scam was busted. An NSC member went to the Gensol manufacturing plant in Pune, which then turned out to be empty. The manufacturing lie busted. SEBI flags the 262 crore fraud. SEBI chief saying that a bigger crackdown could be possible on the Gensol owners. More details emerge on the Vadra land scam. How a bank account with just 1 lakh rupees managed to acquire land worth 7.5 crore rupees, eventually sold it for 58 crore rupees. The 1 lakh to 58 crore success story of Vadra. Day 3 of grilling Robert Vadra. He sees the Republic mic. He says, keep Republic away, keep Republic away. What spooks Vadra so much about Republic? And more details emerging on the Pune Porsche cover-up. Republic, the only channel to stick its neck out and say that there was a cover-up. It's now proven. We'll tell you how 2 Pune police officials are also facing dismissal. Full details on the show this evening. In fact, I'm starting with a breaking news update that we wanted to share with all our viewers. Last year around this time, and let's get you the details, the Pune Porsche cover-up, where a VVIP brat linked to politicians, how he ran over people and he was shielded politically. The Pune police also was a part of that cover-up. A big breaking now coming in that the prosecution in this particular case also showed proof of document forgery, something that Republic TV confirmed. Republic had confronted the Pune police as well back then. The Pune police and the prosecution has gone on record to say that the blood report of the VVIP brat was forged. The Pune police has admitted that 2 of their own officers, 2 Pune police cops, were involved in this conspiracy and now face dismissal. It's a story that we broke and we are now following up. The story breaking on Republic TV. We will continue to follow up and get you more details in a short while from now. As we talk about the startup scam, a lot of people are invested in the stock markets, and many times these founders and so-called startups try to make false promises. They get a lot of funding. But what do they do with that funding? The story of Gensol, the company behind Blue Smart cabs, which are now off the road, is a prime example of how things can go horribly wrong if you lie and cheat. And as we look at the Gensol story closer, we found out something more, and I have the details on this is exclusive. This is about the manufacturing plant that wasn't. The manufacturing plant that wasn't. It appears that as far as Gensol is concerned, how they duped investors. In fact, a few weeks back, there was a detailed press release from Gensol saying that they had received pre-orders. They claimed pre-orders for 30,000 electric vehicles. Gensol had made the claim during the Bharat Mobility Expo saying that they had 30,000 pre-orders, and they claimed that they were getting big business. But when documents were scanned, it appeared that these were just MOUs entered with 9 firms. Just MOUs entered with 9 firms, and the MOUs showed no details of price or delivery schedule. And when an NSE, National Stock Exchange representative, visited the Gensol plant in Pune, in Chakanpure, the discrepancy was completely exposed. In fact, on the left of your screens right now in that window, those were the ads that Gensol put out to give an impression that there was huge manufacturing happening at this particular plant in Chakan, Pune. It so turns out that there was absolutely no manufacturing. No manufacturing activity at the plant. And when the NSE representative went there, just 2 to 3 laborers were seen in this particular plant of Gensol. And even the electricity bill that was put out, in fact, the NSE official also looked at the electricity bill. It was a little over 1.5 lakhs. That's it, just 1.5 lakhs. And that was in December 2024 for a period of 12 months. The electricity bill was seen. But this is how they duped investors. Another angle in the Gensol story. Gensol put out press releases a few months back claiming that they had pre-orders for 30,000 electric vehicles. That's how they raised expectation, raised money. They made claims during the Bharat Mobility Expo saying that they had 2 or 3 new electric vehicles in the pipeline. They were going to manufacture these vehicles in their Pune plant. And then, when discrepancies popped up, when documents were scanned, it appeared the documents showed that these were just MOUs entered with around 9 firms for the 30,000 pre-orders that they had claimed. And the MOU showed absolutely no details of the price or delivery schedule of the so-called 30,000 electric vehicles that were promised. And then it gets interesting because the NSE, which is by now probing why the stock prices have crashed, why Gensol is defaulting, they go to their Chakan plant in Pune, and the Chakan plant, the manufacturing plant of Gensol, where they claim that they will be manufacturing these EVs, they saw that there is no manufacturing activity at all. There are 2 huge manufacturing sheds with just 2 to 3 laborers inside. Can you imagine? That's how they conned people and defrauded people. They continued to make money and use their money from investors to splurge on their lifestyle. And when the NSE official asked for the electricity bill to see what really was happening at the plant, there was absolutely nothing. No activity, just 1.5 lakh bill for nearly 12 months. It's the story of Gensol. Maybe Gensol is just one of the many companies out there, many who are listed even, who are conning investors. That's the fear. My colleague Priyanka checked out the Gensol unit in Ahmedabad this evening.
And we do understand as the 20% equity contribution clearly inside of the Gensol office said they're not with Gensol and said they do not know anything. We'll move on to some other parts of the office as well, where everyone in fact is just shrugging their shoulders and saying they do not know. That has suspected that large part of the money that had been routed through related entities of the founders for the personal gain, as our colleagues in fact have also been pointing out, that over 42.94 crores that had been paid to DLF for an apartment in Camellia's project, that itself has raised a lot of questions. And apart from that, more than over 30 lakhs of a golf set and personal travel, including leisure and paying off of credit cards and transferring money to close relatives, that has also taken place. We do understand as the 20% equity contribution clearly inside of the Gensol office said they're not with Gensol and said they do not know anything. We'll move on to some other parts of the office as well, where everyone in fact is just shrugging their shoulders and saying they do not know. That has suspected that large part of the money that had been routed through related entities of the founders for the personal gain, as our colleagues in fact have also been pointing out, that over 42.94 crores that had been paid to DLF for an apartment in Camellia's project, that itself has raised a lot of questions. And apart from that, more than over 30 lakhs of a golf set and personal travel, including leisure and paying off of credit cards and transferring money to close relatives, that has also taken place. That is
Report from Gensol in Ahmedabad. I'm going across to my colleague Piyush, who is joining us live from Gurugram, where there is a craze to buy properties at the DLF Camellia. So it's supposed to be this society. We've only read about it. Piyush, that there is so-called society DLF called DLF Camellias, where only if you have an apartment there, it's like a statement that you've arrived, where all these so-called startup founders, Forbes 30 under 30 types live. Is that true? And we are hearing that these Gensol owners, whatever people invested in their company, whatever funding came in, they took all that money, gave it to their families, gave it to DLF, and bought some property as well. What they wanted to buy homes there, that's where my colleague Piyush is. DLF Camellias. Tell us more about this DLF Camellias. We don't know, we're not aware about these things. Piyush. Because common people just invest in the stock market, they don't know the craze of these founders. Yes, go ahead.
So the unfortunate aspect, and while I speak, I would just request my video journalist to show you the visuals of DLF Camellias. I would just want my video journalist to just zoom in the visuals and show the visuals of DLF Camellias. Now, this is one of the most expensive real estate properties in not only the National Capital Region, Niranjan, but it is one of the most prominent real estate markets in the country, and thereby the who's who of the people who have made it big as far as the finances are concerned, and those people who have gained a lot of money through the angel investing or through investing is concerned. They are making sure that they purchase property in over here at DLF Camellias, which has been recently built. Now you can understand that one flat over here costs about 60 to 70 crores starting, and thereby when you see that the Jaggi brothers, who are promoters of Gensol, they rather used the investor money which was given to them for the company for their own personal benefit, and this has now been confirmed by the SEBI investigative report that how crore of money was used by the Jaggi brothers, that involves Puneet Jaggi and Anmol Jaggi, in purchasing apartment over here at DLF Camellias, which is one of the prominent real estate markets, which is one of the most expensive real estate markets, which is one of the most luxurious real estate markets over here. The price range over here starts from around 50,000 per square feet, so you can understand it is beyond the reach of a common person, and thereby the who's who of the people are purchasing plots over here. The key question over here, however, remains that even though those who have made it big can purchase the property over here, are you swindling away the investors' money? Are you swindling away the public money for your own personal benefits? Unfortunately, in this case of Gensol Engineering, it has been witnessed that how the Jaggi brothers unfortunately used it, and this is an unfortunate reality of most of our startups and some of our companies which are using public money for their personal benefits. It is again one more unfortunate example of Gensol Engineering, which used to operate the blue smart cabs, of again using the public money for the personal benefits. And the example of this is DLF Camellias, where unfortunately they have used crore of money for their own personal benefits. Back to the studio.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Story also being picked up as the big debate with Arnab at 9 p.m. Let's move on to the other big story we're tracking here on Republic TV, the story about Robert Vadra and Robert Vadra's land deals. Now, it was infamously called Damad Gate. Damad Gate. Damad Shri, as the BJP called him. It's about a deal where a company called Skyline gets a super sweet deal almost for free. Almost for free, no money paid. And it's the Enforcement Directorate which is saying it. Even the stamp duty. So if you buy property, ladies and gentlemen, you buy property and then you pay stamp duty. But in the case of Robert Vadra, his company's bank account had just 1 lakh rupees in them. The seller, the person who's selling the land, paid the stamp duty for Robert Vadra's company and then gave the land to Robert Vadra's company as well. So with absolutely nothing and just 1 lakh in the account, paid zero, got 58 crore rupees. That is Robert Vadra's deal of the century. The deal of the century, where even the seller paid stamp duty, and all of this has come out in the investigation. They got the property without paying a penny. So here's how it goes. So Robert Vadra is very influential, right? He is married to Priyanka Vadra, daughter of Sonia Gandhi. And Hooda was the Chief Minister of Haryana. Hooda gives a clearance for the land usage in 4 days. 4 days, Robert Vadra gets a clearance and the land is already in his name. He doesn't pay a penny. And the landowners are so generous that they themselves pay the stamp duty for Robert Vadra. And Robert Vadra, without having any money in the company bank account, overnight gets property valued at 7.5 crore, which then becomes 58 crore in a few months, and boom, 0 to 58 crore in just a few months. And that is why Robert Vadra hates Republic TV, because we break down stories as they are. Vadra super deal. Take a look at how Robert Vadra got frazzled when questioned. The Vadra sequence. I want to play the Vadra sequence now that I just mentioned. I want to play the Vadra sequence. Listen into what Vadra said when we tried to question him. Something about Republic that he hates so much. Hates. And we love it.
इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो? इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
Okay, so very interesting details coming out as we look at the Enforcement Directorate investigation. And one of the aspects that has come out in this investigation is that at the time of transaction on the land in question in Shikopur, Haryana, Robert Vadra's company had just 1 lakh rupees in its bank account. Now, these are details shared by the Enforcement Directorate. Let me tell you, this is the deal of the century, and this is why it's the deal of the century, right? Vadra's company Skylight had roughly 1 lakh rupees in its bank account at the time of the purchase. With 1 lakh balance, they managed to acquire the property, which was valued at 7.5 crore rupees. So, story is about how 1 lakh balance in the bank turned into 58 crore at the end of a super sweet land deal. 1 lakh balance, 58 crore for Robert Vadra's Skylight Hospitality. Documents also show that Vadra's firms really had no money to acquire the land in the first place. They had no money. Even the stamp duty in 2008, and we're talking about 2008, the stamp duty was 45 lakh rupees, which also, of course, was not in that account at that point of time and was paid for by the seller, Omkareshwar Properties. Omkareshwar paid for the stamp duty, is what the Enforcement Directorate says, as part of its investigation into the Vadra land deal. I will go across to my colleague Shravan as well, who's joining us with the details of this Robert Vadra land deal. In fact, before I go across to Shravan, I want to play that sequence once again. And I want you to listen to how spooked Robert Vadra is when Republic Mike is just there in front of him. Yesterday, he said, "Inko hatao ya se." And then he also said, "Bahut ho gaya, inko nikalo." He just doesn't like, Robert Vadra does not like Republic being around because he's scared of the questions. Listen in.
इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का, इसको हटाइए, पीछे आदमी को हटाओ, रिपब्लिक हटाओ, रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज है, हटाइए, आ जाइए, आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो?
Okay, Shravan is joining us with the detail. Shravan, has the ED actually said that he had no money in his account?
Well, in fact, Robert Vadra has been saying all this while that there is no evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate. This has been going on for over a decade, and he does not know why exactly he is being called in for questioning. Now, that is what he says to everyone. And in fact, since we laid our hands on these documents, which goes on to indicate this, and the Enforcement Directorate, answering your question, Niranjan, specifically points out to this particular land deal. Let me just quickly explain what the ED is saying in these documents. One, that this deal that was between Skylight and a company called Omkareshwar, in fact, this was a deal for 3.5 acres land in Gurgaon, in Shikopur. That's where the land deal was supposed to take place, worth about 5.5 crores. Turns out that Skylight Hospitality, a company that was floated by Robert Vadra, had just 1 lakh rupees. So they ended up not paying anything, at least for the first 6 months. And interestingly, the stamp duty was also not paid by Skylight. A company which had only 1 lakh rupees as a bank balance, how could they actually strike a deal with another company for 7.5 crore rupees? And secondly, even after taking the land, it is the seller which had to pay the stamp duty, and the stamp duty was around 45 lakh rupees. That money too wasn't paid as far as Enforcement Directorate is concerned from their investigation. The other point is that within 4 days of this land being handed over to Skylight, you had the then Chief Minister Bhupinder Hooda giving the license in just 4 days. What was supposed to be a process that could have taken 3 months. Typically, it would have taken 3 months, but this license was given in just 4 days. And it couldn't have been possible had it been any other ordinary citizen. It is only because he is, after all, the son-in-law, and the Chief Minister wanted to do a favor. So much so, the IS officer was shunted out because as per this investigation, they say Hooda had clearly stated that the company does not have the financial technical capability, but solely on the ground that the company is owned by Robert Vadra.
Okay, thank you for that. I have some more breaking news coming in right now. Shravan, exclusive details coming in from Karnataka of the cabinet meeting that was just held. In fact, this is a story breaking on Republic TV right now. On the caste census, there was a caste census, a very, very controversial caste census that was conducted by the Karnataka government, over which they had a cabinet meeting, and it appears like the caste census exercise has backfired completely, as different ministers belonging to the backward, Dalit and minority communities have clashed, disagreed with ministers from Vokkaliga and Lingayat communities. So Congress ministers themselves fighting it out in the cabinet meeting in Karnataka. In fact, at some point, the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also had to advise ministers to maintain calm, discuss the issue peacefully. Hearing that Minister Mallikarjun strongly opposed the report, criticizing it for grouping hundreds of Muslim subsects under one category, exactly what Republic had reported. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar also raised his voice. D.K. Shivakumar, likely to be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka, also raising his voice, opposing the report, stating bluntly that it is unacceptable. More and more leaders, ministers speaking out, saying that the caste census exercise of the Congress party is a flop. They tried to appease the minority community. They used that report to raise the reservation for minorities, especially in OBCs. Unlikely that is going to go through, given how even Congress leaders are acting on it. That's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. Thanks for watching. Arnab coming up with 3 big debates starting 8 p.m.
India has topped the happiness index. Yes, the country you are living in, viewers, is the happiest one in the world. Japan, meanwhile, has hit rock bottom. We'll tell you the details on that. Also, the 262 crore rupees scam has shaken up the startup world, viewers. We'll take you inside that. And finally, we'll also tell you about the latest controversy that has hit Indian cricket. We're talking about Gautam Gambhir's assistant coaches, especially the closest to him, being sacked by the BCCI. All that and more with me, Rakshita Mishra, on Trending tonight, 7:30 p.m.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का. MDH की देगी मिर्च.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple, it was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Arnab, a content creator passionate about sports, especially cricket and motorsports. I'm proud to have taken part in the Republic Positive Influencer program by Republic Media Network. For my entry, I spoke about Khush Maini, an Indian motorsports talent who's made it to the Alpine F1 team as a reserve driver. I shared this story because I believe Indian sports are evolving. While cricket remains huge, athletes from other arenas are making their mark globally, and it's time we celebrate those journeys too. I'm really hopeful that I'll be a Republic Positive media influencer in the domain of sports.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
We are making this type of content not only just to support them, but also we want everyone to respect the art and artists.
Nowadays, people are getting used to China products. So let's promote our Indian culture and encourage our Indian art.
I hope we will be part of Republic Positive Influencer campaign.
Let's bring some better changes in the livelihoods of our Indian artists.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple, it was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
No matter what device you are on, trending stories are always breaking the internet. In a feel-good twist, India tops the global happiness charts. But that's not all. Blue Origin's historic space flight is facing turbulence on Earth. We're talking about the reaction that have come in and also the conspiracy theories behind it. Meanwhile, back home in Gurugram's ultra-luxe DLF Camellias, a jaw-dropping financial scandal is unfolding. On the other side, a chilling true crime drama has come to light from Uttar Pradesh's Meerut. And in the cricketing world, Abhishek Nair's ouster as the assistant coach has sparked a full-blown storm with whispers of Gambhir's growing grip on the team. In fact, it's also a message that has been sent by the BCCI. We'll talk about that. Also, Gauri Khan appearing to be in hot water now over the fake Paneer row. We are bringing you this and a lot more in tonight's Power Packed Bulletin. This is Trending Today with me, Rakshita Mishra. viewers, in the backdrop of India emerging as the world's happiest nation, the Ipsos Global Happiness Survey has sparked online debates and reactions. India's stellar position contrasts sharply with Japan's significant decline in the happiness levels. In fact, viewers, the survey also reveals that 88% of Indians report feeling happy, followed closely by the Netherlands at 86% and Mexico at 82%. And on the other end of the spectrum is Japan, ranking the lowest, with only 12% of respondents describing themselves as happy. Now, this dramatic shift has caused many to question what factors are shaping these national moods. So viewers, this is the index. We're talking about the happiness index. Experts are talking about how India's happiness rate has gone on to 88%. Netherlands' happiness rate is 86%. And then you have Mexico, 82%, the South American country, Mexico. And then you have the lowest ranking country being Japan at 12%. Quite much of a sadness we feel in Japan. And experts are suggesting, viewers, that India's happiness is driven by a strong social supporting environment and a growing economy, while Japan's struggle with the inflation and societal disillusionment is contributing to its decline. And with India's victory in global happiness, it is clear how community and stability can elevate the national well-being. Meanwhile, Japan's challenges remind us of the complexities facing a nation's happiness. Now, in the backdrop of Katy Perry's much-hyped Blue Origin space trip, many online are convinced that the New Shepard rocket never actually took off from Earth, claiming the whole launch was a Hollywood-style hoax designed to fool the masses. Some netizens are calling it a CJI-heavy capitalist stunt. So viewers, the CGI stunt we're talking about, it's been said that it's a Hollywood theme production because there is a lot of glamour involved. There are billionaires involved in here. There are CGI generated visuals that we're talking about. Like if you look at the videos that have been shared, the netizens are saying that it's clearly CGI at work. You also had that it was staged and it was not very real. It was completely orchestrated and nobody knows did it happen or not. No one's in fact buying it. This 11-minute space sojourn is being dismissed by the netizens, saying that's just a complete sham. Many netizens believe that Blue Origin's true mission is in fact to build a private escape route for billionaires. With climate change and political instability rising, this theory suggests that Bezos is developing an exit strategy to live off Earth. So that is what we're talking about, a private escape vehicle. This is what the netizens are alleging. There are conspiracy theories behind it, as you've seen in some of the Hollywood movies as well. And lastly, a growing section of the internet believes, viewers, that the Blue Origin space flight was staged and they are pointing fingers at the spacecraft's door. Many say that the real proof lies in the New Shepard capsule's pressurized cabin, which had an inward opening door that passengers appear to operate themselves. There you have the exit moment when these astronauts had in fact landed back. So viewers, this is the inward opening door. There you see, this is the door they're talking about. They say that they were just pretending, they were just managing it by itself. So it was not really something that was real and it was just completely made up. And this entire is just a facade, it's just a spectacle that has been dismissed. Now viewers, we will be getting you more on that. I will shift our focus to the other stories. It's the biggest scam, viewers, to hit the startup world. We are talking about the Genzome scam. Blue Smart has now been shut down because the SEBI has blown the lid off in this 262 crore rupees scam. It's a huge amount that we're talking about. It's a very, very big scam, viewers. Now, these funds were actually to be used for purchasing the EV cabs, but they were siphoned off. They were in fact used for personal luxury purchases. Like, we talk about the 43 crore rupees. Now, the sum of 43 crore rupees was in fact used for a plush villa, a big property at DLF Camellias. It's a luxury flat, viewers, in the national capital region that we're talking about. Then 26 lakh rupees was in fact used for a premium tailor-made golf set. You heard that right, 26 lakh rupees for the golf set, the tailor-made golf set. And the remaining amount, we're talking about 11 crore rupees here, were transferred to family members. The Jaggi brothers are under scanner. They are in deep, deep trouble, viewers. And there are many red flags that are now emerging. The SEBI has, of course, vowed to take action, saying that those guilty will be punished. And now, viewers, I have with me my colleague Pranav from the Republic Business Desk, and he is going to tell us how Anmol Singh Jaggi diverted nearly 25.76 crore rupees of Blue Smart's company funds for personal and family use, and also for other purposes, viewers. Just, Pranav, break it down how the company money had turned into a piggy bank for the family.
Right, Rakshita. As you can see, this is a systematic divergence of fund that was actually supposed to be used for buying vehicles for the company. Now you can see the the promoters directed 2.98 crore rupees to Mr. Jaggi's wife. Rupees 6.20 crore of those funds were diverted to his mother. So family transactions are taking place from funds that are actually supposed to be used for growth of business, yes, and for buying EVs. Next, there were luxury flats that were being purchased. Golf equipment worth 26 lakh, which was supposed to be, which was bought from. It was from a company called TaylorMade, which is into luxury golf set manufacturing. So this is the kind of siphoning of funds that was happening. And to put it in perspective, I'll tell you, Rakshita, is that all this was happening at a time when the company was completely getting ignored. The share was losing its value. For the past 3 months, the share has lost 85% of its value, and you can see the reasons behind that is the divergence of funds. Credit rating agencies have already been alarming investors, saying that this is the stock you should not be buying because it's an unstable company, and these are the reasons. Golf set worth 26 lakhs, spa sessions worth 10.36 lakh, personal travel, make my trip rupees 3 lakhs. So these are all expenses that are being carried out from funds that were supposed to be
Absolutely, 10.36 lakh rupees, and we are going to move this, keep moving the graphic, viewers. 3 lakh for personal travel. This has been now identified. So these luxury gifts and lifestyle expenditure, viewers, we were talking about how it was funneled, how the loans were diverted. We'll show that on the screens right now, viewers, the loans that were used. And on the wall, we are going to show that for you so that we can understand this is the biggest startup scam, viewers, and how the money was siphoned off. Other expenditure, DLF Camellias, we told you about. Investor in Ashneer Grover startup as well. Ashneer Grover also 50 lakh rupees. And in fact, he's saying that he is a victim of it, and he also says that he's also taken a very hands-off approach on that. And other points to be noticed, of course, is that how the money was siphoned off, then how the channels were in fact taken over. Now, viewers, the question we are asking here is, and Pranav, I'd like to bring in you here, how the glamorizing of these startups is killing India's corporate. Is this mindset that one can take money from anyone and build a startup ethical? And how can we not think about the source of investment? Something that, Ashneer Grover is also insinuating.
Rakshita, just go online and see the kind of comments, the kind of responses that this story has been getting. The basic question that investors are raising is that it is because of individuals like this, because of startup founders like this, that some genuine investors who are interested in raising capital will now find it difficult, because the regulators will now start tightening noose around these kind of individuals. So that's point number one. Point number two, as you rightly said, Ashneer Grover, in fact, one of the Jaggis is an investor in his third unicorn, which is a startup, which is a funding startup, and there is 0.5 crore worth of investment that one of the Jagdis has. And Ashneet Grover put out saying that there was no questioning on where the funds were from, what was the source of those funds. Those are some things that were never questioned. So that remains to be, these are certain areas that many are saying the regulators need to get into.
Right, but red flags need to be identified, and there has to be a system in fact in place for all of that. Thanks so much, Pranav, for joining us with those with all those details on that story. Viewers, remember the SEBI chief has made it clear that they will be acting on it, and the guilty will be punished, and there might be many more gen zones, so they should have warning as well. Shifting focus now, viewers, the scientists are using the James Webb Space Telescope, and they have detected the strongest evidence yet of potential life on an alien planet. They found chemical signatures, gases produced on Earth in the atmosphere of exoplanet K218b. While this does not confirm life, it's a compelling clue that we may not be alone in the universe. Keeping up with more of the hot trends, Justin Bieber is shutting down the rumors that he has his team dropped a statement calling the reports total clickbait from salty ex-associates who do not work with him anymore. So yeah, looks like the baby singer still got the big bucks. Vladimir Putin just gave Elon Musk a cosmic compliment, comparing him to Soviet space legend Sergei Korolev. Russia's top man called Musk a talented tech force, tipping his hat to the SpaceX boss like it's 1961 all over again. Now, Melinda Gates just got real about her 2021 split from Bill Gates, calling the divorce necessary. Now, her calm but candid take comes weeks after Bill called it the biggest regret of his life. Looks like she's at peace and he's still processing it. British tennis star Harriet Dart reportedly apologized after asking the chair umpire to tell her opponent to wear deodorant mid-match. Yes, things got a little too fresh on the court. JP Morgan's coming for the glitch hunters, suing customers who allegedly cashed in on last year's viral infinite money glitch that blew up on TikTok. The bank says some folks finessed thousands and now it wants that cash back. Play stupid games, meet serious lawsuits. Now, a Titanic pocket watch, old tickets and even money from passengers are hitting the auction block in the UK this month. One standout, a silver brass watch once owned by Hans Christensen Glivard, a Danish second-class passenger who tragically went down with the ship in 1912. Over a century later, these relics are telling the stories that the iceberg could not sink. It was a shocking murder case has been uncovered in Uttar Pradesh's Meerut. A tale of how a wife scripted the ending of her husband, Amit Kashyap, with whom she has had spent 8 years and has 3 kids with. Now, during the investigation, the wife, Ravita, confessed to the planning murder with her lover, Amardeep. Now, here's a shocking twist, viewers. The post-mortem report reveals that only did the wife strangulated the husband, but it's also that she plays an alibi that's unheard of. It's a snake we are talking about. Not only this, viewers, the conspiracy involved paying 100 rupees to a snake charmer to convert the entire episode straight out of a Ripley's Believe It or Not. Not once, not twice. The snake bit Amit 10 times. You heard that right, and it was all scripted. He was made to bite him. And as fresh details keep emerging, is a heart-wrenching bite from mother of the murdered husband.
प्रदीप मिले कैसे थे, इसके बारे में कुछ पता?
यार थे दोनों, एक जगह काम कर रहे थे। जब एक जगह
काम करती थी रवि?
पत्थर लगावे थे। जब वे आमे जामे थे तो यार थे भाई, हम भी नहीं कहते भाई तू क्यों बैठा, जब काम पे जा रहे तो हमें भी क्या पता, यो कारण हुआ।
अमित का भी दोस्त था?
हाँ, और वो भी दोस्त था।
अच्छा, दोनों दोस्त थे।
हाँ।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, जो लड़ाई के बारे में आप कह रही हैं कि लड़ाई हुई थी अमरदीप के साथ अमित की, वो कितने दिन पहले हुई थी?
बूझ लो सारा का खड़ा 20 दिन पहले है नहीं भाई, 20 दिन में खत्म कर दिया इन्होंने।
धमकी दी थी क्या?
है,
धमकी भी दी थी उसको?
धमकी किसा?
अमरदीप ने अमित को कोई धमकी भी?
हाँ हाँ, नुकाया था कि नुको घर का बागड़ बना दूंगा, ध्यान रखियो। हाँ।
और जो रविता है यानी कि आपकी बहू है, उसने कुछ नहीं कहा?
नहीं, वो कहाँ कहती, जब उसे तो वो प्यारा लग रहा था, वो कहाँ कहती।
और उससे पहले कोई कलेश हुआ करते थे, कोई कला था अमरदीप से पहले?
मेरा 2 बहू हो रहा है, ऐसा तो कोई सा लड़का रखता ही नहीं मेरा जैसा रविता को रखा था, पर रविता ने मेरे मिट्टी के बारे में नहीं सोची।
Viewers, now shift our focus to the world of sport, where in the backdrop of Team India's recent performance dip, a fresh rift seems to be brewing within the camp, or rather it's just the discovery of it, it's just a further indication of it. It's the sacking of batting coach, the assistant coach, Abhishek Nair, and the appointment of Sitanshu Kotak. Sitanshu was, of course, appointed few weeks back. But this has sparked speculation of a bigger turf war that's brewing behind the scenes, viewers. Reports suggest that Nair's exit wasn't just a performance-based one. His exit is not just based on the performance, but also linked to an internal camp politics. There are whispers that he was Gautam Gambhir's hand-picked coach, and he wanted Abhishek Nair to be there. And now, what is being is sort of interpreted is that there is a message being sent out from the BCCI to Gautam Gambhir that someone who is ally of Gautam Gambhir is being pushed out. Also, of course, it could also be sort of a message or a warning to Gautam Gambhir himself. Now, viewers, Sunil Gavaskar, the legend, had earlier questioned the clarity of roles within the team, subtly pointing at Nair's undefined contribution, while Shreyas Iyer had come to Nair's defense, praising his player-centric coaching style. So you do see that a player from within the team was very happy with Abhishek Nair, but he did have to exit. In what many are calling a strategic reset, Kotak's rise from the NCA signals the BCCI's push to revamp India's batting setup as well. However, the whispers, of course, in the cricketing circle suggest it might be less about strategy, more about covering up or perhaps just political play that is going on behind the scenes. In fact, our correspondent Aniruddha has spoken to BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia exclusively on the matter. Listen in.
Hello, Mr. Saikia. This is Aniruddha from Republic TV.
Hello, Aniruddha.
Hi, sir. We just wanted to get a reaction from you on the Abhishek Nair issue that has popped up recently, only after 8 months of being appointed alongside Gautam Gambhir. What are the fresh developments that has been taking place in the BCCI in this regard, sir?
Now there is no issue. I think some things are growing up in the media, but there is no concrete thing which has crystallized.
Okay.
So if you have anything specific, you can ask me, but I don't have to comment anything which is done or speculation in the media right at this moment.
Okay. Any decision taken by BCCI in this regard so far, sir?
Look, BCCI is a continuous process. All the teams, all the support staff, everything. There is a continuous process of assembling, reassembling. These things are a part of the routine exercise.
Okay.
So if something concrete takes place, something crystallizes, we'll definitely let you know, let all the people of India know about what are the changes at the appropriate point of time.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, viewers, it's time for the Positive Influencer program. The segment is here. Republic is, of course, happy, as always, to announce that we are continuing to receive more and more of phenomenal responses. Hundreds of responses have been gathered up until now for the Positive Influencer program. And viewers, first, let's check out the video that has been sent from retired Commander Sudhir Kumar that caught our attention. All right, before that, we will, go straight across to our digital newsroom where we have this, Tanvi, there seemed to be a problem with the audio there. We'll just play out the videos that we are going to present.
कुमार रिटायर्ड इंडियन नेवी वेटरन, ऐसे टॉपिक्स को कवर करना चाहूँगा जो एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी और साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड होंगे। रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन से जितने भी हमारे इनिशिएटिव चल रहे हैं, चाहे वो सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन ऑफ इंडिया हो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मिशन, क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजी मिशन, अटल इनोवेशन सेंटर्स, and then technologies related with artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, robotics, UAVs, defense technologies, control systems, missiles, nuclear submarines, nuclear propelled ships. All these things I'll be covering in Republic Positive Influencer program.
And for more on the Positive Influencer program, we have the digital newsroom right now, that is live right now. We have Himanshu, Tanvi and Pranav. Over to you, Himanshu.
Thanks, Rakshita. We have Upasana, Devangan. We have been flooded with lot of videos.
Yes.
And be it you saw Commander Sudhir Kumar,
yes,
who wants to actually make videos about UAVs, about defense technology.
Yes.
Our next video is actually unique because it's coming from Upasana Devangan, who is actually sending us videos about history, India's buried history, culture, and how religion unifies the entire India.
Yes.
And that makes this extremely unique. Shall we play the next video?
Absolutely. Let's go to the next video.
भारत एक देश ही नहीं बल्कि 5000 साल पुरानी धड़कन है जो आज भी हमारे मंदिरों, हमारे त्योहारों और हमारे खाने की थाली में सुनाई देती है। भरतनाट्यम की मोहक मुद्राओं से लेकर भारतीय संगीत की आत्मा छू लेने वाली धुन तक हमारी संस्कृति एक जीवंत कलाकृति है। हमने दुनिया को वेद, योग और वो ज्ञान दिया जो एंशिएंट नहीं, टाइमलेस है और आज भी उतना ही रेलेवेंट है। एज ए डिजिटल क्रिएटर मेरा एक ही मकसद है कि इस सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को आपकी फीड तक लाना, खूबसूरती के साथ, गर्व के साथ और एक उद्देश्य के साथ। तो आइए अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ें, उनसे सीखें और उनको दुनिया तक पहुंचाएं। मेरा नाम उपासना है और ये एक शुरुआत है।
What a wonderful video that was. The next video and the last video we're going to play out really stuck with me. It is that of Purnima Kotak, a leadership coach. She's built her own module, not only studying Himanshu in terms of, she left a corporate job to build a module in terms of leadership, studied the Chanakya model of leadership, and she's prepared this video for us. I'm going to toss to it, and then we go to India's #1 prime time show, #1 anchor. We go to Arnab, who's hit 87% this week.
My name is Purnima Kotak and I am India's first and only leadership branding coach. My 20 years of corporate career has given me deep exposure into leadership dynamics, organizations, culture, and what people need to develop themselves into the next level of leadership. One thing I learned at that time is that we as Indian leaders have immense intelligence, high potential to grow into world-class leadership. We are very hardworking, and the best thing is we have civilizational strength running through our veins. What we lacked that I observed is structured techniques and how to present ourselves on the world stage. We needed confidence in both these. So at that stage, I decided to give up my career and get into training and coaching leaders in India to grow to the world stage. If it reaches the right people, India can transform, and that would be my dream coming true.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH. आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I recently heard about the Republic Positive Influencer campaign and decided to send this video to the public. This video was about tax filing. The idea was simple. It was to educate people on how to file their taxes on time and in a correct manner. I really hope that I will be a part of the Republic Positive Influencer campaign in the domain of personal finance. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we have recently got to know about Republic Positive Influencer campaign and we sent a sample piece of a content.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, Republic has completely spooked this man, the undeserving Robert Vadra, from 0 to 58 crores. The scam is out there in the open. There's no escape for him this time. At 8:30 tonight, it's Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar who has demanded accountability on the biggest judicial scandal. He says it's time to blow up the can and that the faith in the judiciary is eroding. And you know what? He's absolutely right. And at 9 p.m. tonight, the biggest startup debate, the startup scandal. You know this whole fake Shark Tank culture, valuations exit, big money and Lamborghinis, but absolutely no meat and no content. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the startup scandal. But first, tonight, let me deal with the undeserving Robert Vadra. And why do I call him undeserving? Because there's no real achievement that this man has ever made in his life. His only claim to fame is that he's married into the Vadra Gandhi family, which some people are calling the fake Gandhi family, because after all, there was only Mahatma Gandhi and then there was Firoz Gandhi, and that they made into Gandhi, and then they call themselves the Gandhi family. But there is no link to Mahatma Gandhi, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore the question is whether Robert Vadra should try and take benefit out of the fact that he's married into the Gandhi family. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that Robert Vadra is so nervous. He's nervous more about Republic than anything else. He sees a Republic camera, he runs, he spooks. His blood pressure starts going up. His face goes into some kind of a, facial distortion. And then, ladies and gentlemen, he starts pushing, identifying the Republic mic and pushing it. And why does he do that? Look at him out there. He's very comfortable with the other media because as he goes in like a mafia don type, chewing gum, attitude, wearing tight T-shirts into the Enforcement Directorate office like he was going out of a late night disco. As he does that, no respect for the institution, it's just attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, he's very happy giving sweet nothing sound bites on where he can be elected anywhere in the country when he calls a news agency. Every morning that news agency goes to him, and every morning he says, I can be the biggest political leader in the country. You know what, Robert? You're a nobody. You just married into the Gandhi Vadra family, and on that basis you believe that you have special status. I believe that you don't. And there is an offense against you. The fact of the matter is that you own SLHPL, Skylight Hospitality Private Limited. The fact is that you did acquire land of acres 3.5 from Omkareshwar Properties. And the fact is that you did that on the basis of an allegedly false statement for 7 crores. And then you fraudulently obtained license for construction on land for 2.7 acres out of the above land, and then you sold it to the DLF company for 58 crores. This is a serious offense. There's no point trying to act smart. There's no point saying, please Republic ke reporter ko hatao. And don't you, Robert Vadra, don't you touch my boom mic. Because Republic stands for something. It stands for merit, it stands for nationalism. And you stand for, you know what you stand for. You stand for the greed of a wannabe dynast. Don't you dare touch the Republic mic. If you have the guts, which I know you don't, because obviously you would have asked your brother-in-law and asked him what experience he had when he faced me. But if you had the guts, you would face me and take a few questions from me. But can you, Robert? Can you? Remember when there was a reporter called Piyush a long time back who caught you and asked you straight questions, and you looked stunned. You got angry. You were sweating. You were nervous, the same nervous attitude with which you're trying to push the Republic mic out there. And you said, are you serious? And then you started to stutter. Look at you there. You started to stutter because you have a limited vocabulary. You kept repeating the word, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? And then tried to physically assault the reporter. The reporter was from ANI. And I'm so proud that he worked with me for so long. His name is Piyush. The fact is, he scared you as well. Just like Gopi from my news team scared you day before yesterday. Robert, do you have the guts? If you do, then face me. Open invitation. Come face me. But can you, Robert? Can you? You can't. Let's debate.
रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से इसको हटाइए इसको आने मत दो इनको रिपब्लिक हटाओ रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज़ है
प्लीज रिस्पॉन्ड
चलो हो गया इनको मत आने दो इनको मत आने दो
Interrogated for 3 days straight, Robert Vadra has now emerged as the kingpin in the Gurgaon land scam.
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
Over 10 years of investigation, ED has seemingly built a watertight case on Vadra, the facts of which has been exposed by Republic, that which irks the unelectable.
इसको हटाइए पीछे रिपब्लिक को हटाओ रिपब्लिक हटाओ रिपब्लिक बिल्कुल नेगेटिव न्यूज़ है हटाइए आ जाइए आप लोग क्यों धक्का दे रहे हो
Republic now has a super exclusive details of how Robert Vadra did not pay a single penny but got a hefty sum of 58 crore rupees. ED investigation reveals how Skylight acquired a property without paying any money, how a 1 lakh balance in the account turned into 58 crore rupees.
Land deal between Skylight Hospitality, owned by Robert Vadra, and Omkareshwar. For about 6 months, there was no payment that was actually made by Skylight Hospitality. So they got 3.5 acres land from Omkareshwar for free. Interestingly, 2 companies associated with Robert Vadra did not have more than 1 lakh rupees in their account.
With land being sold to Skylight Hospitality without any payment, the ED has claimed massive fraud by the Gandhi son-in-law. He can evade as much as he wants.
We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया. We have the documents ready.
Please respond.
चलो हो गया.
He can continue to cry political vendetta.
2019 में भी मुझे बुलाया गया था, 15 बारी गया हूँ, 10-10 घंटे मैंने जवाब दिए हैं. अभी भी जो बुलाया गया है उसी सब्जेक्ट पे मैं वही दोहरा रहा हूँ जवाब, कोई नए सवाल है नहीं.
But it's evidently clear, Republic has Vadra spooked. The only channel to have asked pointed questions to the man and bring out the facts of the case has him on the back foot.
इनको मत आने दो. प्लीज एक चीज है, रिपब्लिक टीवी को दूर रखिए मेरे से.
No more dubious deals, no more quid pro quo arrangements.
जीजा जी घोटाले में भूमाफिया बन के किसानों की जमीन हड़पते हैं. खुद राहुल गांधी का नाम नेशनल हेराल्ड घोटाले में आ रहा है. मम्मी वीवीआईपी चौपर घोटाले और नेशनल हेराल्ड में उनका नाम आ रहा है. पापा राजीव गांधी जी बोफोर्स में उनका नाम आया है. नकली गांधी परिवार जो है ये खानदानी भ्रष्ट और खानदानी चोर है.
It's time to face the law.
I'm getting a lot of support from our viewers tonight to the attempted physical assault by Robert Vadra on our reporter, which is unfortunate. And then he holds the Republic mic and then he gets very angry and he says, I will speak to the media only if you keep Republic away. And then he tries to assault the reporter. He holds the mic out there. He pushes the reporter away and he's fishing into that. You see that, Ishkar and Sanju, his hand is going into that sea of mics and he starts nervously holding the Republic mic saying something's going to happen to me if the Republic mic stays there. He starts pushing it. The man has gone mad. The man has gone completely cuckoo.
That you are going to spread BJP's agenda. He knows that Republic is going to spread BJP's agenda, so he's keeping a distance from the BJP, Arnab. Not scared.
Well,
he's just trying to.
In that case, let me ask you this, Ashwini. Have you come here to further the BJP's agenda? How or not? How dare you? 1 minute. Stay within your Lakshman Rekha. No, 1 minute, Ashwini, 1 minute. I have a sense of humor, but it doesn't go so far. This is the largest and most independent news organization, independently owned. You should be proud of the fact that in India, we have a news organization that reaches 50 crore people, built by hardcore entrepreneurship. And don't be a hypocrite because let me expose you completely, everyone on. When he comes to my campus and he sees my beautiful campus and my hard work and entrepreneurship and the people, he says, I'm so proud of you. Privately, he says that to me. He says, I'm so proud of the hard work that you've achieved this and built this big network out there. But right now on TV, he has to do chamchagiri for Robert Vadra, and therefore he tries to make a personal comment. But let me tell you this, let me tell you this. We can be fine with each other if we don't get personal. We get personal, I'll hit you back really hard. You won't be able to get up again, Ashwini, so don't try that with me. Unless you're looking for a job as Robert Vadra's personal assistant. So I go back into the question, and I didn't even address you. So you're waiting to be insulted. I was just asking Ishkaran, I took his name. I said, the man goes, his hand goes like a caterpillar into a sea of mics and he catches the Republic mic. What does it reflect, Ishkaran?
I will tell you what it reflects, Arnab, and I think you are squarely to be blamed because you caused generational, multi-dimensional trauma by your questions asked in 2013 or beginning of 2014 to one Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So if you ask questions like that, which they have still not lived down. Don't interrupt. Please,
let him speak. Ashwini, you can let him speak and then respond.
Let me finish my point. What is the problem? Mr. Robert Vadra wants to hit mics and not let people ask questions. On TV debates, do you belong to the same school? You do not want a fellow guest to express his views. What is your problem with freedom of speech? Why is it that everybody who subscribes to that view does not like questions or opinions coming out? Please have confidence in yourself that you may be able to answer, even though you have given scant amount of, right now, up till now, scant proof that you are able to answer anything. And that's the problem with Mr. Robert Vadra also. And now please understand, we at National Herald, where you don't even have a starting amount of money, at best you say you have 50 lakh rupees, which is also under question, and somehow you end up becoming beneficial owners, having beneficial interests in property worth 2,000 to 5,000 crore. That is one amazing business venture in a land of startups. That is the best startup, even though politics, which you inherited, in which you were the dominant player, has collapsed. But the business startups are doing very well. Now you come to Mr. Robert Vadra. Again, what your documents are showing, that you have a limited amount of money and suddenly, by magic, it turns into 58 crores. What is the magic? That magic is access to power. That magic is bringing power.
The point being, okay, here's a general knowledge question, Ashwini, before you come in. Before you come in, Ashwini, I'm just coming to you. Ashwini, I'm coming to you. I, by the way, let me tell you this. I'm so proud of our reporters. There's a great guy called Piyush Mishra, used to work with me. He used to work with ANI. I remember I called him the day. I said, I need to offer this young man a job because he stood up to Robert Vadra. He almost got physically assaulted by him. We all remember that clip. If that clip is there, I'll play it right now. I'm going to play it now. Everyone on air, play it on the right. Just look at his behavior. He's a little violent kind of fellow, Robert Vadra. Look at this clip.
Would you comment on Haryana government threatening to, investigate all the land dealings?
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
These questions are asked for many times.
Idiot, it's a mistake.
Sir, these questions are being asked. How would you comment on Haryana government threatening to, investigate all the land dealings?
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Then he attacked. I mean, the man has got a problem out here. He is violent. He's got now some kind of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome out there. And he tried to assault reporters. I'm proud of these people, Ashwini. I'm proud of them.
Arnab,
viewers, are you proud of these reporters who stand up to this man? I'm so proud of our reporters. Yes.
I'm proud of our journalists, Arnab, who speak for the people of the country and not who speak for the government. I just want to start with that one small शायरी in Hindi कि दूसरों के ख्यालात की भी लेते हैं तलाशी और अपने गरेबान में झांका नहीं जाता. I can give you hundreds of names of people who joined BJP who had a lot of corruption charges against them and they got distilled into BJP's washing machine. Here is one businessman who made profit by buying a land and keeping that land for 5 years. If he made some profit, your ED is questioning him from last 10-11 years. The speed of the enforcement directorates, it is still faster than BJP's government, I would say, because BJP promised 2 crore jobs every year, 15 lakhs in account, किसानों की आय दुगनी हो जाएगी. All those things are still not happening. I believe maybe ED will be able to close this case in next 100 years because out of 193
now there
cases,
is 1 minute. Just 1 minute. So you are saying that Robert Vadra is an honest businessman. In that case, the question is that why are there discrepancies in granting the LOI for the commercial development of 2.701 acres to Skylight Hospitality Private Limited? And why 1 minute, just a minute, I didn't ask you yet. I didn't ask you yet. See, there is a significant money trail of 58 crores which has been received by Skylight Hospitality Private Limited, and it has been further utilized in the purchase of properties by Robert Vadra. Did he do that? And some of the officials of DTCP have been examined in this matter, and there is a serious predicate offence under Section 13 of the Prevention of Corruption Act and Section 120B, 420, 467, 468, 471 of the Indian Penal Code. This is not a small matter. You see, if you look at this, viewers, please remember, viewers, there is no way in which he can get away, because if you go back into the history of what is this Omkareshwar Properties, it opens new questions. There are various straight questions. Behind each of these scams, there are some very straight questions. Why would one company enter into a deal with another company that does not have enough funds? It's a logical question. Second question, why would a company that does not have vested interest simply transfer a 3.5 acre piece of land valuing 7.5 crore rupees to a party for almost no consideration at all? You see, you can play victim. 1 minute, Sanjay. You can play victim, you can say Modi, you can say attack people, this, that, etc., play victim and cry, but you cannot answer that question. And if anybody asks you that question, you try to physically assault the reporter. This is what is happening right before you. People are calling tonight. I'm giving Sanju a chance to respond. Sanju, are you taking too long in this case? You know, you started the Damatri argument, Sambit Patra's famous press conference before the elections of 2014. It's 2025, for God's sake. I mean, if you wanted to do something, you would have by now.
You know, Arnab, first and foremost, thank you for playing out that bite. Are you serious? I want to tell Robert Vadra through Arnab Goswami's show, BJP is serious. BJP is really serious. BJP is certainly serious. BJP is very serious. BJP is goddamn serious.
11 years.
And now let me, Ashwini, please, I did not heckle you even once. Arnab, I refuse to debate with this indecent guy. Can you just shut up? I did not heckle you even once. I heard your
I'm not hacking you. I'm just questioning your seriousness.
I heard your
Kapil on the
please.
I can't keep directing.
I heard your
Move it, yeah. Come on.
Let's not just talk about the 3.5
directors
acre which was
I said
acquired by
Kapil on the right. Did you hear? As a fourth time I'm saying live on air. Thank you. Yeah. Focus. Thank you.
Arnab, very quickly, you know, before Kapil comes in, I just wanted to say that you've talked about the 3.5 acre which was acquired by Robert Vadra, apparently for 7.5 crore from Omkareshwar Properties, but that cash, that check was never encashed by Omkareshwar Properties. So basically, 3.5 acre worth of property was acquired by Robert Vadra for zero, for nil, for nada, and then sold in 2012 for 58 crore. And apparently 41 flats were bought from DLF. 41. But that's not the important point. There is one revelation that I want to make on your show, Arnab. There is something called director identification number, which is a unique number given to anyone who's a director in any company. And Robert Vadra's DIN, director identification number, is 01840634. And if you type this DIN 01840634, Arnab, you will be shocked to know Robert Vadra is either a director or additional director or designated director in these companies: Skylight Hospitality, Real Earth Estates LLP, Lifeline Agrotech Private Limited, Green Wave Agrotech Private Limited, Blue Breeze Trading LLP, Future Infra Agro Private Limited. Then there is something called Lambodar Art Enterprises Private Limited. It's fine. Robert Vadra can be a director on 12 dozen companies. That's not the moot point. But the moot point which the Enforcement Directorate is asking is this: why and when did Skylight Hospitality give loan to Blue Breeze Trading Private Limited, which is also a Robert Vadra company? So there is circular trading. Why and when did Skylight Hospitality give a loan to North India IT Parks Private Limited? North India IT Parks is also owned by Robert Vadra. Again, circular trading and money laundering. Is there any particular reason why depreciation has been claimed on mobile phones by Blue Breeze Private Limited? The Enforcement Directorate asked. Robert Vadra ke paas jawab nahi tha. Does Robert Vadra own no other depreciable asset? Because he says, मेरे पास तो कोई depreciable asset है ही नहीं. मैं तो जी गरीब इंसान हूँ. गरीब इंसान जिसने 58 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट किया था 2012 में. what is the exact nature of business of North India IT Park? Because they don't have any staff, they don't have any employees. You know, Robert Vadra is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. What is the intent behind setting up North India IT Park? Is it to launder money? Again, Robert Vadra ke paas koi jawab nahi. Where is North India IT Park located? Can you imagine on the ROC website, they have not even given the corporate office address. They have not given the registered office address. Is this North India IT Park run as an SEZ? If yes, then please divulge the nature of operations of this SEZ. If it is not an SEZ, then what exactly is it? Why are you claiming tax benefits which ideally should be claimed only by an SEZ? And the final question by the Enforcement Directorate is this. Properties called Skylight Hospitality, Skylight Realty, Real Earth Estates, North India IT Parks, Blue Breeze Trading, they are ostensibly worth more than...
Sanju, a lot of people are also responding to his attempted assault of a Republic reporter by, you see there he is trying to hold the mic and physically intimidate the reporter. A lot of people angry with that visual out there.
Arnab,
Kapil, I'm just coming to you in a while. Just coming to you in a moment, in fact. Viewers, I am opening the lines and I'll get callers. We'll get a range of callers on this. And I'm just looking at one point tonight. I'll tell you something, Kapil. Okay. I'm getting some information about this deal right now.
That's all right.
Viewers, the fact is that I just, please, Kapil, you are not into unilateral statements. You take a question. Kapil, it doesn't work like that. You have to take a question. Now, my point to you is, and you must give a logical reply, not just say, oh, whatever, you are bad, everybody's bad, BJP is bad. See, there is a very specific a very specific question out here. See, who did Robert Vadra buy the land from? Robert Vadra bought the land from Omkareshwar Properties, okay? Now, according to last paragraph on page 107 of the report that has been accessed exclusively by Republic, the two people who were closely associated with Bhupinder Hooda, their names are Satyanand Yaji and Sandeep Dahiya, is a relative of Bhupinder Hooda. They became directors of Omkareshwar Property. According to my documents, the details is in February 2008. Now, this is the same Omkareshwar Property that, according to the Dhingra report, executed a sale deed for 3.52 acres in favor of Robert Vadra's Skylight Hospitality. What this means, and you know how clear this is that Robert Vadra bought the land from a company in which Bhupinder Hooda's relatives were directors. And this happens during Hooda's time as Chief Minister. If you can then counter any of this, the most important point, Kapil, is Omkareshwar Properties bore all the costs for Robert Vadra's company, despite the fact that Robert Vadra's Skylight is the buyer. Do you understand? How can you, one minute, I'm not holding on. You see, why would land be transferred without receiving any consideration? Where in this planet does this happen?
Now allow me to respond.
Zero.
Here,
it happens nowhere.
Just a minute, hold on. Let me just tell you.